WeatherNation, including our own hurricane hunter, Josh Morgerman. Stay with us. We'll be updating you throughout the course of this event.
Yeah, having a lot of fun there at the National Storm Chaser Summit. That was meteorologist Dave Holder. And today you can watch it, see what they're talking about. You can watch it on our YouTube page or on Rumble.
That's right, live streaming some cool talks this afternoon. Yeah. Josh, I believe, is going on very shortly here, so make sure you turn in soon if you want to see his talk. But we'll be rebroadcasting some of that as well. Out in Denver, it's been pretty nice for the conference goers, Patrick. I mean, temperatures in the mid-60s. Not the case for New England this morning at all, with upwards now of a foot of snow in Hamilton, Massachusetts.
I mean, the numbers are quite impressive, Rob. Salem is at 10 inches. Beverly, Massachusetts, almost up to a foot. And even some of the lower numbers are still on the higher end, that 6.4, that inch report as well.
Yeah, and how about the mid-Atlantic getting these intense winds, 50 to 60 miles an hour? So that combined with the cold air is leading to some really cold feeling air, but also leading to some blowing snowfall. Boston still seeing the snow and still warm with that flow off the Atlantic in the 20s.
So that's why these alerts are in place. So make sure that you are following those alerts and make sure you are aware if you're under an alert, because travel could be really impactful for the rest of the morning.
Yeah, still going to be seeing the snowfall possibly until the early evening hours across the Cape and the islands of Massachusetts. Then by Sunday morning, the big game should be nice and clear and sunny, but very cold.
Yeah, you're going to probably be indoors watching that big game, it's going to time out nicely when you have all that cold air. It kind of forces you to stay inside and watch that game.
Yeah, let's talk about that forecast. Let's talk about the cold air a little bit more as we take you out to Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. Looking like a nice snow there. I love getting a snow like this on the weekend, especially if you don't have anything to do. If you do have something to do, I'm sorry, it's probably not a great day for you, but we have very cold air coming in as well. So, good weekend to hang out inside, find something to do, and we got the big game tomorrow, so there's a good excuse to just kind of hang out inside all day anyway. We saw very gusty winds combining with the Arctic air that's spilling in from Canada. Gusts up to 40 to 60 miles an hour, and some of these alerts go all the way through the midday hours tomorrow. That combined with our Arctic air mass is going to lead to these extreme cold warnings continuing through Sunday morning for wind chills that could be down as low as -20, -30 in some spots. We're looking at the Catskills, the Adirondacks for those bitterly cold temperatures. Boston -8 by the evening hours tonight, so the cold air eventually cuts in to areas across northern New England, eastern New England, and we're going to see those bitterly cold wind chills hang around throughout most of the day on Sunday until late Sunday evening, and by Monday even, we're still looking at some very cold temperatures out there. So way below average today across the Northeast, the Great Lakes below average, but not as much. Chicago 7 degrees below normal for this time of year. New York City, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, still not up above average, but getting close to it by Wednesday, a high of 39 degrees. Let's switch gears, bring Patrick back in, get over to the West Coast, where, we had some beautiful conditions yesterday, Patrick. That changed very quickly this morning.
Yeah, that moisture that's been building out in the Pacific waters, that continues to push on shore as we are watching and tracking the atmospheric river, that flowing moisture right into the western U.S. So there's Portland, there's San Francisco, and we're just going to have that stream of moisture coming right on in as we get into Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. We track the temperatures as well as the rain that's starting to build. Now, as of right now, it looks like there's some intensity there. I am curious, maybe we might get a thunderstorm, maybe a rumble of thunder just with what I'm seeing there on the intensity with the radar. Not a guarantee, but definitely something that I'm keeping an eye on. And then we see how this pattern stays active for the rest of our Saturday as we get one system that departs. Look what moves in right behind it for Sunday. Another system coming out of the Pacific with a lot of moisture. This system might even have more moisture than the system that we're watching right now. Not necessarily for Washington. It's going to be Oregon that gets a bulk of this moisture as this low continues to spread that precipitation to the east. Let's get into Colorado, Frisco, Colorado to be precise, checking out those conditions from earlier. And Rob, you got more on that pattern across the Southwest.
Yeah, Copper Mountain looks like we've got a couple of folks out there real early this morning from earlier. This must have been right around first chair, just a handful of people, kind of chilly out there. But there's not a lot of snow on those mountains as you look out in the distance. Normally we'd see white all the way down to kind of those base areas of these mountains. We need the snowfall, and thankfully it does look like we're going to start to see a pattern change tick up this weekend. We've seen some rainfall being pulled into portions of Arizona and New Mexico this morning from this strong low pressure system that's cutting through northern Mexico now. As that low leaves, we'll still have some scattered showers in the desert Southwest, mostly southern Arizona, New Mexico, through the end of the weekend. Then into next week, the big trough that's cutting into Oregon tomorrow starts to dip farther south and bring some heavier precipitation into California, Nevada, and the northern Four Corners. So Tucson over to El Paso, getting some scattered showers today into tomorrow. Monday morning, we're starting off still with some showers, a couple thunderstorms, maybe even a strong thunderstorm, a severe storm possible from El Paso to Roswell Monday afternoon. At the same time, we're getting that Pacific moisture to start moving into northern California, northern Nevada, Salt Lake area. I-80 on Monday, getting some rain and snow. Tuesday, the heavier precipitation shifts to the Sierra, where we could see some pretty heavy rainfall and pretty heavy snowfall that eventually spreads east into portions of Colorado. So when we look at snowfall totals, upwards of a foot plus for portions of California through the midweek time frame. Definitely much needed. Let's switch gears, get you out to Dallas, Texas, another spot that needs some moisture soon.
And we've got moisture on the way. It's going to be from the same pattern, that cutoff low, that upper level energy heading right towards the Lone Star State as it gets in there into next week. It looks like it could be cut off when it comes to the steering currents in the atmosphere. So it could be a slow moving low pressure system. And that's not good news. That means it's going to keep conditions active. It's going to keep conditions windy. But we do need some of this moisture in these parts of the south central U.S. We see the dew point temperature starting to rise as we get into Tuesday. I mean, along the coast, Corpus Christi, Brownsville, we'll have dew point numbers in the low 60s. That's definitely a noticeable moisture increase out there along the Gulf Coast. And then there's the warm air. This is also going to be out there. Even that low coming through, temperatures, they're not changing. We're going to stay well above normal across the south central U.S. We're going out east. We're going to break down that forecast next.
Half protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better online protection with NordVPN. It will encrypt your online traffic, protect you from malware, phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get NordVPN now.
When you're at the starting line for your next event, 4imprint has the right promotional gear, bottles, bags, hats, and tees delivered on time to energize your customers and your team. Race now to 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
It's an honor being a Visiting Angels caregiver and one of the most rewarding things I've ever done. I love knowing that I'm making a personal impact in someone's life with compassionate care and kindness.
If your passion is caring for others, then being a visiting angel could be the key to unlocking the best place in your heart.
To learn more, scan the code or visit us online at visitingangels.com.
Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care.
Hey, Betty.
Hey, Debbie!
New sunglasses?
I got them with my Misplay rewards.
Misplay rewards?
I play games and earn points that I can use to cash out gift cards to all my favorite stores.
You get gift cards for playing games on your phone?
Not only gift cards, but I also enter sweepstakes where I can win all sorts of prizes.
How much is it to join?
It's free.
Free?
Just download the app and start earning rewards.
Earn rewards for what you love, just by playing your favorite games.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
One of these has chlorine, microplastics, and forever chemicals in it, and one is Aquasana filtered. With our Aquasana water filter, every glass is cleaner and healthier. Wait, which one? Visit aquasana.com today.
And we're back with more Weather Nation. That's the deal. You get 24/7 weather here, so hey, just keep us on. If we're in a commercial break, we'll be back and we'll have some more weather for you as we check out Cleveland, Ohio. Look at that Cleveland, Ohio imagery from Friday. That's an image that you want to stay indoor. If there's anything that gets you to want to be inside, it's that imagery we're seeing there in Cleveland. The snow was coming down, the wind, it was howling. We still have that danger when it comes to wind chills with the strong winds. That's going to last for the rest of this Saturday and even into Sunday. I do think we're going to get warmer next week for a good portion here of the northeastern U.S. So if you're tired of this right here, the cold air, I do have at least some brighter news, some better news in that forecast in the long range. But hey, if you love this cold, you just love your seasons to be on the extreme side, then you're loving these conditions. Only 13 in Albany today, 12 in Burlington with snow chances, 10 in Williamsport. Buffalo's not even in the double digits with that high temperature today, only 7. That's going to be dangerous, though. If you have to be outdoors, you got to make sure you're wearing that, protecting your exposed skin. So wearing your winter clothes in the form of the heavy jackets, the scarf, the gloves, anything that you can do to protect yourself from this dangerous cold. Now, as we get into Sunday morning, we can see where the snow is. It's out in the Atlantic, so we're going to be finally done with those Atlantic snow shower chances. But then look what's on the way as we get into Monday. It's another weather system that's coming across the Great Lakes. And yes, eventually this will start to move into the Northeast. So we see that moisture right there into Michigan. Could even be some freezing rain for cities like Detroit, and then that moisture will start to spread east by Tuesday morning. So Syracuse, Binghamton, maybe Trenton, New Jersey, New York City, we could be tracking some snow showers. So Tuesday morning, it might be a bit messy into some of these spots, and then we get another system that comes through Tuesday night, and that brings some more reinforcing shots of snow potential. So I'm putting the forecast for accumulation all the way into next week. You see the numbers are going to start to ramp up as we get a hold here of the energy that's coming in, and we see those accumulation numbers start to pick up. Now, I also mentioned the wind chill danger. I mean, check out these numbers through our late Saturday night into Sunday morning. We're well below zero, -20 in Binghamton as we start our Sunday. 25 below zero is how it's going to feel in Albany, New York. So again, these are conditions where the winter-related illnesses can come up on you very quickly. Hypothermia, frostbite. You got to make sure that you're taking care of yourself. Listen to your body. And of course, if you're removing snow, you're putting a lot of stress on your body as well. So again, if you're removing any snow from the snow shower activity, make sure you're doing your best to stay safe, taking plenty of breaks, drinking plenty of water. You got to stay hydrated when you're removing that snow as well. Now, these are extreme cold alerts, all that deep dark blue from upstate New York all the way down into the Outer Banks of North Carolina. So this is where that danger, that threat, when it comes to that possibility of hypothermia and frostbite, that's why those alerts are in place. Temperature-wise, as we look at some of the highs in the coming days, I did mention a warming trend. You can see Boston starting to get up closer to normal by Tuesday. Same for New York City. Not getting up to that average high, but still getting closer than where we have been. Here's a look at the rest of the region. We get down into the Ohio River Valley, the Mid-Atlantic, 27 in Richmond today. Washington, D.C. drops down to 10 tonight. But look at Pittsburgh. We're down to 0, and it's going to feel even colder when you factor in those winds in the Steel City. But there's some warmer weather. Pittsburgh, how about Tuesday? 45. How about Lexington, Kentucky, going from 31 for the high Sunday to 60 by Tuesday. So that's that warmer air. And this is the warm air that's out west. It's going to continue to expand here across the region. So accumulation should be a bit more on the minimal side here into this part of the country. And there's the warmer air that I mentioned, 42 in Cleveland by Tuesday. Let's track what's happening across the southeast as we get out into Boone, North Carolina. Brittany?
Yeah, let's talk about it because we did see that snowfall on Friday, and we had some higher elevation snow across Tennessee and also North Carolina early this morning. A few showers still left for the weekend, and we might see a stray area of snowfall, especially for Charlotte coming up. So we're going to talk about that. But we have extreme cold alerts. Let's take a look at the wind chill right now as you're stepping outside the door, feeling like the 20s all the way down to roughly about South Carolina areas in Mississippi, feeling cold, even down towards Valdosta, Georgia. Now, we do have some alerts in place for areas in North Carolina, extreme cold alerts as you get to the Outer Banks, and we have a coastline, but we will see some wind chills, -15 to feeling like 5 degrees as you're going to sleep tonight, waking up into Sunday morning. We will have those wind gusts anywhere between 40, 60 miles per hour as we get you to through the rest of your Saturday. So let's go ahead and get you through the rest of your Saturday. We're saying relatively dry, but on Sunday, that's when we'll start to see the cloud cover come back in. Maybe a few areas that will see snowfall, like Charlotte, a little bit further up towards the north. Then we have more moisture coming in, Tupelo, Birmingham, with the showers throughout the evening hours, headed into Monday morning. We'll dry out as we get into Monday afternoon, but the cloud cover will start to increase. That lets you know that the moisture is increasing. And ahead of this next front, we're going to see some very, very rainy conditions. But as we get you to Wednesday morning, less than 1/10 of an inch of rain across this area. Columbia, 49 degrees for today, but warming up, especially with that Gulf moisture surging on in to 70 degrees by the time we reach Tuesday. Albany, 71 on Tuesday, 62 on your Sunday. But the low temperatures are going to be very chilly waking up Sunday morning. Remember that Raleigh, North Carolina, 19 degrees and 24 degrees in Nashville. Just a heads up as you're waking up on Sunday. Now, Raleigh, as we get you through the rest of the week, you will be warming up into the upper 60s, but that comes with rainfall and then another temperature drop. Florida finally back to normal, temperatures in the upper 50s. Now, this is the low since midnight, and then also in the 40s, mid 40s to upper 40s along that coastline. We're going to get you back to the 70s by the time we reach this afternoon. Tampa sitting at 70 degrees, Miami 74, Cape Coral 72, a little bit further up to north, and Jacksonville 62 degrees. Now, as we get you further into the week, more warming ahead, 75 degrees for Tampa, Jacksonville 74. The low temperatures are going to be warming up to the 50s once again, upper 40s across this area. We'll even flirt with the 80s come next Wednesday for Jacksonville, Florida. So make sure you're sticking around with us. And hey, Weather Nation fam, if you're looking for another way to watch us, we are now on Prime Video, and make sure that you tune in. We're around 24/7.
When you look at your grocery bill, is it so high it knocks you off your feet? It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. Unlike ordinary storage bags that trap air in, spoiling your food, InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Look, flat sealers create a big mess, but InstaSeal is upright, mess-free, and easy. The secret is Smart Seal technology. With just one touch, it auto-feeds the bag to seal, pauses to vacuum out the air, then continues to perfectly seal. Plus, InstaSeal has a motor powerful enough to crush cans, but smart enough to save crackers from turning to dust. Forget big, bulky sealers you have to put away. InstaSeal's compact design stays to help you seal and save every day. Got a great deal on chicken, meat, or fish? InstaSeal protects it from freezer burn. Now buy groceries in bulk. Make meals ahead of time. InstaSeal and save. It even works with all universal storage system bags. Buy on sale meats. InstaSeal and save. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. Call or go online now and get the complete InstaSeal system that keeps food fresh 6 times longer, with enough storage bags to fill your entire fridge for the special TV discount price of just $99.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-1932 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-308-1932 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
Hi, I'm Daniel, the founder of Pretty Litter. By working with scientists and veterinarians, I was able to develop a long-lasting litter with advanced odor control, low dust, and most importantly, color-changing technology. So give it a try. Visit prettylitter.com today.
Happy Saturday. Thank you for joining us on Weather Nation. This is how we were starting Saturday as we look at those conditions earlier from each side of the country. We got the Northwest, Seattle, Washington from earlier, some of the moisture and the rain that was coming in. But there you can see up into Connecticut, we were tracking all that heavy snow, and it was really coming down out there earlier this morning. We're going to keep some of that heavy snow, especially closer to the Atlantic coast of areas of Massachusetts down towards Long Island, New York. You can see that low pressure system and then that wave that's right behind it coming through. We do have warm temperatures building back in again into the Intermountain West and areas of the southern United States. Temperatures been rising very quickly with that sunshine today for cities like Dallas and Houston. Here's the accumulation forecast. Notice how we've only got a few spots that we're tracking some accumulation, whether it's rain or snow, in the next 24 to 36 hours. That's the snow chance right there across the Northeast. So that's going to be lingering for the rest of this Saturday. And then we see the onshore flow of moisture into the Pacific Northwest, where we could see some high rainfall totals building there with that cold front that's pushing onshore. Also notice down south here into the Rio Grande Valley, as well as up into West Texas, we're getting some moisture that's shooting up from the south out of the state of Mexico. So we're getting some of that moisture that's going to be out there for the potential for some showers into, say, El Paso and out towards places like Midland, Texas. Forecast conditions for Sunday: 78 in Houston, 84 in Phoenix, and 66 with sunshine in Denver. But we see in the Northeast, those conditions, they're staying downright cold, just 20 degrees for that high temperature on Sunday in New York City. Let's keep it in the Northeast, though, and talk about that snowy pattern. Charleston, Rhode Island, the snow was coming down there earlier as well, Rob.
Yeah, impressive snowfall totals, and we were watching this trend yesterday as models started showing onshore flow, the influence of the ocean water getting pulled into this system, and that materialized overnight. So now we're looking at a foot of snowfall in portions of Massachusetts. Hamilton, the highest report there, 13 inches, but parts of Rhode Island already approaching 9 inches, and we still have more snow on the way. Winter weather advisories remain in effect through the evening hours, along with the winter storm warning for the Gloucester area. Still going to be tracking the snowfall as it comes in from the ocean and races across these areas of southeastern New England. So we're still expecting some pretty hefty totals, especially from the Worcester Hills down through western Rhode Island, eastern Connecticut out there along the border, and even for the Cape and the islands, we could see some pockets of another 3 to 5 inches of snow. Still going to be tracking it through the early to mid-afternoon hours as we look at around 2, 3 o'clock. We're going to watch those storms drop to the south, and then through the 5 and 6 o'clock hour, we really watch things break up so the snow showers become much more isolated. So we only get a little bit of snow. Then the flow shifts. Instead of coming in from the east, it comes in from the west. That's where we see the temperatures drop down to the single digits. So you're staying a little bit more mild this morning in Boston into the early afternoon because of that ocean influence, the easterly flow. But as things shift, they get really cold and very gusty as well. We've had some winds upwards of 50 to 60 miles an hour reported across the mid-Atlantic. High wind warnings remain in effect from the Delaware and Chesapeake Bays down the spine of the Appalachians, with wind advisories all the way out to the coast of North Carolina and along the coast of Connecticut. So if you've seen the snow or the snow's still coming down in those areas, you can certainly see blowing snow reduce visibility. Strongest winds expected to continue through the early morning hours tomorrow before they begin to improve somewhat into Sunday afternoon and evening, though it still looks fairly breezy and very cold for the big game Sunday. Let's head out to Woodbridge Township in New Jersey. Speaking of the cold there, you can see the flags just getting just blown to smithereens, basically.
Yeah, they're holding on for dear life. That is definitely what those flags are doing because the winds have been so strong. I mean, we've had wind reports 58 to 68 miles per hour here across areas of New Jersey and down through the mid-Atlantic into Virginia, West Virginia, North Carolina. And the cold factored in with those winds is the danger. Frostbite, hypothermia can happen very quickly with conditions like this. So in order to make sure residents are ready for this, prepared for this before they walk out the door, they put out these alerts. When I say they, the local National Weather Service offices, so we see those bright blue colors right there. Those are extreme cold warnings. Good portion of the state of New York and Pennsylvania, all of New Jersey, all of Delaware, and it looks like all of Connecticut included when it comes to these extreme cold warnings. So this is something that's going to be lasting all day and into the morning on Sunday. What's lasting? The strong and dangerous wind chills. Those winds are going to make it feel so much colder overall. We've just got that cold plume of air coming down south out of Canada, the Arctic air that we see right there. Then we've got just the windy conditions lasting all the way through the evening hours. So when you factor in winds that are going to be blustery, we're talking about consistent winds, 15 to 25 miles per hour, gusts up to 40, maybe 50 miles per hour. That's just extremely dangerous when it comes to the wind chill and how it's going to feel on the human body. So do your best to protect yourself. Don't forget about your pets, taking them out in the morning for that morning walk, that afternoon walk. The wind chill, it impacts your pets as well. So we don't want you to forget about your furry friends, and we see those wind chill values just not improving as we get into Sunday morning. Let's keep it here in the Northeast and continue to talk about the next system that's on the way, Rob. Just what the Northeast wants to hear,
Yeah, right?
Hey, there's another system on the way.
Just what the doctor ordered. You've had a lot of snow. Guess what? You get a little bit more. Yeah, as we get into the Tuesday time period, we're going to be watching another area of low pressure for areas like Boston and Buffalo to get even more snowfall, even though we've had a pretty snowy winter so far. As you go farther north in New England, that's where the snow has been a little bit closer to average or even just below average. But southern New England, Boston, Hartford, Providence, out to New York City even, all above average on the season and by a decent margin so far. So the Northeast has had the winter that you've probably thought it's had, with above average snowfall, very cold temperatures, below average, though the temperatures haven't actually been down to a cold as 20 winter or so. We've had certainly bursts of cold, but hasn't been as cold as years past. Pair of low pressure systems is going to work its way into that cold air, bringing in moisture into the freezing line, which is staying right through and south of southern New England through Long Island. So these areas north of the freezing line will still have a chance to get some snowfall if the precipitation comes into this area. And where the low comes in exactly is still a question mark. But we are going to be watching as the warm front approaches and goes through the Great Lakes at a Tuesday morning. If this first low does track in this direction, we will see some snowfall from Buffalo to Syracuse on I-90 Tuesday morning. The next low keeps the snow going, pushing out to areas like Connecticut, Boston, up through portions of northern New England as we go through the day Tuesday, clearing out a little bit more quickly Tuesday evening with some lake effect behind the system. But we could add on another 3 to 6 inches for some areas as we get to that midweek time frame. Central Regional Forecast is coming up. That looks fun. Want to play some hockey?
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
You've put up with your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe, and it's time to replace it. But why struggle with a lengthy shower remodel when Jacuzzi can do it in just one day? And there's no need to break a sweat or your budget.
For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
So you can finally convert your old bath to a safer, easy entry shower, complete with a custom seat, grab bars, and slip-resistant floor installed in 1 day.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
I've had a great experience from start to finish.
Don't take matters into your own hands. Do it the smart way. Give Jacuzzi Bath Remodel a call.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For the first time ever, we're offering free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-369-7036.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
NetCredit is here to say yes, even when other lenders won't. Apply online in minutes and get funds deposited the next business day or sooner. NetCredit. Credit to the people.
Well, we've got your central regional forecast coming your way. We're going to start in the north central U.S., Chicago, Illinois. To be specific, to be precise, we got those conditions from earlier. Love the blue sky out there. Also, this camera, you can just see how big the city of Chicago is. Look at that skyline right there. We want to talk about this pattern across the north central U.S., which does include some more lake effect snow chances into parts of the Great Lakes. Not going to be an ideal setup for widespread lake effect snow. We're actually going to have some warmer temperatures that mix in, but there could even be some fire weather conditions out into the western high plains as we are dealing with very warm temperatures, but also very dry and windy conditions, which sets up a fire weather threat. I mean, look at Dodge City, Kansas. For our Saturday, we're going to hit 70. We've thrown the average. I like to throw the averages on the map so you can see where we should be, where we typically are for this part of February. 48 degrees in Dodge City, and we're going to be 22 degrees warmer than that high. But there's the cold air. This is the one problem here with this region, is that we've got a trough that continues to filter in that cold air across the Great Lakes. But then as you go out west into the high plains, we're getting in on the ridging and that high pressure in the western U.S., and that's why the temperatures are just so much warmer. Davenport 32 today, 21 in Grand Rapids, Michigan, Chicago, we showed that camera a moment ago, 24, that high temperature. And then we track the moisture. As mentioned, some of those spotty lake effect snow bands. You can see some of that lake effect coming right through the southern part of Lake Michigan towards Chicago, maybe Gary, Indiana. And then we got this next system that's coming in. It's going to be interesting because it could set up the temperature profile into central and southern Michigan, set up for freezing rain. Watch the pink. Right here we go. I'm going to pause it. This is at 5 p.m. Monday. Let me step off the map here. I don't want to cover anything up. And you can see from Traverse City to Saginaw to Grand Rapids, there's a lot of that pink that's showing up. So that's where it's telling me in the profile of the atmosphere, we get a little warm air thanks to that warm front that came through just above the surface. So it might be coming down as rain, and then right when it hits those elevated surfaces, the bridges, overpasses, that sort of thing, that's where we're going to be looking at maybe some ice accretion. It's minimal as of right now, but also with ice accretion, power outages could be a possibility. So not a major ice storm at the moment, but definitely some ice accretion possible for the state of Michigan. We're going to get down to 4 in Marquette, Michigan tonight, 13 for the residents there in Green Bay, 20 for Chicago. Fort Wayne will get down to about 11. But look at this warmer air. Madison, Tuesday, 43 degrees. 52 in Chicago. Now, there's some good news and some bad news with the warmer air. The 52, it's going to melt all that snow, not all of it, but a good chunk of that snow that's still left on the ground. And as that water sits there, temperatures will drop below freezing overnight, so we could get a flash freeze. So there could be ice in the morning after that big warm up. I know it sounds wild, but that is definitely a possibility. There's South Bend, where we see the temperatures in the 40s by Tuesday, and then another shot of some of that colder air late next week. The plains, I mentioned this in the headlines, just so warm. Look at that warmth out west, 66 Scottsbluff, 66 in Rapid City. I did mention fire weather, especially for western Nebraska, and that really far southwestern corner there from Scottsbluff down into Sterling, Colorado. That's where we have critical fire weather conditions for today. We'll drop down to 10 overnight in International Falls, 12 for Duluth, 21 down towards Des Moines, Iowa, and then temperatures could be into the 60s for Des Moines. As we look at that average high, 33, we might be 30 degrees warmer than that high temperature. So just look at all that warmth that's going to be building down into the south. But with this warmer air, it could lead to ice jams. So the warmer air melting some of the ice that's formed on these waterways, and then those chunks of ice flowing downriver, they could get stuck, create a dam, and create some flooding potential. Let's keep it here in the central U.S. as we get into the south central now. South Padre Island, Texas. There's a look from Friday, Brittany.
Yes, it was relatively warm, absolutely beautiful conditions. You can see the water in the background, beautiful blue skies. Now that's going to change as we head into Sunday and especially into next week when we start to see more moisture enter the area, but it's still warm and mostly dry for today. Let's take a look at some of those record-breaking highs in Texas. 85 degrees in Waco, 84 in Tyler, and we both broke some records that way. But Tyler breaking that old record set back in 1911. We have this area of high pressure that's pretty dominant across the region, really bringing the drier air to the southeast. But this area of low pressure, that's our next big weather maker for this region, and it's going to bring us that much needed rainfall as we head into next week. As for right now, we're looking at warmer temperatures, especially tomorrow when Dallas, we get up to 77 degrees, and also 77 in Oklahoma City on Monday, Dallas 77 on Tuesday. But for Dallas for today, Monday, 70 degrees. Enjoy it. Absolutely lovely day. Still well above average. Usually for this time of year, you're sitting at 59 degrees. 52 is where you usually sit in Oklahoma City, but it is 69 degrees. And then remember, it's going to be 77 on Monday, so relatively warm. We're going to have that Gulf moisture start to surge up, and you're really going to see it as high pressure starts to wane and we get more moisture into the region. Now, this is with that first low pressure system bringing that rainfall up towards Oklahoma City, Tulsa. You're going to watch it move through areas like Little Rock as we get into your Sunday. Now, really into Monday, the end of Monday, headed into Tuesday, that's when we start to see another surge of moisture, heavier rainfall across this region, and that's where Oklahoma City down towards Wichita Falls. Now we are looking at some areas, maybe a 1/10 of an inch, but as we get into Wednesday, those rainfall totals will be even heavier. Oklahoma City, as we get you to Wednesday and that cold front passes through, 66 degrees, 74 on your Thursday, warming up a little bit more, but Friday, another big shot of rain going to come through. Highs versus the average. Houston, we're getting up to 80 degrees for your Saturday, 81 in San Antonio, and we're going to keep those warmer temperatures around 80 degrees once again for Houston on Monday, 78 as we get into your Sunday. So this first burst of energy going to bring us some of that rainfall, but the second burst of energy, this low pressure system, really going to bring the rain, especially for areas like San Angelo out towards Tupelo. But let's talk about it. It is time. We're going to take it live in just a couple of minutes. Our Chaser Summit that we are covering, all of your favorites are going to be there. We have, looks like Dave Colossus out there. We have Josh Morgerman, so make sure that you're tuning in.
When you look at your grocery bill, is it so high it knocks you off your feet? It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. Unlike ordinary storage bags that trap air in, spoiling your food, InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Look, flat sealers create a big mess, but InstaSeal is upright, mess-free, and easy. The secret is Smart Seal technology. With just one touch, it auto-feeds the bag to seal, pauses to vacuum out the air, then continues to perfectly seal. Plus, InstaSeal has a motor powerful enough to crush cans, but smart enough to save crackers from turning to dust. Forget big, bulky sealers you have to put away. InstaSeal's compact design stays to help you seal and save every day. Got a great deal on chicken, meat, or fish? InstaSeal protects it from freezer burn. Now buy groceries in bulk. Make meals ahead of time. InstaSeal and save. It even works with all universal storage system bags. Buy on sale meats. InstaSeal and save. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. Call or go online now and get the complete InstaSeal system that keeps food fresh 6 times longer, with enough storage bags to fill your entire fridge for the special TV discount price of just $99.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-1932 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-308-1932 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
I need products that work just as hard as I do. That's why I choose Pretty Litter, the health monitoring cat litter with advanced odor control. Each lightweight bag lasts up to a month. I suggest you make the switch and see why Pretty Litter is on my list of favorite things.
I'm meteorologist Carissa Kloss, and we are here at the 2026 National Storm Chaser Summit, and I found my favorite chaser dude, don't tell anybody else, Josh Morgerman. And Josh, you're excited to present here because this is a big deal for the meteorological and chaser community.
Yeah, this is the creme de la creme of or storm chaser conferences, and I'm talking about one of the most crazy topics, Hurricane Melissa, for two reasons. One, meteorologically, it was insane, smashed a bunch of records, but two, it was one of the toughest chases I've ever gone on. And sort of I view chasing as sort of like a sport, a professional sport, and there's like a good way to do it. There are good techniques to apply. I want to share those with the community. This is how I got through it, and you can apply those techniques too.
Because when you apply those techniques, then we can get the information and the forecast to people at home faster and increase warning and lead time and information. Is that part of why you speak at public events like this?
Absolutely. The storm chasing community plays a very important role in weather warnings and stuff. One, just spotting threats as they're happening in real time. There's no one better than the storm chasers on the ground. And two, collecting data that agencies like the National Hurricane Center then use to understand what happened. So it all goes into that sort of scientific mix, which funnels into better forecasts.
And better ways that we can serve you at home. And this is a sold out event. So if you want to join along, you can watch some of these presentations, including Josh's live on Rumble and our YouTube page. Just follow us at WeatherNation.
Yeah, and there you heard Carissa. If you go to our YouTube page, our Rumble page, you can follow along with everything that's happening today, see all the speakers, see the events. Hopefully you can check that out. But Rob, there's also a big game that's happening this weekend, and it happens tomorrow.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's other big events, not as big as Chaser, the Chaser Summit, but yeah, I know a lot of people care about this too. We'll talk about the big game on Sunday, 3:30 Pacific time, 6:30 Eastern. Weather looks to cooperate for the most part. There is a slim chance for a couple of sprinkles.
Yeah, it might get a couple raindrops, but overall, not too bad of a forecast, especially for all the tailgaters out there enjoying all the festivities. Temperatures should be in the mid-60s.
Yeah, cooling down throughout the game. We'll see the cloud cover gradually move on shore as well, and this could come with a little bit of drizzle, but aside from maybe that drizzle collecting on the ball, wouldn't really expect game impacts.
No, the weather is really not going to be a big factor for this game. It's interesting, the weather in these two cities, though, it is interesting as we take a look at some city comparisons here. We're talking about weather records here in this city showdown, Rob.
Yeah, and Seattle, a lot of folks would probably think Seattle hasn't had as warm of a temperature as Boston, but 4 years ago, you were here for this, Patrick. The Pacific Northwest had that ridiculous heat wave. Portland got up to 116. Seattle got up to 108. So they would have been tied with Boston otherwise. Their previous record high 102, but obviously Boston has the coldest record. Single day rain, they get tropical systems out there, and snowfall actually barely edging out Seattle.
Yeah, you would think that Seattle would be way lower when it comes to a single day snowfall, but you were telling me, Rob, that 21.5 inches, that was a blizzard that impacted the Seattle area.
Yeah, early 20th century, impressive stuff, about 3 feet of snow on the ground after that 3-day blizzard. What about some other things from these cities? I always like to root for cities to get championships that don't have a lot of them. The Seahawks have the one from 2014, I believe, but they only have 2 championships in their entire city's history, which, their sports history is much more limited than Boston's.
And if people are wondering what are the Supersonics, that's the Oklahoma City Thunder. So that's where they went from Seattle. They used to be called the Supersonics. I remember they were really good with Gary Payton and Sean Kemp, but look at all of those championships. I think Boston has definitely have some lead compared to Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, they got to be one of the most winning cities when it comes to sports.
You forget about the Celtics
histories.
And how many championships the Celtics have
so many
won.
Championships going back and forth with the Lakers back in the day. All right, what about the food, Patrick? I mean, Seattle known for its salmon, of course, Dungeness crab. I didn't know about Seattle teriyaki. Apparently that's a thing. And Seattle dogs have cream cheese on them.
Oh, no kidding. Okay. Oh, I like cream cheese, so that sounds pretty good. I'll tell you what I really love, Rob. I love lobster rolls. There's a place in Denver that I go to for some lobster rolls. So good. Let's see what else. Fenway Franks. Haven't been to Fenway Park, so I haven't had those. A Boston cream pie. Love those donuts. And then, of course, Dunkin' Donuts. I love the Dunkin' holes, the small bites that I can kind of take around. Yeah, the munchkins. There you go.
Oh, so how about the music, though? I got to pick Seattle for this one because I like these bands like Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Jimi Hendrix.
I didn't know Modest Mouse was from Seattle.
Yeah, about that. But, of course, Boston's from Boston. Aerosmith as well, the Cars, the Pixies. Two very music-rich cities.
Yeah, I mean, really, I could just do both of these. I mean, I'll listen to all this music that we see right here on on the screen. But yeah, I would say as far as some of the grunge in Seattle, that really brought a lot of those big bands from the grunge era. And then what is this? Movies and TV shows.
Yeah, that are based in these areas.
Okay, so let's see here. We got Sabrina. Okay, I remember that movie. Cheers, of course. Yeah, I grew up on that show. Watched that with my dad.
I couldn't fit the Teenage Witch on here.
Okay,
so yeah.
Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Ally McBeal, I remember that show. Rob, you're taking me down memory lane
right,
here.
Yeah.
Okay, Say Anything. I remember that movie. That's a John Hughes movie. 50 Shades of Grey. That movie as well. I didn't know that took place in Seattle.
A lot of moody
The
scenes.
Ring. I remember The Ring. That was a big movie.
The
That was in
Rainfall
Seattle,
as well. Yeah, so that's
this is all
fun.
fascinating.
And Frasier was technically a Cheers spinoff. They went from Boston over to Seattle.
That is true.
From Cheers to Frasier.
There's a relation,
there's a connection.
I like it.
All right. Well, let's talk about the West and the weather forecast a little bit. We'll stop reminiscing about these old shows and stuff. But we are going to see a pattern change for the West, and it's good that this pattern change is holding on a couple of days because we have the big game festivities this weekend. Folks are out there enjoying the weather across the Four Corners and across the West. South Lake Tahoe looking beautiful out there with the fog. But we have a cutoff low, and we have a big change on the way. After this low moves out, we're going to see a cold front work its way into the southwest. So this low is going to bring us some showers to the desert southwest this weekend. But then we get our big troughs to start digging into the west next week, and that will bring the Bay Area some showers, along with other areas in California, some good snowfall to the Sierra. And as we look at that extended period, that 6 to 10 day period, favorability is quite high for above average rainfall and precipitation in this region, what the West desperately needs. It's going to take a lot to make up the huge deficit that unfortunately these areas have carved out with a lack of precipitation in December and January really. But we are going to start to see some more precipitation on the way. So hopefully we can start chiseling away at that deficit. We get rain and snowfall on I-80 by Monday afternoon, Monday evening. Heavy snow in the Sierra going into Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, with some of that moisture spreading east into Colorado by the end of the week. So rainfall totals could be pretty impressive. Snowfall totals could top a foot before the midweek time frame. We'll be back with more local details for your Western regional forecast from northwest to southwest.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get $200 off select plans with code AHS200. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS.
I've been playing Misplay for probably about 5 or 6 years. Misplay is a mobile app where you can gain points from downloading different games and cash them in for gift cards. You can have money sent to your PayPal if you want to. Winning this sweepstakes has meant the world to me. I live in very rural America and people here don't win sweepstakes. Ed McMahon's not coming knocking on your door, but Misplay just came and knocked on mine.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it. The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve. It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
NetCredit is here to say yes, even when other lenders won't. Apply online in minutes and get funds deposited the next business day or sooner. NetCredit. Credit to the people.
We're here at the 2026 National Storm Chaser Summit, and I'm joined by Holly LaMontagne, the executive director. And what I love about this summit is not just the science and the meteorology, but also the heart, because you guys are doing so much as a nonprofit to be able to go out into those communities and help people that are impacted by these storms.
Absolutely. So much of what we do at the summit previously has been about education and first on scene training, but as we are getting into these communities, we're realizing it's important to be able to give back to those communities in ways that can benefit them for years to come. So we are launching a new initiative to donate and have installed public storm shelters in underserved, tornado-prone parts of the country that need them the most.
They need them as they see these tornadoes year in and year out. So that's one arm of it. But also what I've seen is education, like you said, and the next generation of meteorologists and people who are interested in the weather, and scholarships and how you're helping them propel their careers.
Yes, so we have had such an influx of young kids into the summit in the last couple of years. The 8 to 16 age range has really been increasing. And as somebody who would have wanted to be at something like this when she was that age, it's so incredible to see these kids coming up and being brave enough to pursue their dreams and meet the people who have been inspiring them.
And potentially get some help via scholarships. So whether it's the storm shelter program or those scholarships, and somebody's at home and they want to become a part of this, what should they do?
So if they want to get involved, whether in a funding perspective or to get more information about the summit itself, you can visit chasersummit.org.
chasersummit.org, and you can hang out with us on WeatherNation. Find us on Rumble and YouTube. We'll be broadcasting a lot of these panels live and all of these talks. It's a sold out event. It's a big deal. So you should, at WeatherNation, YouTube, and Rumble, join us there.
Big trough here, very dynamic system coming out. So it looks like it's going to be a big day, as many of you know. Let's look at the satellite photographs. We started here in Woodward. I think this is at roughly 3 in the afternoon, 3:30. And we went up to the warm front, which is right here where these clouds are. And we got into the clouds here and got out of the car and noticed how cool it was.
And we're coming to you from the Storm Chaser Summit in Westminster, Colorado. It's a culmination of the brightest minds of meteorology, storm chasers, and just general weather enthusiasts. There's a lot of young people here too. The vibes are really cool. I want to show you what's going on. Check this out.
Coming on in, there's that.
To a level. Hey, we've already got it started. Thank you, Mr. John Sibley. And now we just need to, now we've kicked it off. We want all of you to participate so we can get the full $20,000 going towards the shelter fund. So I'm going to introduce Edgar back up on the stage while we get the QR code ready to go. Thank you, sweetheart. $30, you guys. See how easy this is?
Hey, so look at what's happening here. So you got to think about it. If there's 500 attendees here, and we got to raise $10,000. That's not.
I think it's doable. I think it's absolutely doable.
I am all this. We're gonna make it happen.
Take cash.
Look it.
Fine with that.
I love this so much.
Guys, this is amazing.
All of you are incredible
I need
because you're saving lives. You don't realize what you're doing. You're saving so many lives with this. This is incredible.
I know.
We do need a money tree.
I'll just sit here while Josh talks. How's that?
Thank you, guys. Yes. You guys are so, like, the generosity here. You guys, somebody film this, please. I gotta, hold on.
Wait, I need a container. What is going on?
National Storm Chaser Summit. Look at what you're doing. You are changing lives. Give yourself a round of applause. Woo! We haven't even started yet. Everyone donating. But I just have to say, look at this. Look at that pile of money right there. Look at that.
Guys,
like, that's
show up and show out in a massive way. And
This is incredible, and we're just getting started.
You guys have blown my mind that, like, I feel like I'm going to cry.
What is even happening right
now?
now?
I know. This is incredible. I got it. My purse is back there. I'm going to throw more money in that. Seriously, everyone, thank you so much for doing this, because this is our mission, right? Like,
I'll be here.
We're here for a purpose, and we want to save lives and help those communities that, you know, struggle and may not be able to afford something to protect themselves. So this is something that is so meaningful and powerful. Like, I don't know. I'm absolutely blown away by every single one of you. Yeah. Oh, QR code. Yes, we'll get that.
We're going to have the QR code by the end of Josh's presentation, hopefully sooner. But we got to get, I literally just got back from this meeting.
Anna, Connor's coming. Connor's coming up. Connor's coming up. Woo! Look at all this. This is, you guys, I just have to say, our community is amazing and wonderful, and I am so lucky to be a part of it, and every single one of us are. Let's continue this generosity, not just for the shelters, but with the kindness for ourselves, and support each other. I've had some amazing conversations throughout the past couple of days with people, and the positivity at this event is just unmatched. You never go to an event like this and have so much positivity and support. And if you need help, you need support, reach out to us. We are all here to help you out and lift up everyone together. If you're starting a new merch store, if you have an idea to do a YouTube channel, let's all rally behind everyone and help support each other.
Yeah, thank you guys for giving so far. Just want to let you know that Brandon Kopic just came up. He didn't have the cash in hand, but he just said he's going to donate $1,000 right now. Thank you, Brandon. One of the best guys in storm chasing over there.
Yeah, this is incredible. And I just have to say thank you all so much for just being here, being present, asking amazing questions, because our speakers have come from all over the country, all over the world. I know you have too, and you're spending your hard-earned money to be here. So we want to help you and give back. So whatever any of us can do, I can do, jump on a Zoom call to help you out through your career, or just do anything. Edgar, we're all here to help and support you. So seriously, thank you so much for everything. And Edgar, we have an amazing speaker that's about to take the stage and blow your mind. And he is one of, like, Edgar and I are we're kind of taking turns introducing people, and we're both we want to introduce.
Not for him, right?
I know.
We both want to introduce.
I know, because he's that big of a deal.
Super huge deal.
Yeah, and he travels around the world. He's the most prolific hurricane chaser, typhoon chaser, all the things. And he's also an incredible human being.
Amen. He's the person who made hurricane chasing cool.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I mean, literally, he's the one.
Yeah, he is the one. And I've interviewed him. I've talked to him over the years, and he's a great friend. And he's just one of those people. He's brilliant. But if you have a question to ask him, he's approachable, you know? I mean, he's just an all-around amazing, incredible human being.
Also, guys, he has a hurricane house.
I know.
A hurricane house. How cool is that?
I know. I've been to his house, and I'm just can I have a gen room? Can I just come and visit you?
You need your own little area over there.
I know. Oh my God. And it's amazing what he's doing, the data that actually he's collected, because he doesn't only just chase, he collects data because he wants to further the research and the science.
Yeah, and where does he chase? Everywhere. Everywhere.
Soon he's going to be chasing on Mars, you know? Yeah. I mean, we're going to go over the entire solar system in the future. That is happening. You're going to be the first storm chaser to chase on some kind of planet. I don't know what, but it's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to happen. But you don't want to hear about us anymore. Let's bring Josh Morgan on the stage. Woo!
Hey everybody, great to be here. God, but that build-up, that was the best introduction I've ever gotten. I'm humbled by it. I'm not going to live up to that. So here we go. Feeling small now. I want to start by just giving thanks, gratitude to Eric and Holly and the board of directors and the folks back there doing the sort of visuals and the sound for making such a great conference. Let's give them a hand. Yeah, seriously, I'm really excited to be here. I noticed the last couple of months, every time I thought about the National Storm Chaser Summit, I got this warm, fuzzy feeling in my stomach. And I'm what is it? I mean, besides just wanting to see Jen Watson, what was making me so excited and happy about it? And I was thinking about it, and I couldn't figure it out. And then when I got here, I realized that when I step out among you all, I feel larger than life. Because while you guys are out chasing those cute little twisty things, I'm circling the globe hunting the real cyclones, the big game. And here I can come brandish that, as I am today, talking about Melissa, the biggest of big cyclones at ground zero, and the sport of hardcore hurricane chasing. Now note the word choice, okay? Because there's hurricane chasing, whamp, whamp. And then there's hardcore hurricane chasing, okay? And today we're talking about hardcore. And I thought I'd start with some definitions. And I went right to the Oxford Dictionary. Of course, the term is there. And they had some very helpful definitions. So let's look at them. Definition number 1, it's hunting violent tropical storms outside the cozy American cocoon where we all like to chase, okay? There's also a slang usage of it, which means pushing yourself to the limit. And then there's a very interesting clinical definition. Form of acute masochism characterized by obsessive self-destructive behaviors and foolish risk-taking, untreatable via traditional psychiatric therapies. And very sadly, that is the definition which is most applicable in my case, which is very unfortunate. Okay, so what are the characteristics of hardcore hurricane chasing, you ask? Well, let's go through them. First off is dangerous expeditions that last a week or more. But that's actually a lot of you guys, I see you go out on your tornado tours and you're going multiple days because there's a setup that's going across the country. So y'all are used to that. Okay, number 2, immersion in foreign, sometimes forbidden cultures, communist dictatorships, drug cartel territory, developing nations that don't have any infrastructure, all those things where everything from the language to the driving is very different. Okay, it means working without the usual toolkit like radar. A lot of times I'm chasing without radar because it's not where I am. And even things like, you know what, good roads are part of your toolkit. You didn't know because you take them for granted here, but that's a thing. All right, it means no friend-filled traffic jamborees. You're all alone. So I watch you guys on Twitter and I'm always like, wow, there'll be like a picture of a cool funnel with like a traffic jam of smiling chasers around it. It reminds me of like a discarded lollipop with ants all over it. And I'm going to be honest, I don't get it, but you do you, okay? Now, on hardcore hurricane chases, you're alone. There's no other chasers, and also there's usually no other human beings. It is a very lonely sport. And related to that, it also means hunting solo, because usually you can't find another freak who wants to come with you on this kind of a journey. So that's one of the biggest tests, is just learning how to solve problems in foreign cultures alone, where everyone's speaking Chinese, for example. Okay, it means hurricanes that smash the top of the intensity scale. So we're going beyond like trading model category 5s into the high-end category 5s. And then this last one, well, this is going to go over like a lead balloon in this room, but it means, oh, sorry, there's one other one down here. It means being trapped for days without power, food, or running water. Like living in your car or living in a bombed-out building for days, as I did in Melissa. That's part of it, too, learning how to kind of survive in that. And then the last one that is going to go over like a lead balloon, and I don't want to alienate everyone here or turn you off from this beautiful activity, but it means no Applebee's steak dinners with all your friends an hour after the storm. Sorry. I know that's a deal killer for the folks in this room, but anyway, I just had to give it to you straight. All right. So let's talk about it. Now, I've been obviously hardcore hurricane chasing for over for many decades, actually. But this October, I finally met my match, which was the wicked Melissa in Jamaica. And this is what it looked like as it came ashore. The most hardcore of hardcore chases. It was my toughest chase physically and emotionally, okay? It was also my longest chase. I was on that island for like a couple of weeks. By the time I got back to Hurricane House and hobbled up the porch steps, I felt older. Well, I was older. I was 2 weeks older, but I mean, I felt like wizened. I felt like this Jedi warrior. I felt like Yoda, like I'd gained all this wisdom while I was away. And I picked this like sort of picture of the Odyssey because I had like sort of an Odyssean feel. And it actually taught me, it helped me crystallize for me, what are the things that go into hardcore chasing? What are the principles that I live by? What are the 10 mantras that I say to myself to, you know, when the chips are down and the chasing is hard? What do I do to get through these experiences and be successful? And that's what I want to talk about today while mixing in the meteorology. Now, spoiler alert, most of these come down to mental control. How you control your mind when you're in stressful situations. A lot of things are changing. And actually, everyone, all jokes aside, all the chasers in this room understand that, especially tornado chasers, because everything's happening, especially with tornado chasing. I appreciate how fast everything is evolving, how quickly it's going, and like keeping mental control when like the S is hitting the fan and everything's going crazy and you've got to make very quick quality decisions. Yeah, like I had that too. It's on a different scale, happens in different places, but it's very similar. So hopefully some of what I say might be helpful in terms of how I learned how to kind of control my mind and keep it together when everything gets ugly. I think a lot of people in the room know me, but just in case you don't, quick primer. I chase hurricanes. I only chase hurricanes. As I always say, I don't sleep around. I'm faithful to hurricanes. Been doing it 35 years. I do it all over the world, and I don't have meteorological credentials, but I collect really good field data, which the National Hurricane Center and other scientists use. So I say I'm not the scientist, but I'm the scientist hunting dog. I chase very aggressively. I'm very competitive about it. I make no secret of the fact that I consider it a sport. That offends some people, but that's what it is. To date, I've been in 84 hurricane cores, 84 hurricane eyewalls, and this is my work to date, from the very first one when I was a little kid on Long Island to, actually, the last one was not Melissa, there was one after that, but that's sort of my body of work. It includes 6 Category 5s across different countries. A lot of these were big headline makers. You probably recognize some of these names, like Super Typhoon Haiyan in the Philippines, of course Hurricane Michael in Florida, how could we forget that one, and Dorian in the Bahamas. That was my previous biggest test, and then came Melissa, which, believe it or not, was even more crazy. But yeah, these were the sort of ultimate experiences, these 6 Category 5s. All right, so people ask why I do this. You all get this question. All of us get this question. Whether you're famous or not, everyone wants to know, why do you do that? So I think early on it was about the drama and the adrenaline and just like the adventure of it and posing for like embarrassing publicity stills and things like that. But it actually evolved over time, and now for me, it's all about the numbers. I'm really like, and I noticed this happen when, after chases, instead of looking at the video footage, I'm like downloading the data and looking at, okay, what was the lowest pressure? How fast did it drop? What were the gradients? Is there signs of mesovortices? Like, that's the stuff I really get off on now. So that's actually really what I'm into now. So I take this stuff, I make nice charts, I put it in a report, send it to the Hurricane Center and other scientists, and they use it. So I'm such a hurricane nut, I bought a piece of land in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, which is a Gulf Coast town very prone to hurricanes, and I built this specially designed hurricane house. It's in the local architecture style, very New Orleans style. This is the hurricane house. A lot of people in this room have been there. It's a special hurricane resistant house. It buttons up nicely when a hurricane is coming. It's got an awesome high-end mesonet grade weather station, a Campbell Scientific weather station on the back lawn. And again, this is only a block from the Gulf in a place that gets direct hits. Actually, this exact location went through the eye of a Category 5 in 1969, Hurricane Camille. So if we ever get a repeat of Camille, I'm going to get some very sexy data. I had that pole put into my lawn so that the anemometer is at exactly 10 meters. Like, I want to do it right, get good readings. Okay. So while I'm narrow in terms of subject matter, I'm just unlimited in terms of geography. I chase everywhere. Only about a third of my chasing is in the United States. Another third is in what I call the Americas, which is like Mexico, Caribbean nations, stuff like that. And then another third in East Asia and Australia. So why do I chase abroad so much? It's really just the addiction. It's not like a money-making It's not like, if you want to like sort of like get viral video, get on TV, this and that, it's not the way to go. It's like, I call it like a get poor quick scheme, but it really is like the addiction, because there's few other reasons to kind of do it. But the foreign chases challenge me, and getting back to the sports analogy, they keep me tough and flexible, like as an athlete, as a storm chaser, so that when I come back to the US, oh my God, it's like, it's so easy. It just feels like vacation. It's like runners who do altitude training, they run at high altitudes where the oxygen is thin, and then they get back down to sea level, and it's like they're Superman. That's how I feel like when it just feels so easy once you come back, because you have all these things. All right, so the 2025 season, the big characteristic was that it was actually kind of a slow season. So this is 2024, the year before. I was very busy. I had 10 hurricanes that I went after in East Asia and in North America. Very busy, moving constantly. Last year was actually much quieter. The Atlantic was kind of, well, it wasn't dead. It actually ended up being a normal season, but it was a lot of fish storms. There wasn't a lot of chaseable subjects. But also the Pacific was kind of dead. So there was not a lot of action, Melissa aside. It was sort of like there was less chases. I only had 4 last year, which is really not very much for me. It started with this early season storm, Hurricane Eric in the Eastern Pacific. This was a tough chase because it approached the coast. You could see that angle as it was coming in. I was driving along the coast trying to kind of pinpoint where it was coming ashore. No radar, middle of the night in a very rural, dangerous part of Mexico called Oaxaca. Not very good roads, very small core to this hurricane. I managed to get inside of it, and it was very violent. It lasted only about an hour, but it really heavily damaged this town. Every building lost its roof. And I was stuck there for a couple of days because there was utility poles all across the roads. I did make a lot of friends. This little kid found one of my devices and took it home. His parents realized there's this weird stranger walking around town who seemed to be a scientist or something, so they realized it belonged to me, so they brought it back to me, which I very much appreciated because all the good data was on that one. But yeah, I made some friends and stuff. I'm going to talk about this later, but one of the most important things to do when you're chasing abroad and you're a stranger is to make friends. It's very important. Okay. Then came Typhoon Ragasa. This was a big nightmare. It was a Category 5 approaching the Luzon Strait, which is the space of water between the Philippines and Taiwan. I flew into Manila. I wanted to actually get onto an island right there, but I didn't figure it out in time, so I missed that, which was a big Category 5 typhoon. That was the island I wanted to get on, but it's actually hard to get on that island, and I didn't kind of arrange it in time. So once it went into the South China Sea, I had two options. One was to just go home empty-handed. The other way was to figure out a way to get into communist China, which I did figure out. They've changed the entry rules, and there's a way to get in on a technicality without a visa if you just only stay a few days and you only go into one certain airport and stay in that state. So I did that, and I hunted it. And I hunted it to a resort island called Hailing Island. Now, in China, you can't rent a car if you're not Chinese. Like, you just can't do that. So I had to have a driver. That was my driver, Mr. Chen. He didn't speak any English. I don't speak any Cantonese, so we were our relationship was entirely through Google Translator apps, but we somehow made it work and we got through it. It was an unraveling Category 3 by the time I got into it. Then there was Melissa, which was just a nuclear bomb. Then a couple of days later, after getting home, I was so tired, but there was a typhoon in the Philippine Sea. And climatology, my decisions about chasing are very climatology driven, and Typhoon, Philippine Sea, November, go for it, because the climatology says it's going to go nuclear. This is one of the few that actually didn't. It was kind of just a bit of a dud, I would say. Created some interesting waves on the coast, but it was a real dud. Fortunately for the Filipinos, because they'd had a few other ones that season. So that was those storms. Okay, so let's talk about Melissa. I want to kind of just give the essentials about it before I talk about the chase. So this is the whole life cycle of Melissa. This is color-coded. Gray is when it was just a tropical wave or tropical depression. You could see, or not even a tropical depression, sorry, just a cluster of thunderstorms. And you could see it went days and days across the Atlantic into the Caribbean. Then it became a tropical storm. Green kind of meandered for a few days, then became a hurricane, then became a Category 5, purple, then hooked into Jamaica, hit Jamaica full force, hit Cuba a little weaker, hit the Bahamas basically as an unraveling Category 1, and then shot out into the Atlantic. That's the life cycle. Now here's the sort of like the facts on the hurricane. You could see that first landfall in Jamaica was at peak intensity, 892 millibars, 160 knots. Sorry, hurricane guys use knots, 185 miles an hour to you guys. That's the sustained wind, gusts well over 200. Now, the Hurricane Center has not finished their autopsy on the storm, their post-analysis. There's a chance that that's going to change, but operationally, that is how it was ranked. Here's how it looked as it came in. You're not going to find a more beautifully formed tropical cyclone than that. That's just as like hardcore as they get as it was coming in. And I was right there. I'll talk about that in a second. And you're going to go through it with me. Okay. So where does it fall in the record books? Okay, this is a table of all known Category 5 hurricane landfalls anywhere in North America, Pacific, Atlantic, either side, since 1851, meaning Category 5 estimated sustained winds went across the coast. And it's in order of estimated maximum sustained winds. So where does Melissa fall? At the top. Tied for first place right now with Dorian in the Bahamas, which I was in a few years ago, and the 1935 Labor Day hurricane. So this is like the creme de la creme. This is an elite hurricane. In case you're curious, these are the 4 ones on mainland United States. Michael down there is one that a lot of people in this room went through. Okay, so now let's go on the chase, on the hardcore hurricane chase. Okay, let's talk about the beginning. So to start with, I was not into this system. Like some systems, you get a feel about it, like you get tingles. This one was like the opposite. This is how it looked for days. It just was such an ugly scrambled eggs mess. I couldn't even look at it. But the computer models kept saying something was going to happen in the Caribbean. And then finally on the 16th of October, it hit on the 28th. So we're talking like 12 days before. I was like, all right, I guess I have to tweet about it. Was not enthused about it and was just like, I hated it. One of the reasons I hated it was because once the computer models, once they got it into the Caribbean, there were just lines in every direction, like ratty old hairbrush. And I'm just like, so you had no idea where it was going to go. So when you looked at a map, there were too many possibilities of what was going to happen. And being Mr. Control, I did not like that. So as it was approaching the Caribbean and the computer models were suggesting it was going to grow fangs, I was like trying to figure out what I was going to do. And at different times over the course of a week, I was making travel arrangements in Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Cayman Islands, Cuba. I was actually trying to figure out how to find a driver in Cuba, the Bahamas, everything. It was like even the Yucatan, because some of the ensemble outliers took it west. It was just like all over the place. And the other thing I was grouchy about was that it was going to be a game of what I call island roulette. I don't like chasing hurricanes on islands. I hate it because you can't maneuver. And it's stupid because my best chases have all been on little islands, but it's not like fun chasing. So I was just like in a grouchy mood about it. Okay, so 21st of October, this is zoomed in on the Caribbean, Jamaica, Hispaniola, that's Haiti right there. So you can see it's coming into view, still just a tropical disturbance. The 22nd, it becomes a tropical storm, that's green. And then it's like the 23rd, it's kind of gaining a little latitude and getting toward Jamaica. Here's the track. Notice how it's discontinuous, the line of the track. That's because the system was so disorganized. It was such a mess. The system kept reforming and relocating. So it was just like all over the place. I was like, okay, I guess I have to go to Jamaica. So it seems like that's what it's going to be. Was not enthused about it. I didn't want to be stuck on a small island. I booked a flight, then I canceled it. I got cold feet. I was just like, I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it. So then the next day, I finally was like, all right, I got to pull the trigger. This is how it looked the next day. It was still just meandering in the Caribbean, but the computer models were getting very insistent on two things. One, that it was going to get very intense, and two, that it was definitely going to hit Jamaica. So I was like, all right, I got to go do it. So I took an early morning flight to Jamaica. And this brings up point number one, which is to embrace the unknown. Just be cool with not knowing what will happen and be cool with not having control. Now, actually, one of the tornado chasers said yesterday, and it really resonated with me. He said one thing he loved about his lifestyle was waking up in the morning and you don't know where you're going to be in the evening. Totally. So you guys all get that because a lot of these chase capades that you guys do in the U.S. are like that. You know, you're just like, you don't know where you're going to end up, what county, what state even. So imagine this on another scale. When I went to chase Typhoon Regasa, I didn't even know what country I was going to end up. I ended up in China. I wasn't planning on going to China. You just don't know where it's going to take you. And with this Jamaica chase, I just really was like flying to the island with no idea. And I'm Mr. Control. If you go to my house, it's super clean and organized. I'm all about control. And I had to learn this. Some of you, this maybe comes easy, just going with the flow. Hey, I'll just go there and figure it out. I had to learn how to do that, how to just go somewhere without knowing what's going to happen. But the thing to remember is that the hurricane is writing the story, not you. You guys get that because tornado chases are all about you're just literally just hunting it down. Some of the young hurricane chasers, they try to kind of plan it all out 3 days before, like exactly where they're going to be and stuff. And it's like, doesn't work that way. All right. So I landed in Jamaica in the afternoon. And then I set up here. This is a bigger city called Mandeville. Notice it's kind of inland. So folks were like, God, why is he there? That's like, is he a wimp? Is he scared to be on the coast? No, because that was a staging location. That was not my chase location. So the computer models at this point showed this range of possible landfall points. And when you see that's the range of possible landfall points, that location makes a lot of sense. That's a good location from which to do recon, to try to, like, before the hurricane, go to different parts of the coast, see what's there, assess the risk, things like that. So it made a lot of sense. And I holed up in a big corporate hotel, gated, nice and safe. There's a good restaurant. I was eating a lot because I sensed a big battle coming. I was trying to almost like stock up on calories and nourishment and rest, as I figured this out, because I got there a couple days before, so I had some time. So point number two is to start with a good staging location. Don't try to pick your chase location 3 days before, because you will definitely be wrong. It's one of the sort of the quickest signs of a new hurricane chaser is they have their place worked out 3 days before. They found this resort. It's right on the water and it's right where their hurricane center's track is showing at that moment. It's going to move. I usually don't know where I'm going to be until about 6 to 12 hours before landfall, if that far in advance. So if you're going several days before, just think about, okay, what's a good staging location that's going to give you access to all the places where the hurricane could come ashore. Don't worry about getting to that waterfront hotel. That's actually going to be a mistake. Okay. So by that night, it finally became a hurricane. The yellow is category 1. And then overnight into the 26th, it started to bomb out. And by morning, it was a category 4. That's that maroon color. Okay. And then it started to really, for the first time, it started to look like a real system. Okay. The other thing I started doing, and I talked about this before, was immediately as I was staying in the hotel, I started making friends. I just made friends with all the staff people. I had conversations. I let them know my name. This is the general manager of the hotel. I let him know I was there. We talked a lot. Got to know them, got to create community, okay? So if you're going some strange place, and I say strange just because I don't know anyone in Jamaica, okay, and you're going into a dangerous situation, the smartest thing to do is just make a lot of friends and build a community. So if that hurricane broadsides that island and everything is just out of control, you have people that you know and that you've made some kind of relationship with. That's really an important thing. Just getting to know people. And it's also just a good way to live your life as a human being. Be nice, be friendly, make connections with other human beings, but it's also a survival mechanism. Okay. So I'm starting to think, okay, Treasure Beach is where I think the hurricane's going to come ashore. It's like the southwest coast. I'm like, all right, that's where I think. So I drive down there. I do some recon. This is like still 2 days before the hurricane. I'm alarmed at how low-lying everything is. I'm like, okay, this is definitely dangerous. Beautiful sunset, but the water's starting to get aggressive. It's coming up a little, okay? And then by nighttime, you can see it's a category 4 and it's continuing west. And almost when you look at it, not to personify it, but it looks like a serpent or a cobra, kind of like getting ready to pounce on Jamaica, just kind of circling around it. It's so interesting how, like, at least to me, it like looks that way, that track, which is so interesting. Okay, then overnight into the 27th, it became a category 5. The purple means category 5. So the thing started to get definitely nuclear. And the Jamaicans started talking about it a lot. And they also started to notice that we were talking about it a lot. They were noticing the American weather nerds were like really talking about this. Point number 4, and this is like an important one. Be helpful to the locals, okay? 2 important things about this. One is do not be apocalyptic. It doesn't matter how bad you think the hurricane is going to be, even if you think it's going to be a category 9, okay? It does not help anyone to be like, oh my God, Jamaica's going to get erased, man. Like, it's just like, it's not going to exist anymore. It doesn't help the people in the stricken region. I'm not talking about downplaying it. I think you have to talk about the risk in an honest adult way, but don't make it worse than it is. These are human beings who are in the path of this thing. And the other thing is don't be condescending, okay? Jamaicans have been through many hurricanes. They actually have a lot of experience with hurricanes too. And actually, in a lot of ways, their houses are stronger than ours because they're a Caribbean country, so they don't mess around. They build a lot of concrete. We'll talk about like how their houses went through Melissa in a second, but don't be condescending. And it's okay. Listen, to some degree, a lot of us are professional weather communicators. A lot of us get on TV or social media to educate, to share information. So I guess there's a fine line between being informational and helpful and being condescending. So I think at the end of the day, it's about finding a balance. I tried to, as I realized I started gaining a big Jamaican following. A lot of Jamaicans were following me, and I realized, okay, every word I say, it really matters how I communicate about this thing. So I just tried to be sort of cool and be like, okay, this is a very dangerous hurricane, and here's the things that you could do to get through it in one piece. Just constructive, actionable information delivered in a cool way, not in a like freak you out way, and also to try to just sort of like teach in a way that's not like talking down to people like they don't know anything. So that's like really important. Okay. Point 5. Okay, so now we're zeroing in now on the hurricane. Okay, so this is the final day. So I'm thinking Treasure Beach. But then, so I'm thinking Treasure Beach, and I find this location, which is like, oh my God, just like heaven. It's like, look at that. It's like concrete. It's like beautiful. And it's on like a hilltop with these like unbelievable views. And the owners are really nice, and there were other people there, so I didn't feel lonely. And they were going to make like a fish dinner, and I was really hungry, and I was so excited. I was like so into it, and I was like, yeah, well, guess what? Okay. And this brings up the next point. As a chaser, never fall in love with your location. It is a trap. Okay. You're chasing the hurricane. You're not chasing a cool location. And a day or 18 hours before the hurricane, if you think that's exactly where it's hitting, you're wrong. It's going to move, okay? I mean, you can like your location, you could flirt with it, you could have a glass of wine, you could get some action in the back seat, but do not get married to your location. Sorry, that was crass. Edit that out, please. Seriously, and I've seen it happen with chasers. Like during Michael, there were a few chasers who they had this amazing waterfront condo, and like the views are incredible, this and that. They missed the eyewall because they got so into that location that they didn't move. It's like, no, you're not chasing a gorgeous location. You are chasing the core of the hurricane. Keep that mission in focus. So I'm just like, I try to be very cold about it. So with Treasure Beach, I finally started to realize, you know what? The hurricane was like trending more left, and I'm like, oops, I actually have to get up and leave, and I hated it. And I was in such a bad mood. I had to hit the road late in the day and leave this like cocoon that felt perfect, because that's not where the hurricane was going. And I was in a really bad mood. But I was like, I had to remind myself, I'm chasing the hurricane. I'm not chasing comfort. Okay. By 5 p.m., it looks like the hurricane's starting to curve toward the island a little. Okay, this is the day before impact. Okay, so I drove about 30 miles up the coast to White House. I figured, like, okay, I think it's going to come in around there. That's what I'm starting to think. Okay, and I get to White House. It's like around dusk. It's getting dark. Okay, and this is what White House looks. And I have a little Airbnb set up, and I'm like thinking White House is a good call. Well, I get there after dark. No one's there, and I call the lady on the phone who I thought I was supposed to talk to. I'm sorry, sir, we're closed, and you're not in our system. And I beg her, I'm like, there's a Category 5 hurricane. I have nowhere to go. She's like, I'm sorry, you're not in our system. So it's late at night, Category 5 hurricane coming in. And by the way, this is a part of Jamaica. It's not like chasing in the U.S. where there's like a Hampton Inn and with a 24-hour lobby, and you could just step in and be like, oh, hey, can I just sit in the lobby? No, everything's closed, boarded up, no one's around. And I'm just like, okay, getting in a really bad mood. So at this point, okay, I'm dealing with a crisis. Okay, so at this point, what I do is I simplify. Take it one task at a time. So like a lot of, and I'm sure you guys know this too, chasing has become a game of multitasking. You're working for some media company. You got to talk to them. You've got to do social media. You've got to photograph stuff. You've got to like look at the models. It becomes like, it's like nonstop, and you get crazy from all the tasks. I'm in a crisis now. Category 5 hurricane coming in. It's dark. It's starting to rain. I'm like, I have to just find where I'm going to be. So I just said, okay, I clear out all my tasks. I'm not going to look at social media. I'm not going to look at the models. I just need to find where I'm going to be. This tennis champion talked about how she won the U.S. Open. She was down like a set and a break. And she said, the thing you do is you laser focus on the point you're playing. Don't think about the score. Don't think about how you're down. Just think about that point and what you're doing at that moment. And at that moment, I just needed to have tunnel vision and find somewhere to be and just do that. All right. So I went from White House and I went back down the coast to Black River. Black River ended up being the largest town in the direct impact zone. And I got there. Pretty big town, but there was nothing. Like everything was closed. There was like nowhere to go. I went to the hospital and I was like, oh, maybe I'll write it out in the hospital waiting room. The security lady was very nice. She was like, well, there's like this guest house up the road. Maybe you could do that. But I started to get in a very bad headspace, and I called my friend James Reynolds, who's he's a British typhoon chaser who lives in Japan because his wife is Japanese. We call it the darkness, but it's a feeling we get. I call this the armpit of the chase. It's like right before landfall, and it's not coming together, and you're getting in a very bad headspace. But I call it the darkness. You just feel this creeping feeling of doom, like it's like you're just like, it's a bad, bad feeling. Okay. And what I've learned how to do, my most important thing is to just turn that off. Turn off those feelings, okay? So I got actually this one from a rock star. So you know the rock group Heart, Ann Wilson? Okay, so when they were a big band, they would fill stadiums with 40,000 people. And Ann Wilson, well, she's a rock star. She's also a human being. She would get anxiety sometimes. And she said one time before she went out, she just had like crazy anxiety. And she imagined it was like her brain was a bunch of pinballs just knocking into each other. And she imagined herself like taking all the balls and just like pulling them close and like quieting them down. And I'm like, yeah. Like I listened to this interview and I was like, that's really cool. So I use that. I imagine taking all those emotions, just pulling them close and then putting them in a box and closing the box and being like, I'm not dealing with that right now. And I know it sounds very Californian, but that creative visualization helped. Actually, I do that. I did it when my dad died too. I had to be of service to my mother. I had to be stable and strong for her. I had to deal with things so that she could grieve. So I had to do that. I had to put the emotions away. And it's so I also call it compartmentalization. But I had to do that on this moment in the chase. I was in a very bad headspace and starting to panic a little bit. And I'm like, all right, just drive down the road and look for the guest house. Stop being hysterical. All right. So I did that because the emotions aren't irrelevant. They don't help you with task completion. So from Black River, I went back up the coast a little bit, and lo and behold, the universe gave me rays of light. And then I found it, this guest house. Oh, this was seriously like this big, solid, concrete guest house, like on a hill next to the highway. I was like, and this was the room, and there's a little old guy out front, just like she said. He gave me the room. This was like, I was happier with this than like if I was like in the presidential suite of the Four Seasons in Beverly Hills. Like I was so happy to have this room. And I just finally felt like, oh my God, okay, it worked out. I stayed calm and the universe paid me back. All right. So I'm there, everything's good. Okay, overnight, the hurricane, just as soon as I get to this location, the hurricane turns and starts racing toward the Jamaican coast. This is by 5 a.m. It's like, uh-oh, and it's bombing out. It's actually getting stronger. It was already Category 5, now it's going nuclear, and this number stood out to me. Uh-oh, the central pressure is below 900 millibars. This is getting totally hardcore, okay? And I'm like, okay, and it started to dawn on me that this is gonna be really ugly, that this thing's gonna come in with the force of a nuclear bomb, and I'm in like a very kind of rural area with just little small fishing villages. And I just had this feeling of like standing on the edge of a cliff, like looking over it, just like, okay, do I want to do this? Like maybe, I had time to retreat. I could go to the North Coast where it won't be as strong. I could go to Montego Bay, a bigger city. Do I want to be here with all that this is going to entail, the ugliness, the violence of the storm, the being stuck there for days? I knew it, and it happened, by the way, exactly like I expected. Do I want to do this? And the answer, yes. Yes. As effed up as that sounds, yes. Because what I've noticed throughout my career is that the epic conquests, the ones that you feel like the chase had consequence. You've got unbelievable data. You've got incredible footage. You help further science. You made TV shows about it. You talk about it at conferences because people want to see it. People want to see the video. Okay, all of them are ugly events. They're not nice. They're not polite hurricanes. They're the really scary ones. No consequential chase is easy. And your greatest achievements, and probably a lot of people in this room with your tornadoes, same thing. That crazy footage you got because you accidentally 0-metered or went right inside of it. It's like, that's kind of how it is here too. All right. So here it is coming ashore, sort of colliding with Jamaica. And you could see it just comes in at full force. Watch that. Boom. And then kind of falls apart a little bit, and then the system reforms, but you could see that that's how that thing came in. All right, this is the final radar shot out of Kingston before the Kingston radar went out, but you could see that very well-defined eyewall. That's my location in relation to the eyewall. That's just before we got into the eyewall. All right, so now I'm going to bring you through the experience with video. Okay, so let's first look at the approach to the hurricane. So after Kingston radar went down, we had this radar. Cuba has surprisingly good radar, and the Pilon site covers Jamaica. So it's low res, but it's good enough where you could see the sort of structural features, and you could see the eyewall, that sort of yellow circle. So there it is. That's 8:40 a.m. and that's 9 a.m. and that's 10. And you could see, okay, it's just like making a beeline. So let's look at what that looked like as it was coming in. And one thing you'll notice is that the winds got destructive even before the eyewall arrived. All right, let's check that out.
Category 5, Hurricane Melissa is coming this way. I look at the radar and I can see the violent core of the hurricane coming literally right through this town. I'm in this big concrete building. I think I'm going to be okay, but the punishing gusts are starting to rattle it. And I think right now I'm going to have to get inside and basically not come up and so much so fast that this is going to be one dangerous storm. Winds of 180 miles an hour. Jamaica has not seen a hurricane like this in its history. This is a very solid building, solid concrete.
All right, there's the latest Cuban radar, and I'm just right there. And it looks like it's coming right here, that inner core, that eyewall, that yellow ring. I think at this point it's almost imminent that this location's going to get really rocked. Look at that. I mean, that's getting very close. I'm getting nervous. All right, just outside the eyewall of Hurricane Melissa. The wind's already very destructive.
that's as it's approaching. Okay, so now we get into the core, the eyewall of the storm, okay? And the radar shots, you can see 1020 is about when you feel like, okay, we're really getting into that. And then 1040, there's that radar shot. Now, that was the only radar shot for like another hour, but that's when we're really to get in the eyewall. So the things to notice, so this next clip, it's 2.5 minutes. It's kind of long, but I want you to kind of experience the kind of build of energy. Notice that you start to get this weird whistling sound, and it builds. And then as the tree outside is getting more and more bent over, the whistling becomes like basically a scream. It just like you could feel the energy building. And that's one of the things that made this hurricane the scariest for me, was the sound was crazy. Dorian in the Bahamas was supposed to be about the same strength. Dorian was this low roar. Melissa was a scream. So let's look at that, and you can sort of feel that energy building. Oh, and by the way, just so you see what happens. So, I ended up in my room. The direction it was facing was not a good place to be, so I went into the hotel's kitchen. So I'm filming from the kitchen. You'll see a family run into the room with me. I think their windows blew out or something, so they came in there, and then I was with this family, and we rode it out together. So that's if you're wondering who I'm with, that's who I'm with. And this is, like I said, it's from the doorway of the kitchen. It was oriented in a way where, for at least a time, I could watch what was going on. So finally, it got so crazy that you can see that the teenage girl in the family, she decided to shut the door. I was not happy about that, but you know what? The locals get to decide. They felt in danger, and it was like it's what it was. I just had to be zen about it. And I understood they had a baby, and also the direction of the wind was changing. So they shut the door, which was probably good because the wind got stronger from there. And so this next clip is when we're deep in it. Okay, not just in the eyewall, but like in the inner eyewall. And you can see on the radar there, we're just getting absolutely raked by that inner part of the right front quad. This is the strongest part of the hurricane, where it's going like totally nuclear. And basically what you'll notice is, well, there's two things basically to notice. A white void. Every time I manage to get the camera focused outside, it's just nothing to see. It's just white. It's like, you can't see the building across the street. You can't see that palm tree anymore. It's like the balcony railing and the color white. Okay. And then the other thing was just this constant harsh screaming. You see the kids are both holding their ears. It wasn't because of pressure changes. It was because it was so loud. It was the loudest hurricane I've ever been in. My ears were ringing afterward. And now you're going to experience it too. Okay. So soon after that, I noticed that this screaming sound, like the pitch started to lower just a little. And at first I thought I was imagining it, but then we got in the eye. Now, we were in the southeast corner of the eye. We didn't get right into the middle of it. And actually this radar shot, you could see how there's that little clear area? That's the part of the eye where there was sun. We got in the eye, but it wasn't in that part. The winds calmed down. The rain lessened. You could see it like I'm about to show you footage. Someone comes outside and there you could see them walking across the street. So we got in the eye, but it was on the edge. And here's actually, this is the Grand Cayman radar, which is a slightly higher resolution. And during this time of this next little clip, this is where we are in relation to the center. So it's like on the edge of that eye. And this is the first time that we saw the extent of the destruction. Even though it wasn't dead calm or there wasn't sunshine, you could just see what was going on. But just look across the street at how the buildings look. You know, it was like after that white curtain disappeared, you saw how bad it looked, including the concrete building across the street. Was calmest. All right. So then the backside of the hurricane came in. That's the radar shot showing that. Now, one thing that helped us was that the hotel was sort of nestled up against some hills, and the wind was coming from that direction. So those hills actually blocked the wind a little bit. So the backside wasn't really as severe as that front side was. Notice though the change in wind direction. Everything's blowing exactly the opposite direction in this clip. That tree, that's the same tree you were looking at before. Can't believe it's still up. Now it's going the other way. So it died down soon after that. So some quick analysis. So after the hurricane, when I got back home, I made like a radar track. So I took all the radar shots, and this was like a painstaking process. It took a couple of days, but I just mapped the sort of the center of the hurricane as it came in, got an exact landfall point and landfall time. I don't know if the Hurricane Center will use it, but that's the kind of the results of my work. And I made like a chronology of what happened. This is what I like to do after a chase, is really understand kind of the phases of it. This is the radar shot at landfall, and I was able to kind of assign some basic dimensions. The pink circle is basically the eye wall, the blue is the eye, and the orange is the sort of what I call the inner clear area. And then what I did was I took those radii and I sort of superimposed them on my radar track, and I have basically a diagram of the landfall, and the damage on the ground lined up pretty well with this. And I was there for days, so I saw a lot. So again, this is the eye wall. Cities inside this were in the direct hit zone. For example, Black River, Crawford, White House, New Hope, that was where the landfall was, and then up to around Bluefields. and beyond. And you can see this is where I was, just inside the eye, and this was the clear area. So I met a couple people in White House in New Hope, and they described, they didn't get like a blue circle or a stadium. No one said that. They got smoky, hazy sunshine was what they said. No one saw like a crazy stadium effect or anything. Remember, Jamaica's not the U.S. We have like flat, swampy land where like a hurricane could come in really clean, you know, like Michael. No, Jamaica's very mountainous. So it's like, even I find this in East Asia, as the hurricanes are coming in, the eye will start to fill in a little bit. It doesn't lose strength, but the eye starts to get a little cloud filled. It's something where it's starting to feel the mountains or the terrain or something. So it was sunny apparently, but it wasn't like any kind of blue circle or anything. But yeah, you could see, so this is sort of like a basic schematic of that landfall. And like I said, the damage on the ground lined up pretty well. So here's all of Jamaica. I wanted you to see the size of the impact zone. So people are talking about, oh, Jamaica's going to get erased. This is the Jamaican island. It's actually not a big island, but zoomed in, it looks pretty big. Here's the capital, Kingston. These are some of the important towns. Mandeville, where I was staging, Spanish Town, Ocho Rios, Montego Bay. Okay, this was the direct impact zone. You can see it was actually kind of small, and this is the more rural part of the island. Like Kingston is the big city and everything. So the only major town in the direct hit zone at Category 5 intensity was Black River, which I think is only around like 5,000 people, but it was the biggest town in the region. But I wanted to give you perspective on what it looked like in terms of, okay, overall impact. In Kingston, they had tropical storm conditions. Everything was fine. There was power. When I got back there days later, it was like the hurricane didn't happen. The North Coast got blasted. They didn't get a Category 5 up there, but places like Montego Bay and those communities up there definitely got probably a major hurricane. You know, it lost some punch as it was going up there. Okay, so I had 4 devices going, and they were all collecting data, and they all pretty much, like, the traces looked very similar. Let's zoom in on one. My lowest pressure was 926 millibars, which seems kind of high, given that I was in the eye of what was apparently a sub 900 millibar hurricane. I talked to the Hurricane Center guys about that. They just assume that there's probably a lot of gradient in the eye, that even in that eye, there was like probably 10 millibars or 15 millibars per mile, which I've measured gradients like that in other hurricanes, and that's probably what was going on. But on the edge of the eye, yeah, that was my lowest pressure, 926. Notice the very volatile fluctuations. This was during that part when everything was white, you hear that screaming sound. That's when all this was happening, probably mesovortex action or just some kind of turbulence. And if you zoom in even more, you can see it really good. Here I overlaid the phases. These are subjective, but this is like roughly when I think we went into the eye wall and came out. The pink is when we were getting those peak winds. Blue is when we were getting that lull. Notice the lowest pressure came right at the beginning of the calm. That was when it bottomed out, when we were in that part of the eye. Here you can see even closer in. Some of these fluctuations are really wild. This was as we were getting deep into the hurricane. There was just some crazy stuff going on with that air pressure. All right, let's look at the impact. So the wind, first of all, let's start with a video. This is the morning after, just to give you a feel of what Crawford, the town I was in, looked like. That's wind damage. That's a concrete building. This is the hotel.
I've been in a lot of hurricanes. The power of this one was just unbelievable.
Yeah, I will get it pop up easy.
My God. Destruction.
Yes,
it's just complete. It's just, if it wasn't concrete, it's gone. How is your home?
Oh, my home breakdown. Trees fall in my house. Stop blew off. And the roof is gone.
That's the hotel.
And then I started hearing things breaking, like the roof just started going in and out, like very deeply. I started seeing the roof, the board started to come apart and everything. And then when I look, it was one piece that went, and then after that, there was a section, and then, you know, it was very bad. The only thing I was thinking about is like, oh my God, how am I going to protect my child, you know? And then I just sat there. She started crying. I started holding her, and I'm like, you know what? Just pray. We can always try to rebuild eventually, but you know, it's the best thing is that we're alive.
The entire roof just went off. One roof. So I said, I'm going to try to open the door at the back to go out through the back because the wind is coming from the front. By the time I tried to open the door, I had to go under the bed. The entire house just rolled over.
So this is very dramatic. So this is the view from the hotel. This is like from my hotel looking across the street. That's right before the hurricane, and that's right after. Just like, I mean, that concrete or cinder block building, the whole second floor just sheared off from the wind. Every building missing the roof, and notice just the complete sort of like deforestation. Like, look at all those trees, and it's all just gone. So one of the things that makes these disasters really traumatizing for survivors is the way their environment changes. It's not just that their house is destroyed. I mean, look at that. You live in this lush, green, tropical place with all these nice plants and flowers, and now it's just like, it's like, that's psychologically there's like a lot of trauma in that, I think. This is the hotel. Hotel did very well. This is that tree, that we were watching for a lot of the video. That thing was like a real trooper, man. But it became very useful for me when I was doing my analysis afterward. When I was creating my chronology, I was able to judge the direction of the wind from that tree. That tree was very valuable to me. I love that tree. So basically, most wood structures were flattened just completely, with whole houses were just slabbed. Like my friend Demaine, who was just telling what happened to him, that was a wood frame house, probably wasn't fastened down properly, but the whole thing just literally blew away while he was in it. He managed to get next door to a little cinder block building. Thank God he found somewhere to be, but this is what his house looked like. Like I said, wood stuff on the side of the road, these like little like kiosks and marketplaces, just totally all of it completely destroyed. Cement houses, concrete houses performed for the most part very well, but the roofs were a consistent weak point. So a lot of folks in Jamaica, they have concrete houses, and they're actually pretty solid, judging by what you're going to see in a second, but the roofs are like a super Achilles heel. Like it's like the concrete deck roof is what they call it, is very, very expensive. And it seems like they have no middle ground. It's either you get this really expensive solution, which it does stay on, or you get a very kind of flimsy solution, which doesn't stay on. So you see a lot of this. This is a nice big house. Look how it looks fine. The walls are good. The columns, the railing, everything is good, but catastrophic failure of the roof. Here's another example. Again, the roof looks pretty good. I mean, the house looks pretty good, but the roof is destroyed. Another example, every house lost its roof. What I learned in this storm is not all concrete is created equal. There were some spectacular failures of concrete and masonry buildings, like this one across the street from us in the hotel. Again, that one. Here's another. This was from wind, not water. This was wind damage. This is in Black River. This was a historic old brick church. That's wind damage. The wind just tore it down. Okay, this is the St. Elizabeth Parish Courthouse in Black River. This is a big masonry building, okay? And again, this is wind damage. The wind just tore it down. It looks to me, I'm from California, it looks like earthquake damage, just like a pile, the whole building just fell down like a pile of rubble from the force of those winds. The defoliation was complete. What was interesting was that the palms performed surprisingly well. They really are just designed by nature, man. Even in a Category 5, they just kind of go with the flow. It's pretty incredible. But the defoliation was just unbelievable. And here's just some examples of it. I also did see what looked like some debarking. But you could see it's just that the hills were so stark. Now, I just went back a week ago, and actually those hills are starting to turn green again. This is the deep tropics, and stuff just grows back fast. So that was actually very heartening because the environment was already looking better. All right, let's look at the storm surge. So this is the Galleon Beach neighborhood of Crawford. This is about 2/3 of a mile down from where I was during the hurricane. This is right on the beach. This is storm surge damage. So this is my friend Benji, and this is Desreen. Okay, so these two people, and they are friends of mine because I went and visited them again. Okay, they should be dead, okay? So that purple thing up there that says Crawford Guest House, that's where I rode out the hurricane. This is where Benji and Desreen were, okay? Okay, they were on a little concrete jetty on the waterfront, 6 feet above sea level, okay, in like a high-end Category 5. Like it's insane. It's insane, okay? This is what it looked like. That's the building where they rode it out. That one just somehow stayed up. This is the other side of the building. A boat got rammed ashore, crushed that car. But they were really lucky to be alive. It's incredible. I'll let you just, okay. Oh, and then afterward, when I returned last week, Benji helped me measure. So that ground is 6 feet above the water. Okay. And then based on what he and Desreen said, we estimated the highest water was around 11 feet, but that was some wave action. So it was really around 9 feet. 6 plus 9 means it seems like the surge topped out at around 15 feet above sea level. Remember, the biggest storm surges anywhere in the world are the United States Gulf Coast and Bangladesh. Other parts of the world, especially mountainous islands, don't get the big storm surges that we do. So 15 feet might not sound like a lot to you guys. For a Caribbean island, 15 feet's enormous. And here we can hear their account of it, talking about how they got through it.
I find out that the water reached this level, and the water just keep rising, so I just stay on the foam.
You stood on foam?
Foam, yeah, styrofoam.
Like, is it that
deep? Styrofoam.
So you stood on that styrofoam?
Yeah, styrofoam.
And like floated?
Float, yes, floating foam. Yes, out the fridge. So I just stay up on it. So we also didn't touch that roof here.
So you floated up to the roof?
To the roof.
Well, we were here not expecting this magnitude of the storm, but we were warned to evacuate. But then we doubted. But then Melissa came powerful now, the sea rose. But we float and we hung on. We hung on for hours.
How were you feeling? What were your emotions?
I cried. I said, I'm gonna die. But then he said, just relax, man, hold on. So he said he's Job. He have faith like Job. So I started calling him Job because I tell him he's full of faith. He's full of faith. Otherwise, we give God thanks. We are here, we're trying to recover, we don't know what we're going to recover to do, or where to start, everyone is confused. So we're just trying to recuperate and just hold on until assistance come to assist us in every area, water, clothes, everything, because everyone basically lost.
I find their story so inspirational that they lived and they made it through, and how he kept her calm, and she wanted to try to swim out and he was like, no, because the building was open on a part. He was like, no, if we do that, we're going to die. And he was right. They stayed in the building. They held on. Anyway, here they are. Okay, this is, quickly, I want to show you, this is Black River. This is the biggest population center in the direct hit zone. This is a combination of wind and storm surge flooding. Black River is right on the water and it's got no elevation. So this is what the downtown looked like right after the hurricane. And it was, a big old mess. Now I want to show you, this is a quick clip, final one, showing you the damage in other cities. Black River, also White House, where very close to where the exact landfall point was, and just a couple other places. So you can get a feel for what the damage was like across the impact zone. Because it looks a little worse in some of these places. Crawford is a very small town with low population density. These other towns are denser, so the damage looks a little more crazy. Combination of wind and storm surge.
At 6 Cuba during the passage of Hurricane Melissa, which devastated the island on Monday and Tuesday. Prime Minister says rebuilding the town of Black River will be a massive task for the government.
Truly incredible wind damage. Okay, so I was there for days and days. One, the roads were blocked, and two, my car, I had a bunch of flat tires, so I was just stuck there. I think it was 5 days about. And I just, I had to survive. But I knew that was going to happen. I was like expecting it. So that's fine. So two things I want to say about this. One is, if you're going to do this kind of chasing, be in good physical shape, because you're going to be roughing it, and there's not going to be any medical help if you need it. Like if I had any kind of medical incident, forget it. I'm a healthy guy. I made sure not to step on nails and do things like that. But it's like, you really need to, if you've got any kind of health issues, you can't do this kind of chasing, because you're also without plumbing and without like anything, and without air conditioning and all that. So that's like one thing I want to say. Yeah, and I just got up every morning. I kind of did sunrise on the roof and just tried to kind of be zen. It was beautiful in a weird way, just the sounds. First of all, there was no light pollution, so you could see all the stars, and it was very clear the days after the hurricane. And it was just animals roaming the streets, and it was the sounds in the morning. It was very beautiful. If you watch my video on YouTube, you get a feel for it, but I tried to just kind of appreciate it in its own weird way. Final point I want to say is, if you're in a hurry to get home, you're not doing this right. This kind of chasing, you have to just kind of, if you want to like hunt down really intense storms in like, developing island nations, you can't be anxious about when you're getting home. You just have to go into it, just take a chill pill and just be like, all right, I don't know how long I'm going to be there, but it is what it is. And while I'm there, I'll just try to be helpful. I'll try to document it and all that. And the documentation was very important, because I do want to, it's my desire to keep this story alive in the news, on WeatherNation where I work, and also on media, because they need help. They need resources. It's going to be a long-term, it's going to be like Katrina on the Mississippi coast. I mean, it's just the wipeout is so extreme that we're talking decades for recovery. So my desire is to just keep the story alive, keep talking about it, keep going down there, and just sort of like humanize it for people. So like the donations keep coming in. All right. But yeah, hardcore expeditions are open-ended affairs. If you don't follow me, this is where you can. If you want to see my video, it's on my YouTube channel. And if you want to see my meteorological, like my analysis of the storm, which is a big report with all that data and all those diagrams, that's on my website, icyclone.com. Just go to the chases section, go to Melissa. There's a downloadable PDF, and you can really, if you want to really nerd on the kind of meteorological analysis. So big thanks to all of you for letting a hurricane guy come and talk. I appreciate it. And if you want to have questions, let me know.
Josh, you are amazing. We got questions for Josh? Yeah. All right. All right. We're going to start over here. All right. Here you go, buddy.
What did it feel like while you were in the hurricane?
It was scary. One thing I'm glad you asked this, because one thing that the video doesn't pick up is how it feels. So you heard how loud it was, and you saw how crazy it looked. But what the video doesn't capture is you feel the building shaking, and you feel energy in your chest from it. It's just this energy. It's really scary. But I also get a rush from it, which is why I do this.
Mr. Josh, I think a question a lot of people would like to know is, when you approach some of these folks that have just gone through this devastation, how are you presenting yourself to them before you take any video, photos, etc.?
I'm glad you asked that. Different cultures are different. Jamaicans do not like being filmed if you don't ask. It's very rude there. Like more so than in the United States. Like I learned really quickly, don't do that. So I'd ask them. I would start talking with them, human to human, and just say, hey, what happened? How are you doing? And then if the story was interesting and I wanted to capture it, to humanize this, because I think those stories of those people, I think it's very touching, and I want people to hear these stories. So then I said, the ones I interviewed, I said, hey, can you tell this to camera? A lot of them were way too shy. Some of them were okay with it. And I tell them the truth. It's I want to get this on social media. I want the world to see what happened to you. And they're mostly, when you position it that way, they get it. They understand that this is important. They're not going to get help if people don't know how bad it was.
All right, we got one more over here, and then we're going to go to Edgar.
Hey, Josh, just real quick, how do you keep your accountability, right? How do you keep communication flowing to somebody who knows where you're at, so that you're making sure that if something really does go seriously bad, that you can get out of there somehow, or at least let somebody know you're in trouble?
I have to get better about this. I've just been kind of winging it. And I didn't have an internet connection for a while. I'm doing Starlink this year finally to so I have an unending connection. But honestly, that was an area where I wasn't so good about it. I was all right, something bad could happen and people might not know about it. I took stupid chances.
right, we got one over here, Josh.
Hey, Josh. First, I want to say that you were actually the reason I got into storm chasing.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
So
thank you. It means so much to me. Thanks.
And my biggest question for you, as somebody who cares a lot about contributing to the science, there's a lot. There seems to be a lot of information about how to do it for tornado chasers, but for somebody who is chasing tropical weather, do you have any advice regarding building relationships with the National Hurricane Center, building credibility with local National Weather Service personnel? Any advice on that direction would be greatly appreciated.
I'm really glad you asked this because I've been thinking about this. I think that if storm chasers are going to get in there, like everyone should have a barometer. Everyone should be measuring air pressure because the more of those data points we have, the better we understand the hurricane. But it's not just getting a device into the storm. It's also collecting high quality data that aren't contaminated. And there's things like if you want to collect good air pressure data, there's a certain way to do it. Like if you're in your car driving around, that pressure trace has like no value. It's just like, it's garbage. Like it has to be in a stable place and you can't move it during the storm, et cetera, et cetera. I was thinking of creating some kind of, it's funny you asked this because I was thinking of creating some kind of like, I don't know, a PDF or an instructional document of here are the basics of how to collect good data. So if you're going to do this, you're going to do it right. Now, in terms of developing relationships with the Hurricane Center or other entities, that was over time. I would always just send them my data. One thing I did to build credibility with the Hurricane Center was, I don't just send them, oh, hey, I measured, 926 millibars. I send a whole report, and the report is very precise about where I measured it, how I calibrated the instrument, what was my assumed elevation for sea level pressure. I mean, it just goes so deep. So if there's any incorrect assumptions, they can correct accordingly. But by giving really complete documentation, I think that built credibility with them over the years. And now they use my data. So I think it's a slow process in terms of kind of building that relationship. But the first step is to get good data.
We got one more question.
Hey, Josh. So, you were talking about how Melissa specifically sounded different than some of the other Cat 5s you've been in. Do you think that might be due to the type of building you were in? Because I can't remember off the top of my head what you were in for Dorian.
Yeah.
Or do you think that's more due to the strength or intensity of the storm?
It's a great question, and it's one that I've thought a lot about myself. I think it's a combination, but absolutely part of it is that I noticed in Japan, and James Reynolds noticed this too, you get really cool howling sounds, and it's something with their electrical wires, like the way they are, like with the wind blowing over them. So I think part of it was that. In Dorian and Melissa, I was in sort of similar buildings, and so it could have been the building, but I think there was just different hurricanes just sound different. But I do agree with you on a lot of it, or what you're implying, which is a lot of it has to do with the buildings and the terrain that the wind's scraping over.
I think we got time for one more.
So you were talking about you were chasing in dangerous parts of Mexico for some, certain storms. Has there ever been a moment where you were in like immediate danger by like the cartel or a group of people or?
Yeah. No, this is a great question. And I don't want to jinx it, but the answer is no. And I've gone, I've chased in Sinaloa and Tamaulipas and some of the states where you're not supposed to go. And my experience every time has been, okay, it seems once you get there on the ground, it feels fine. And again, I don't want to tempt fate. I don't want to say that it's fine. And then the universe will strike me down for saying that. But no, I've never felt any aggression. And Mexico is one of my favorite countries. I always felt very at home there, maybe because I lived in Southern California for a long time. But no, it's been okay, honestly. But again, that doesn't mean that it won't be, because there is violence, drug cartel violence in Mexico. So, anyone else?
All right. I think we're great. Josh, you were
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
incredible. I could listen to you talk all the time. Awesome. All right. So it is lunchtime, but before we get there, Edgar has some giveaways.
Oh, yeah. I have some giveaways, guys. We have some more of our past conference shirts that I just wanted to give out. And what I'm going to do is we're just going to toss them. So here you go. We're going to throw that way. And if you get one that's like, maybe you can trade with someone else.
All right. We want to get people in the back, too. You want that? Oh, there you go.
All right. I have a couple Edgar the Storm Chaser shirts, too. I'm going to throw out.
Woo! Go Edgar! All right, so you want to be back here. We have some other important announcements too. The match, we've got a QR code too. So if you'd like to donate money for our storm shelters, because we were trying to get to $10,000 by tonight for the match. And I just have to say thank you all again. What happened earlier this morning was so magical. Like everyone was talking about it. And I'm so grateful to be a part of this community and seeing the generosity that you gave up here. Just everyone coming up here. We had a pile of cash up here.
Yeah.
So we're continuing to raise $10,000 by tonight. We will get that match of $10,000. So we'll have $20,000 to give. I think it's Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Oh, it's right here. We've raised over $2,000. This is thanks to you.
Yeah, thank you guys. That's awesome. Keep yourself
You are so incredible. So spread the word. If you know maybe someone else hasn't donated, see if they have anything and they're able to do so. It is lunchtime. Now, coming up, we have Jordan and Sierra. They're right after lunch. We're also going to have Thunderhead giveaways. So you know the adorable like Thunderheads you're seeing over there? We're going to toss some of those into the crowd. And then after that, Otis is speaking. So there's so many great things coming up. So quick lunch, bring it in here, eat it. We don't care, but we want you not to miss anything.
Hey,
So-
don't forget to go by the My Radar booth. They have like those, I think, a giveaway for Poochie helmets. You got to go check that out.
Yeah.
Super cool. Who doesn't? You got to protect your noggin, guys.
100%.
We'll see you guys after lunch.
All right. We love you guys.
Big trough here, very dynamic system coming out. So it looks like it's going to be a big day, as many of you know. Let's look at the satellite photographs. We started here in Woodward. I think this is at rough 3 in the afternoon, 3:30. And we went up to the warm front, which is right here where these clouds are. And we got into the clouds here and got out of the car and noticed how cool it was.
And we're coming to you from the Storm Chaser Summit in Westminster, Colorado. It's a culmination of the brightest minds of meteorology, storm chasers, and just general weather enthusiasts. There's a lot of young people here too. The vibes are really cool. I want to show you what's going on. Check this out. We actually have a number of computers lined up with a storm chasing simulator. And I can see not only do they have what looks to be a virtual driving configuration with realistic graphics, they also have the radar here as well. So it's a really, really cool way to kind of learn about the logistics of storm chasing and really just how to read radar. And it's a good way of doing it without actually throwing yourself out in the field and not knowing what you're doing at first, which can be pretty dangerous. But let's go ahead and continue to walk this way. We'll keep walking down here. Really want to show you a couple of other things here. We got the Wheel of Weather. This is apparently Weatherville here. And you can see what's going on. A lot of folks interested in this here. A lot of these are brought to you by sponsors here, automatic emergencies, weather radios and stuff as well. Now, being a weather nerd myself, and I know a lot of people are going to really dig this, come over here. We got a whole booth set up to the movie Twister. I know a lot of people have seen this movie, and they got all kinds of merchandise here. And I've been told that every single decal that you put on your vehicle actually gives you an extra 5-mile-per-hour horsepower. But this is a really cool setup. They got all things going on with the movie, associated with the museum. If you've been up to Waukeeta, shout out to Linda up there. And just some really, really awesome stuff for those, of course. And I'm sure there's a lot of us who are kind of obsessed with the movie Twister. I know a bit of an underrated thing, I think, is the soundtrack to the movie, but that's a whole nother story. We continue to cover the Storm Chaser Summit live from Westminster, Colorado.
We're here at the 2026 National Storm Chaser Summit, and I'm joined by Holly LaMontagne, the executive director. And what I love about this summit is not just the science and the meteorology, but also the heart, because you guys are doing so much as a nonprofit to be able to go out into those communities and help people that are impacted by these storms.
Absolutely. So much of what we do at the summit previously has been about education and first on scene training, but as we are getting into these communities, we're realizing it's important to be able to give back to those communities in ways that can benefit them for years to come. So we are launching a new initiative to donate and have installed public storm shelters in underserved tornado-prone parts of the country that need them the most.
They need them as they see these tornadoes year in and year out. So that's one arm of it, but also what I've seen is education, like you said, and the next generation of meteorologists and people who are interested in the weather, and scholarships and how you're helping them propel their careers.
Yes, so we have had such an influx of young kids into the summit in the last couple of years. The 8 to 14, 8 to 16 age range has really been increasing. And as somebody who would have wanted to be at something like this when she was that age, it's so incredible to see these kids coming up and being brave enough to pursue their dreams and meet the people who have been inspiring them.
And potentially get some help via scholarships. So whether it's the storm shelter program or those scholarships, and somebody's at home and they want to become a part of this, what should they do?
So if they want to get involved, whether in a funding perspective or to get more information about the summit itself, you can visit chasersummit.org.
chasersummit.org, and you can hang out with us on WeatherNation. Find us on Rumble and YouTube. We'll be broadcasting a lot of these panels live and all of these talks. It's a sold out event. It's a big deal. So you should, at WeatherNation, YouTube, and Rumble, join us there.
Brought in several different people representing several different careers. Some are directly meteorology, some are not. Related to meteorology, but not necessarily meteorology, just so you guys could hear from a variety of people. If you guys want to just line up, like, along the front here.
I'm just going to pass the microphone down, and you guys can each introduce yourselves, maybe talk a little bit about your education.
Along the Kansas border with rotation tracks, not showing anything down here. And warm fronts are very effective tornado producers if there's not too much of a temperature contrast across them, and if they're moving forward with warm advection. And so that's kind of where I decided to go.
We're here at the 2026 National Storm Chaser Summit, and you recognize the guy next to me. Josh Morgerman, our favorite chaser dude, is here and presenting because this is a huge deal for storm chasers, hurricane hunters all across the country.
This conference is like the creme de la creme of storm chaser conferences. This is the one, all the big guns are here, and it's a great time to kind of share information and just be a community.
And you're speaking. You're not just here to learn, you're here to present. What are you talking about, and why did you choose that?
Talk about Hurricane Melissa, and maybe some of the viewers are sick of me talking about it, but two things about Melissa. One, it was meteorologically just an unbelievable storm. Unbelievable storm, smashed so many records, so it's fascinating on that level, but also as a chase, it was a really tough chase, and getting through it in one piece required a lot of it required all of my best techniques to get through it, and I want to share that here because I got a lot of young followers and I feel like they can maybe learn something from how I got through that in one piece, how I got out alive.
And we were talking earlier, when you were 15, you didn't have weather nerds and people to look up to, and that's one of the things that's happening here. There's a lot of young people and people interested in meteorology and learning, and is that a big part about why you come to these conferences?
100%. When I was 15 years old, I was a lonely weather nerd with no friends. I would hide my hurricane tracking map in my Trapper Keeper, and I was scared that anyone would see it because I get beaten up because I was such a nerd. I am so jealous of the kids now that they could celebrate their weather nerdiness with online community and coming to things like this. Their parents bring them. It is great, and I want to be part of that and just kind of be a role model and show them, hey, there is a future in being a weather nerd.
And it's not just for the weather nerds, and for furthering our community, we can also bring this to people at home because we take these techniques and we apply them, like you said, to your chases, but then you take what's on your chases, the information that you gather and the data, and you share that.
Yeah, folks don't realize, I think a lot of people think of storm chasing as like it's just adrenaline junkies, that's all it is. The biggest part of my chasing, and I don't talk about it much on WeatherNation because I don't want to bore everyone, but the biggest thing for me is collecting data, which goes to the National Hurricane Center, and they use that data to kind of look at the storm afterward and understand what happened, and that in turn helps sort of improve the forecasts and everything. So it all goes into that science for warning the public. So we're not all just yahoos out there trying to get the sexy clip.
Right.
We're actually advancing the science.
And you're communicating that to us as we're forecasting live on WeatherNation, and we're getting that and bringing it to people at home too. Well, thank you so much, Josh, for taking some time to talk to us today. We're glad to be here at the National Storm Chaser Summit, and you can catch it with us live on Rumble, on YouTube, on WeatherNation.
And we are here at the 2026 iteration of the Storm Chasing Summit. I'm here with my good friend and coworker, Eric Fox. Eric, we've known each other a long time. What was the inspiration that led to the beginnings? This is the 6th year, I believe, of this now.
Yeah, believe it or not, I met you at ChaserCon in Denver.
Yes.
I don't know, 20-something years ago?
I think it was something like that, yeah.
So, ChaserCon started here in Denver, and it was how I actually got into the community. I was a young guy in the military, getting my meteorology degree and working, and I was able to meet people, greet people, and made me who I am in the weather community. And it all started at ChaserCon. Well, Tip Samaras passed away.
Yes.
And ChaserCon was around with Roger Hill, and it just kept. I wanted to keep it around. They got to the point where it was not really going to go forward anymore, and so I kind of took them and took ChaserCon, and I made it my own. But I have what I call a village around me.
Yes.
We're a nonprofit, 501c3. Our whole purpose is to give back. We put in storm shelters all across the world, if we can, in low-income communities, just to help. The Storm Chasers giving back. But within that, it's safety, education, safety, training, driver's training. Yesterday we had first aid CPR training. It's just all encompassing. And there's a lot of research, high level meteorology going on here to try to inspire kids. And so that's what I'm about, is inspiring people and just giving back. And so you got machines like behind me, you know, that do a lot of great research, and a lot of that, it goes on. That's why I call it a summit, because there's a lot of people here that get together.
It's really cool because you can see some of the brilliant minds of meteorology going out there and doing a little bit about teaching about how to examine radar. I mean, really important things here that I think will inspire younger meteorologists and kind of propel them to think on kind of that level about what meteorologists and what storm chasers are seeing. And I think that's really cool that you're bringing together storm chasers and weather enthusiasts here with these experts. This has been something that's been growing now for a number of years. Every year it seems to be bigger.
Yeah, this is our 6th year, right? So COVID set us back a little bit, but it was okay because it allowed us to grow slowly. And now we're getting to where we're selling out. And what I am inspired by is the younger kids that are here.
Yeah.
They're wanting to be here to learn and meet the great people that are out there that are trying to do good in the weather community. Because look, weather's the newest science there is. These kids are going to need to be around.
Yeah, no, that's really important. And it's, that you say that it is a young science. There's a lot of new things going on in the weather world. So cool that they see this. And then you got some really cool stuff going on. Chaser of the Year.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this is some pretty neat stuff. Looking forward to it.
The Chaser Hall of Fame.
Chaser Hall of Fame, yes.
The Storm Chasing Hall of Fame. So basically, those people are forefathers that come before us to allow us this. You know, the Chuck Doswells of the world who created everything we know about severe weather out there, like the textbooks, right? So it's what you got to give back, and that's what we're doing. You know, remember the prior generation, help the new generation.
Really, really excited to see that, and thanks for doing this, Eric. And it's real good to talk to you and see you here. We'll be coming to you live from the Storm Chaser Summit 2026 all through the weekend.
Why my wife hates the HRR. Let's call it the HRRR, or I guess the HER model. She doesn't really hate it. I think what she's upset about is that I pay too much attention to it, particularly when it initiates thunderstorms in a certain spot and they go somewhere else.
Like I said before, connect and communicate. And what is art but a way to connect and communicate with others around you using a language that everybody speaks? And honestly, everybody speaks weather. Everybody sees it. It affects everyone.
You know, it's that feeling you get. You all know it. You know, when you're out there on the open road and you're looking at the clouds towering and you just feel it in your soul. And it's something that's just embedded in all of us, I think, everyone here. And so follow that. I think it'll lead to great places.
I'm going to kind of build on what Mike Nelson said about communication and kind of pull in what these guys have been saying about passion. It's communicating that passion and being able to not only communicate it to your viewers on social media, but to also your brand. Think about all of your favorite chasers that you love to follow and you love to watch. They are communicating and getting you to have that feeling too. We need the next you. We need that brand. And woo! You know, so to build on what Max was saying, you have to find what makes you you. And that's what I tell the meteorologists that I work with every day. It's like, I don't want a lot of consultants in TV are going to try and fit you in a box. Everybody's going to try and fit you in a box and make you do what they think you need to. And that's sometimes difficult when you have to serve a larger brand. But I want the best version of you.
Carlos, hurry up. He's going to take our picture.
designed to save you money. Unlike ordinary storage bags that trap air in, spoiling your food, InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Look, flat sealers create a big mess, but InstaSeal is upright, mess-free, and easy. The secret is Smart Seal technology. With just one touch, it auto-feeds the bag to seal, pauses to vacuum out the air, then continues to perfectly seal. Plus, InstaSeal has a motor powerful enough to crush cans, but smart enough to save crackers from turning to dust. Forget big, bulky sealers you have to put away. InstaSeal's compact design stays to help you seal and save every day. Got a great deal on chicken, meat, or fish? InstaSeal protects it from freezer burn. Now buy groceries in bulk. Make meals ahead of time. InstaSeal and save. It even works with all universal storage system bags. Buy on sale meats. InstaSeal and save. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. Call or go online now and get the complete InstaSeal system that keeps food fresh 6 times longer, with enough storage bags to fill your entire fridge for the special TV discount price of just $99.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-1932 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-308-1932 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
One of these has chlorine, microplastics, and forever chemicals in it. And one is Aquasana filtered. With our Aquasana water filter, every glass is cleaner and healthier. Wait, which one? Visit aquasana.com today.
I'm meteorologist Carissa Kloss, and we are here at the 2026 National Storm Chaser Summit, and I found my favorite chaser dude, don't tell anybody else, Josh Morgerman. And Josh, you're excited to present here because this is a big deal for the meteorological and chaser community.
Yeah, this is the creme de la creme of or storm chaser conferences, and I'm talking about one of the most crazy topics, Hurricane Melissa, for 2 reasons. One, meteorologically, it was insane, smashed a bunch of records. But 2, it was one of the toughest chases I've ever gone on. And sort of the, I view chasing as sort of like a sport, a professional sport, and there's like a good way to do it. There are good techniques to apply. I want to share those with the community. This is how I got through it, and you can apply those techniques too.
Because when you apply those techniques, then we can get the information and the forecast to people at home faster and increase warning and lead time and information. Is that part of why you speak at public events like this?
Absolutely. The storm chasing community plays a very important role in weather warnings and stuff. One, just spotting threats as they're happening in real time. There's no one better than the storm chasers on the ground. And 2, collecting data that agencies like the National Hurricane Center then use to understand what happens. So it all goes into that sort of scientific mix, which funnels into better forecasts.
And better ways that we can serve you at home. And this is a sold out event. So if you want to join along, you can watch some of these presentations, including Josh's live on Rumble and our YouTube page. Just follow us at WeatherNation.
Yeah, and there you heard Carissa. If you go to our YouTube page, our Rumble page, you can follow along with everything that's happening today, see all the speakers, see the events. Hopefully you can check that out. But Rob, there's also a big game that's happening this weekend, and it happens tomorrow.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's other big events, not as big as Chaser, the Chaser Summit, but yeah, I know a lot of people care about this too. We'll talk about the big game on Sunday, 3:30 Pacific time, 6:30 Eastern. Weather looks to cooperate for the most part. There is a slim chance for a couple of sprinkles.
Yeah, it might get a couple raindrops, but overall, not too bad of a forecast, especially for all the tailgaters out there enjoying all the festivities. Temperatures should be in the mid-60s.
Yeah, cooling down throughout the game. We'll see the cloud cover gradually move on shore as well, and this could come with a little bit of drizzle, but aside from maybe that drizzle collecting on the ball, wouldn't really expect game impacts.
Yeah, and the weather is really not going to be a big factor for this game. It's interesting, the weather in these two cities, though, it is interesting as we take a look at some city comparisons here. We're talking about weather records here in this city showdown, Rob.
Yeah, and Seattle, a lot of folks would probably think Seattle hasn't had as warm of a temperature as Boston, but 4 years ago, you were here for this, Patrick. The Pacific Northwest had that ridiculous heat wave. Portland got up to 116, Seattle got up to 108. So that was... They would have been tied with Boston otherwise, their previous record high 102. But obviously Boston has the coldest record. Single day rain, they get tropical systems out there, and snowfall actually barely edging out Seattle.
Yeah, you would think that Seattle would be way lower when it comes to a single day snowfall. But you were telling me, Rob, that 21.5 inches, that was a blizzard that impacted the Seattle area.
Yeah, early 20th century. Impressive stuff. About 3 feet of snow on the ground after that 3-day blizzard. What about some other things from these cities? I always like to root for cities to get championships that don't have a lot of them. The Seahawks have the one from 2014, I believe, but they only have 2 championships their entire city's history, which, their sports history is much more limited than Boston's.
And if people are wondering what are the Supersonics, that's the Oklahoma City Thunder. So that's where they went from Seattle. They used to be called the Supersonics. I remember they were really good with Gary Payton and Sean Kemp, but look at all of those championships. I think Boston has definitely have some lead compared to Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, they got to be one of the most winning cities when it comes to sports.
You forget about the Celtics
histories.
And how many championships the Celtics have
so many
won.
championships going back and forth with the Lakers back in the day. All right, what about the food, Patrick? I mean, Seattle known for salmon, of course, Dungeness crab. I didn't know about Seattle teriyaki. Apparently that's a thing. And Seattle dogs have cream cheese on them.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I like cream cheese, so that sounds pretty good. I'll tell you what I really love, Rob. I love lobster rolls.
Oh,
There's a place in Denver that I go to for some lobster rolls. So good. Let's see what else. Fenway Franks. Haven't been to Fenway Park, so I haven't had those. A Boston cream pie. Love those donuts. And then, of course, Dunkin' Donuts. I love the Dunkin' holes, the little small bites that I can kind of take around. Yeah, the munchkins. There you go.
Oh, so how about the music, though? I got to pick Seattle for this one because I like these bands like Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Jimi Hendrix.
I didn't know Modest Mouse was from Seattle.
Yeah, about that. But, of course, Boston's from Boston. Aerosmith as well, the Cars, the Pixies. Two very music-rich cities.
Yeah, I mean, really, I could just do both of these. I mean, I'll listen to all this music that we see right here on the screen. But, yeah, I would say as far as the grunge in Seattle, that really brought a lot of those big bands from the grunge era. And then what is this? Movies and TV shows.
Yeah, that are based in these areas.
Okay, so let's see here. We got Sabrina. Okay, I remember that movie. Cheers, of course. Yeah, I grew up on that show. Watched that with my dad.
I couldn't fit the Teenage Witch on here.
Okay,
so yeah.
Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Ally McBeal, I remember that show. Rob, you're taking me down memory lane here.
Yeah.
Okay, Say Anything. I remember that movie. That's a John Hughes movie. 50 Shades of Grey. That movie as well. I didn't know that took place in Seattle.
A lot of moody
The Ring. I remember The Ring. That was a big movie.
The Rainfall as well. Yeah, so that's
this is all
fun.
fascinating.
And Frasier was technically a Cheers spinoff. They went from Boston over to Seattle.
That is true.
From Cheers to Frasier.
There's a relation,
there's a
right?
connection.
I like it.
All right. Well, let's talk about the West and the weather forecast a little bit. We'll stop reminiscing about these old shows and stuff. But we are going to see a pattern change for the West, and it's good that this pattern change is holding on a couple of days because we have the big game festivities this weekend. Folks are out there enjoying the weather across the Four Corners and across the West. South Lake Tahoe looking beautiful out there with the fog. But we have a cutoff low, and we have a big change on the way. After this low moves out, we're going to see a cold front work its way into the southwest. So this low is going to bring us some showers to the desert southwest this weekend. But then we get our big troughs to start digging into the west next week, and that will bring the Bay Area some showers, along with other areas in California, some good snowfall to the Sierra. And as we look at that extended period, that 6 to 10 day period, favorability is quite high for above average rainfall and precipitation precipitation in this region, what the West desperately needs. It's going to take a lot to make up the huge deficit that unfortunately these areas have carved out with a lack of precipitation in December and January, really. But we are going to start to see some more precipitation on the way, so hopefully we can start chiseling away at that deficit. We get rain and snowfall on I-80 by Monday afternoon, Monday evening. Heavy snow in the Sierra going into Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, with some of that moisture spreading east into Colorado by the end of the week. So rainfall totals could be pretty impressive. Snowfall totals could top a foot before the midweek time frame. We'll be back with more local details, your Western regional forecast from northwest to southwest.
What's for dinner?
And we're coming to you from the Storm Chaser Summit in Westminster, Colorado. It's a culmination of the brightest minds in meteorology, storm chasers, and just general weather enthusiasts. There's a lot of young people here too. The vibes are really cool. I want to show you what's going on. Check this out. We actually have a number of computers lined up with a storm chasing simulator. And I can see not only do they have what looks to be a virtual driving configuration with realistic graphics, they also have the radar here as well. So it's a really, really cool way to kind of learn about the logistics of storm chasing and really just how to read radar. And it's a good way of doing it without actually throwing yourself out in the field and not knowing what you're doing at first, which could be pretty dangerous. But let's go ahead and continue to walk this way. We'll keep walking down here. Really want to show you a couple of other things here. We got the Wheel of Weather. This is apparently Weatherville here, and you can see what's going on. A lot of folks interested in this here. A lot of these are brought to you by sponsors here, automatic emergencies, weather radios and stuff as well. Now, being a weather nerd myself, and I know a lot of people are going to really dig this, come over here. We got a whole booth set up to the movie Twister. I know a lot of people have seen this movie, and they got all kinds of merchandise here. And I've been told that every single decal that you put on your vehicle actually gives you an extra 5-mile-per-hour horsepower. But this is a really cool setup. They got all things going on with the movie, associated with the museum. If you've been up to Waukeeta, shout out to Linda up there. And just some really, really awesome stuff for those, of course. And I'm sure there's a lot of us who are kind of obsessed with the movie Twister. I know a bit of an underrated thing, I think, is the soundtrack to the movie, but that's a whole nother story. We continue to cover the Storm Chaser Summit live from Westminster, Colorado.
We're here at the 2026 National Storm Chaser Summit, and I'm joined by Holly Lamontagne, the Executive Director. And what I love about this summit is not just the science and the meteorology, but also the heart, because you guys are doing so much as a nonprofit to be able to go out into those communities and help people that are impacted by these storms.
Absolutely. So much of what we do at the summit previously has been about education and first on scene training. But as we are getting into these communities, we're realizing it's important to be able to give back to those communities in ways that can benefit them for years to come. So we are launching a new initiative to donate and have installed public storm shelters in underserved, tornado-prone parts of the country that need them the most.
They need them as they see these tornadoes year in and year out. So that's one arm of it. But also what I've seen is education, like you said, and the next generation of meteorologists and people who are interested in the weather, and scholarships and how you're helping them propel their careers.
Yes, so we have had such an influx of young kids into the summit in the last couple of years. The 8 to 16 age range has really been increasing. And as somebody who would have wanted to be at something like this when she was that age, it's so incredible to see these kids coming up and being brave enough to pursue their dreams and meet the people who have been inspiring them.
And potentially get some help via scholarships. So whether it's the storm shelter program or those scholarships, and somebody's at home and they want to become a part of this, what should they do?
So if they want to get involved, whether in a funding perspective or to get more information about the summit itself, you can visit chasersummit.org.
chasersummit.org, and you can hang out with us on WeatherNation. Find us on Rumble and YouTube. We'll be broadcasting a lot of these panels live and all of these talks. It's a sold out event. It's a big deal. So you should, at WeatherNation, YouTube, and Rumble, join us there.
We're here at the 2026 National Storm Chaser Summit, and you recognize the guy next to me. Josh Morgerman, our favorite chaser dude, is here and presenting because this is a huge deal for storm chasers, hurricane hunters all across the country.
This conference is like the creme de la creme of storm chaser conferences. This is the one, all the big guns are here, and it's a great time to kind of share information and just be a community.
And you're speaking. You're not just here to learn, you're here to present. What are you talking about, and why did you choose that?
Talk about Hurricane Melissa, and maybe some of the viewers are sick of me talking about it, but two things about Melissa. One, it was meteorologically just an unbelievable storm. Unbelievable storm, smashed so many records, so it's fascinating on that level, but also as a chase, it was a really tough chase, and getting through it in one piece required a lot of it required all of my best techniques to get through it, and I want to share that here because I got a lot of young followers and I feel like they can maybe learn something from how I got through that in one piece, how I got out alive.
And we were talking earlier, when you were 15, you didn't have weather nerds and people to look up to, and that's one of the things that's happening here. There's a lot of young people and people interested in meteorology and learning, and is that a big part about why you come to these conferences?
100%. When I was 15 years old, I was a lonely weather nerd with no friends. I would hide my hurricane tracking map in my Trapper Keeper, and I was scared that anyone would see it because I get beaten up because I was such a nerd. I am so jealous of the kids now that they could celebrate their weather nerdiness with online community and coming to things like this. Their parents bring them. It is great, and I want to be part of that and just kind of be a role model and show them, hey, there is a future in being a weather nerd.
And it's not just for the weather nerds, and for furthering our community, we can also bring this to people at home, because we take these techniques and we apply them, like you said, to your chases, but then you take what's on your chases, the information that you gather and the data, and you share that.
Yeah, folks don't realize, I think a lot of people think of storm chasing as like it's just adrenaline junkies, that's all it is. The biggest part of my chasing, and I don't talk about it much on WeatherNation because I don't want to bore everyone, but the biggest thing for me is collecting data, which goes to the National Hurricane Center, and they use that data to kind of look at the storm afterward and understand what happened, and that in turn helps sort of improve the forecasts and everything. So it all goes into that science for warning the public. So we're not all just yahoos out there trying to get the sexy clip.
Right.
We're actually advancing the science.
And you're communicating that to us as we're forecasting live on WeatherNation, and we're getting that and bringing it to people at home too. Well, thank you so much, Josh, for taking some time to talk to us today. We're glad to be here at the National Storm Chaser Summit, and you can catch it with us live on Rumble, on YouTube, on WeatherNation.
And we are here at the 2026 iteration of the Storm Chasing Summit. I'm here with my good friend and coworker, Eric Fox. Eric, we've known each other a long time. What was the inspiration that led to the beginnings? This is the 6th year, I believe, of this now.
Yeah, believe it or not, I met you at ChaserCon in Denver.
Yes.
I don't know, 20-something years ago?
I think it was something like that, yeah.
So, ChaserCon started here in Denver, and it was how I actually got into the community. I was a young guy in the military, getting my meteorology degree and working, and I was able to meet people, greet people, and made me who I am in the weather community. And it all started at ChaserCon. Well, Tim Samaras passed away.
Yes.
And ChaserCon was around with Roger Hill, and it just kept. I wanted to keep it around. They got to the point where it was not really going to go forward anymore, and so I kind of took them and took ChaserCon, and I made it my own. But I have what I call a village around me.
Yes.
We're a nonprofit, 501c3. Our whole purpose is to give back. We put in storm shelters all across the world, if we can, in low-income communities, just to help. The Storm Chasers giving back. But within that, it's safety, education, safety, training, driver's training. Yesterday we had first aid CPR training. It's just all encompassing. And there's a lot of research, high level meteorology going on here to try to inspire kids. And so that's what I'm about, is inspiring people and just giving back. And so you got machines like behind me, that do a lot of great research, and a lot of that, it goes on. That's why I call it a summit, because there's a lot of people here that get together.
It's really cool because you can see some of the brilliant minds of meteorology going out there and doing a little bit about teaching about how to examine radar. I mean, really important things here that I think will inspire younger meteorologists and kind of propel them to think on kind of that level about what meteorologists and what storm chasers are seeing. And I think that's really cool that you're bringing together storm chasers and weather enthusiasts here with these experts. This has been something that's been growing now for a number of years. Every year it seems to be bigger.
Yeah, this is our 6th year, right? So COVID set us back a little bit, but it was okay because it allowed us to grow slowly. And now we're getting to where we're selling out. And what I am inspired by is the younger kids that are here.
Yeah.
They're wanting to be here to learn and meet the great people that are out there that are trying to do good in the weather community. Because look, weather's the newest science there is. These kids are going to need to be around.
Yeah, no, that's really important. And it's, that you say that it is a young science. There's a lot of new things going on in the weather world. So cool that they see this. And then you got some really cool stuff going on. Chaser of the Year.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is some pretty neat stuff. Looking forward to it.
The Chaser Hall of Fame.
Chaser Hall of Fame, yes.
The Storm Chasing Hall of Fame. So basically those people are forefathers that come before us to allow us to. You know, the Chuck Doswells of the world who created everything we know about severe weather out there, like the textbooks, right? So it's what you got to give back, and that's what we're doing. You know, remember the prior generation, help the new generation.
Really, really excited to see that, and thanks for doing this, Eric. And it's real good to talk to you and see you here. We'll be coming to you live from the Storm Chaser Summit 2026 all through the weekend.
Big trough here, very dynamic system coming out. So it looks like it's going to be a big day, as many of you know. Let's look at the satellite photographs. We started here in Woodward. I think this is at roughly 3 in the afternoon, 3:30. And we went up to the warm front, which is right here where these clouds are. And we got into the clouds here and got out of the car and noticed how cool it was. Along the Kansas border with rotation tracks, not showing anything down here. And warm fronts are very effective tornado producers if there's not too much of a temperature contrast across them, and if they're moving forward with warm advection. And so that's kind of where I decided to go. That's why my wife hates the HRR. Let's call it the HRRR, or I guess the HER model. She doesn't really hate it. I think what she's upset about is that I pay too much attention to it, particularly when it initiates thunderstorms in a certain spot and they go somewhere else.
Like I said before, connect and communicate. And what is art but a way to connect and communicate with others around you using a language that everybody speaks? And honestly, everybody speaks weather. Everybody sees it. It affects everyone.
You know, it's that feeling you get. You all know it. You know, when you're out there on the open road and you're looking at the clouds towering and you just feel it in your soul. And it's something that's just embedded in all of us, I think, everyone here. And so follow that. I think it'll lead to great places.
I'm going to kind of build on what Mike Nelson said about communication and kind of pull in what these guys have been saying about passion. It's communicating that passion and being able to not only communicate it to your viewers on social media, but to also your brand. Think about all of your favorite chasers that you love to follow and you love to watch. They are communicating and getting you to have that feeling too. We need the next you. We need that brand. And, you know, so to build on what Max was saying, you have to find what makes you you. And that's what I tell the meteorologists that I work with every day. It's like, I don't want to, a lot of consultants in TV are going to try and fit you in a box. Everybody's going to try and fit you in a box and make you do what they think you need to. And that's sometimes difficult when you have to serve a larger brand. But I want the best version of you.
Carlos, hurry up. He's going to take our picture.
And looking at precipitation.
Don't get sad. All right, so our next two speakers are two incredible individuals. I've known Jordan for quite a few years and Sierra as well, and they work incredibly well together. They play off each other really well with their knowledge of meteorology, storm chasing, everything. And I'm always inspired by them because I remember listening to their talk 2 years ago when they were with Reed Timmer and talking about how they intercepted a tornado and just the pressure drop, how it felt, all of those different things. And now they're here today to talk even more about their storm chasing experiences. So without further ado, we have Jordan and Sierra.
We got two more. Who wants them? Sweet. Awesome. Sweet. Awesome. How's it going, everyone? So I just want to talk a little bit about where I grew up, how I got into storm chasing. So get over to the next slide there. There. Clicker? Play button?
You needed that.
All right. So I grew up in Metro Detroit in the city. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I grew up.
Hurry up, he's gonna take a picture.
Brought in several different people representing several different careers. Some are directly meteorology, some are not. Related to meteorology, but not necessarily meteorology, just so you guys could hear from a variety of people. If you guys want to just line up, like, along the front here. I'm just going to pass the microphone down, and you guys can each introduce yourselves, maybe talk a little bit about your education and what you do for your career. All right. So we're going to start with Ryan.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ryan Pitt. I'm from the Wichita, Kansas area. I'm not a meteorologist. Wanted to give you guys a different perspective that uses weather every day. I'm in aviation. I'm a pilot. So went to Southern Illinois University. I think that's all for me.
Hey, I'm Eddie Aldrine. I'm Director of Emergency Management for Nemaha County, Kansas. About an hour north of Topeka, if you guys know where that's at. Just like Ryan, I'm not a meteorologist either, but my background, master's degree in emergency management and counterterrorism type law enforcement stuff. So,
David Bodine. I'm a professor at the University of Oklahoma. I did meteorology for both my bachelor's through PhD.
I'm Kevin Scharfenberg. I'm a meteorologist. I went to the University of Oklahoma as well for a bachelor's and master's degree, and I've had a variety of roles in the National Weather Service since then.
We're starting a trend. We're about to. I'm Gerard Bailey. I'm a meteorologist in the broadcast sector. I'm a chief meteorologist at Fox 45 in Baltimore, but of course that career takes us all over the country. So I had a job starting in Myrtle Beach, Kansas City, Chicago, and have done stints elsewhere. And I also went to the University of Oklahoma, Boomer Sooner, and went to UNC Charlotte to finish up my career. Been in the broadcast industry 18 years, chasing for, oh my gosh, Gabe, almost 30. Wow, we're old.
Hey, I'm Dave Larrick. I'm a professor of meteorology at the University of Northern Colorado, up about an hour north in Greeley. I am from Minnesota originally, got my bachelor's at St. Cloud State, and then did my master's and PhD here in Colorado at Colorado State University.
Jeff Petrosky, graduated high school. Was around a bunch of brilliant people in OU and Oklahoma for many, many years, and it rubbed off on me. So anyway, I built houses in Tulsa for 25 years, got out of that and went into work for Barron back in '94. Been there 35 years. So I'm a sales rep for North America. Sell Barron, digital products, radars, those kind of things, dual pole. And today we're here for that and been chasing for about 40 years. So that's it. Awesome.
I'm Gabe Garfield. I went to the University of Oklahoma for meteorology. I got 2 degrees, and I ended up working at the National Weather Service for about 10 years in a research role. And then I shifted careers, not because I don't love meteorology, but it was kind of honestly about a girl. And I moved to East Tennessee, got an MBA, and started a career in the corporate world. But because I love meteorology, I actually have been doing a tornado chasing course. So I run that. It's called the Tornado Chaser Transformation. So I've been doing that about the last year.
So how many college students do we have here? Raise your hand. Lots of college students. How many high school students do we have? Any middle school, elementary? John. Awesome. So we got people from all different levels of education, different backgrounds, things like that. So I guess what we're going to do now, we're going to take some questions from you guys. Does anyone have any questions for any of these guys, just about anything and everything? Yes. Oh, here you go. Let's hear your questions.
What are we doing?
So we are learning about different career paths in meteorology and other careers that are related to meteorology. And these guys up here all do something related to weather, forecasting, things that would be related to storm chasing, sort of. Any other questions? Yes. So the question is, for meteorology, what do you think is more important, chemistry or physics pathway? Any of you guys any professors?
I would lean toward physics. I mean, chemistry will be something that you'll have to take, but physics, meteorology at its core is applied physics. If you're interested in atmospheric chemistry, that is something a track you can do, but the more physics classes you take, the more problem-solving skills you build, and that's really helpful for a career or a degree in meteorology.
Okay.
I will say that for the National Weather Service, having a coursework in physics is required to be a meteorologist. So definitely want to check that one off if you're looking at the National Weather Service maybe one day.
All right. Question in the back. Sure. Did everybody hear the question okay? Sure. So I'm going to take her question and then we'll ask her question. Is that okay? Awesome. So the question is, she's wanting to know about different pathways, like what kind of education you need for like different types of careers with meteorology. Like some require doctorate degrees, some require bachelor's degrees. Sure.
Take a stab. Gerard, you probably could tell more about the broadcast than I can, but as far as the research track goes, I would say, Kevin, maybe David, you can chime in on this, but I'd say that you probably would want to aim for a PhD if you're going the research track. If you're going broadcasting, you'd probably be okay with a bachelor's degree. Some broadcasters, I assume, do master's degrees these days, but maybe you have some comments. Broadcast is a little bit looser for a multitude of reasons. Yes, you got to have an education of some sort in some way, in some formality. Some people have actually been getting their education in meteorology while they are working. So we have had reporters want to, kind of transition and work as meteorologists. As they're learning the whole systems and everything, they're working under us. They can actually do programs at the same time. So Mississippi State offers a great program where it's kind of a dual thing where you can work and still do this online. That is a very popular thing for some of them. I went the traditional route. I did a 4-year degree, got my bachelor's. From there on, that is your education. That's the base. At meteorology on the broadcast sector, you're not doing research like Gabe and some of these other really big brains are doing. You're just trying to understand the basic concepts and be able to communicate it to people on an everyday level. They don't need to know all the intricate physics of it. You have to understand it, and then you have to translate it. So basic education first, good communication skills is required at our level. There are some people that I've known that are, of course, a whole lot smarter than me that I've rubbed elbows with in school like Gabe. But Gabe is a very well-spoken man at OU. But there are some maybe not having such great communication skills, but they're brilliant. They're brilliant, and they can continue to educate themselves beyond. But the broadcast sector is a little bit easier if you can understand the concepts and you're good at communicating them. So a lot of education beyond meteorology for what I do. So it's a little bit more, more wider variety. You guys want to add to it from your sectors?
So emergency management's going to be completely different. You can get any of the degrees that you want, but really you need the experience. Experience matters when you're dealing with disasters. You really can't learn emergency management through school. You need to be boots on the ground with your street smarts. Obviously the degree helps, but for me, I was in law enforcement in the Kansas City metro area before I became emergency manager. You can either go that route. A lot of the EMs are firefighters or EMS. If you don't want to go the first responder route, really what I'd say is probably volunteer with the American Red Cross or United Way or something like that. I know a lot of my colleagues in Kansas have come through that way, and they don't even have degrees in emergency management. So I think we lean more on the experience level.
I can talk the aviation pilot route for anybody who's interested. In today's world, bachelor's degree isn't really even required for most airlines. If you want to go the airline route, you go the corporate route, flying, for private companies. Most of them don't care about education as well. It's all about the flight time. Myself, I got a bachelor's degree in aviation management, associate's aviation flight, so it's not really required.
Yeah, so going a little bit more towards the meteorology side of things, if you're interested in being a forecaster, and that's kind of the fundamental thing that you want to do, a bachelor's degree is going to get you there. Now, the higher education that you have, if you go get a master's, then it's going to make you more marketable. You're going to be more competitive for some of those jobs. But the master's and PhD, going to grad school, is really more for if you want to get into the research side of things, if you want to become a professor. I realized early on in my undergraduate days that I had a passion for teaching and teaching my fellow students on how to learn things better. And then I went and huddled in the fetal position for a day once I realized, oh my God, I got to go to grad school and get a PhD. So master's degree, you can be a researcher and you can be part of the science and developing new technologies and flying on aircrafts and taking measurements and all that cool stuff. But leading a research group, being in charge of what your proposals are going to investigate, that's where having the PhD then really matters, because then you can be in charge. And then obviously working your way up, being directors of different institutions, scripts and things, those folks are going to have PhDs as well. So it kind of depends on what level of participation and what kind of passion you have for the science.
Yeah. Yep. So I'm going to come, I agree with everybody what they've said, 100%. In today's environment, if I can rewrite history the way I see it today, if I'm in your shoes, whatever your age you're at, look at coding, look at AI, and as you go forward from this point on, you need to think, what problem can I solve anywhere on the globe because it's global communications. We have global weather, teleconnections. If you can solve somebody's problem on a global scale, you're going to be invaluable to whatever company's going to hire you. You can basically write your own ticket. So you got to figure out what problem do we need to have solved in America, around the world, work on that, code for that, understand that, and if you can solve real world problems, you'll get hired before you even leave college. I promise you. Right? That's the world we're in today, and that's where I would spend 100% of my effort. But you need your education, you need your science, you need your all those things. Another thing that's growing across all sectors, and I think the government side would tell us this, private sector, I will tell you that in the sell side, is you have to sell yourself from the time you get out of high school to the time you're in college. Your deans, which college am I going to attend? What value do I have to OU if I understand something that's going to solve a problem they've been working on for 20 years? You become much more valuable candidate. Maybe you get a free ticket to college because you've got something that nobody else has to offer, right? That is how people look at you. It happens literally from the time you leave high school till you retire. You always got to be a benefit to somebody. Every day I wake up, it's like, what can I do at my job to help somebody create a problem or solve a problem that they're having on any scale? And that's how I live my life every day. And I I can't tell you who it was, but a company engaged me about 6 years ago in an environment like this, and a major global company. And I said, what's your number one problem? And they shared their number one problem with me. And I said, I can solve that problem with you. Let's meet. And I got a meeting in the following week, right? So those are how you engage people, and that's how you become problem solvers, right? That's what I encourage you to do. And you'll live a very successful life, I promise you. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Oh, you got one more?
I just wanted to add one piece of advice. If you're going in an undergraduate program in meteorology, I mean, there's a lot of opportunity along the way to figure out what you want to do. You can intern at a TV station, job shadow in the weather service, do a private sector internship. You don't have to know exactly what you want to do. Maybe you do a research job and you love that, or you can try any number of those things, but take advantage of all those opportunities that are available to you.
Thank you guys for all that. Now we had your question. Here, I'll bring you the microphone. You're the first.
Thank you. Is there any schools in Kentucky that you would think, no, not schools, jeez. Is there any colleges in Kentucky that you think would be good for meteorology? Like based on price and teachers and all that. Like, is there any schools in Kentucky? Or whatever they'll call it at this point.
You can't be afraid to travel, because there's no telling what experience that you could get if you go someplace else. You want to shoot for the stars, find the best school out there. I'm not going to try to oversell it, but I hear OU's a pretty good school. So, do your best in school, get good grades, and aim for the school that you might just think could be the best when you want to go and visit some of these. Doesn't mean you can't get a great education at others. I also did a stint at UNC Charlotte. That was a great school, and it was much, much closer. It's also a little bit cheaper. But I understand everyone's going to probably be looking at some of the best schools, and OU, highly competitive. But it doesn't mean that if you don't get in, or you can't afford it, that you can't still get a great education in any of these other schools and do what you want to do. So I don't want to, scare everyone, say you'll never get in, but aim for something good, and maybe you never know where it could take you. I mean, I learned some incredible stuff, met some incredible people, and had an experience that was unreal. And I'm glad I left my home state, so don't be afraid to move out. Anyone?
And I know with in-state tuition and all that, it's a big cost difference between in-state and out-of-state. So where I went to school, Southern Illinois University, at the time I was there, if you were a bordering state from Illinois, you got in-state tuition, and Tennessee actually was added to that as well. So keep that in mind too. If you're in a bordering state, check out to see if they offer in-state tuition for a bordering state.
Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to take it a bit down to the high school level because personally my kids are a bit younger. But I really like that some of you guys, so I know there's obviously the university route. That is always probably the most traditional, basic way to go, especially depending on if you want to do more of a research type of job. But I really like what Jeff was saying, and I know how you guys both also can be totally different avenue into it. In today's world, especially at the high school level, if meteorology is something that you were interested in and you were starting into high school, what would you suggest to you start getting involved with or volunteering with? Or the guy who just left, what's his course? I want to know about that too. Yeah. So what would you suggest so that when in 4 years you're going to college, you can be seen as a problem solver within the field?
Got it?
So do you live in a rural or urban setting?
I live in a rural area, but the city's not too far. We're in southern Utah.
Okay. So there's these groups, and when I presented this morning, I talked about this, but there are certain groups that are called community emergency response teams. That it's a civic organization it's a volunteer organization too, but it gets you involved in responding to certain disasters or even simply just community events where they need volunteers. That looks really good on resumes, especially for college. It also gives you good people skills that they'll need when they go to college. So I highly recommend doing that.
While you're in high school, don't be afraid to do something different. I was the first guy in high school to do a forecast for our daily broadcast, and it then eventually got printed. I just went up to the librarian at the time because we barely had anything. This was a long time ago. I said, "Can I use the computer? I want to start doing forecasts." And she, "Yeah, that would be great." Those are the kinds of things you want to get involved in. But more importantly, while you're in school, you got to take every science and math class you can and learn every bit of it you can, because you're going to need that base under you to excel in college.
And if the interest is maybe the research route or the applied meteorology route, I totally agree with that. Science fairs are still a thing in most communities, I think. So just going, that's a way to get some feedback early on, kind of hone your science skills a little bit. And even like mathletics or Math Olympics competitions, things like that, are a good way to meet other people and get some feedback outside of class as well.
Anything STEM related.
Yeah,
you can't go wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm actually going to be judging middle school and high school science fair here in Colorado next week. So there's a good connection between a lot of the universities and the K through 12 programs in those areas. So it's good places to make connections and show how passionate you are about science and finding ways to explore something you're interested in that might be meteorology, storm chasing, or related. I'm at University of Northern Colorado. We're kind of the opposite of OU. We're really tiny. So you could be in a class of 100 people in your intro meteorology class at OU. You might be in a class of 10 at my program. So there's a lot of different ways to become a meteorologist. And I would say, we had questions about in-state tuition and what can you do during high school. You can try to get college credit for certain classes, or you can think about, all right, I got to build my science, but I want to maintain my passion at the same time and I don't have a lot of money. You can explore science projects. You can then take a couple of years and go to a community college. You don't have to jump into a 4-year degree. You can go grab all of those science prereq things, the calculus, the physics, the chemistry. You can go take those at a community college, and then all that stuff will transfer in, and then you can do your meteorology degree in a couple of years after that. So there's a lot of different ways that you can kind of blend your high school transition into your 4-year program.
I have to say one thing. This is all the traditional route, and we've all been old enough to do this. But there have been some people out there that I have seen that have blown my mind, that have never gone to school. Self-taught by anything that they've seen online, and I would think that they already had their degree with how knowledgeable they were. There's a couple guys that live and work as just, off the side. They have their own weather pages. They put up their own things. And that's kind of the thing of the kids today more than anything. They're their own bosses with their own pages, their own followers. And they do that just by their own education, by what they do. So if you're curious, the world's wide open to you right now. We all had to go to libraries to learn stuff and open encyclopedias. The internet just started, and we didn't have people online already teaching this stuff. You guys have the access that we wish we had. I had to read every National Geographic I could to learn something. All right, and now I'm really jealous of what they have access to now. So you can go do it on your own. You don't have to go to school to still go online, make your own forecasts. Obviously, you want to have the education because you don't want to be giving bad information. So we prefer if you get a good education, but you can still begin, and there's nothing wrong with that too.
I'm going to date myself. I'll go way back. Well, back when I was a kid, about your age, about 14 years old, in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, they had a fire department had an explorers group. There was about 8 or 10 male and females that belonged to it, and so each month they would take us to a different venue to educate us. Right. So one outing, we went to the Weather Service, and at that event there were some storms going on. And I was so fascinated with back then it was called the WR57, and it would make a clicking noise. You could see the little VIP levels 1 through 6, and the radar would go around, and you go click, 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 click. And watching the storms, watching the radar stop, and you do RHI on the storm, like how high is the storm? Oh, that's really cool. And got hooked on it. And after that, I'd ride my 10-speed. Yeah, I was 14 years old. I had to my parents took me a couple times to Tulsa Airport. I lived in Broken Arrow, like 15 miles one way. I'd ride my 10-speed all the way from Broken Arrow to the airport because I was so fascinated about weather, right, and technology. That's how I got hooked at a young age. But if I didn't belong to the Explorer group, I would have never been embraced with that. So locally, where we're telling you in, look at NWA, AMS chapters locally. They help in this situation as well, educate and things. Local weather service offices is the same way. But get involved in the community and those things, it'll really educate them, and they'll find something that really draws on their heartstring and like, ooh, I really want to go this path. That's what I'd recommend too.
All right, so I want to give you guys a lot of time to be able to come up and talk to these guys one-on-one with your individual questions. So I'm going to take one more group question. Anyone else? Oh, sure. Go ahead. It's a great question. What does your typical day look like? Like, what's your favorite thing you like to do during your day?
I'll take this one.
And your least favorite thing.
In the sales cycle, you just threw me a real easy softball. I'm taking over, guys. Sorry. So here's the deal. I'm just kidding. What I like to do is I get up. Honestly, guys, we don't have to fire up the laptops. We got this, right? Fire up. I'm going to be honest with you. Sometimes when I wake up at 6 in the morning or 5 in the morning, my phone's like, boy, there's a 5-minute trough coming. I know we're going to have rain or snow or what's the long range? Oh, we got severe weather. I got 5,000 or 3,000 capes coming up in the spring. I grab the phone. I look at the data. Once we're in severe weather season, I'm looking at SPC. I'm looking at models. I don't look at one model. I'll look at a blend of models and say, everybody's like got their targets, right? Ooh, I kind of like this area. There's a sleeper over here. There's a little boundary down here that nobody's talking about. Dude, that might fire up at 4 o'clock south of Oklahoma City. I think there might be tornadoes in the metro nobody's talking about. Everybody's focused up in Kansas. I'm going to Oklahoma City. Sometimes I'll win, sometimes I'll lose. But I look at models, right? I'm infested with models. I look at social media. All these people up here, we all have different opinions. We all have great education, and we all have massive experience, right? And so I look at everybody online. It's like, ooh, this doctor here, he's saying this. Guy at Lubbock Weather Service, he's saying this, and he's really good forecast. Guy at Dodge is really humming on this Jetmax coming out, right? So I look at everybody's, and I get a consensus like, boy, I really like this. And you try to put everything together in your head before you leave in the morning, out chasing. And it's like, this is eerie. Sometimes you bust, sometimes you're right. But the good thing about today is, you've got data. We didn't have it in the early days. I used to go to a payphone. I'm really dating myself now. In 78, Oklahoma, CompUSA, 800 number, a Mac computer, old Mac, big fat Mac, with a little phone coupler. We go to Texaco, had a 14-foot extension cord on it, pull up Altus, Oklahoma, pull up at 1 o'clock after passing the OU map room. Thank you for letting me come by. True story. And we take maps. We didn't have computers in. They print out a map once an hour. We'd put 4 of them together, and we'd go in there like the old movies, and we'd take them, and there'd be 20 minutes, and they're all going like this. Oh, my gosh, where's the first cue? It's coming out of, oh, look at that little tower northeast of Lubbock, and they're reporting southwest wind at 30, and the dew point. So I'm like, I'm going southwest. That's what we did. That's what we had, right? So technology today is awesome. I mean, it is. I'll be honest with you guys. I can take this right here. I can now with Starlink and other things going on around the world. I can take my phone. I can chase anywhere in the world, and that's all I need. And I'll nail 99% what I'm going after. This is all I need. I don't need computers. I don't need laptops. I don't need anything. This and the internet. I'm golden. Wherever you got. That's what you got to trade. You got the whole world to do whatever you want. It's in your hand every day. What are you going to do with it? Now, I got one last story to share with you. Quick one. When it rains and it snows, there's billions of little droplets falling out of the atmosphere, right? those are dollars. That's money. And if you can figure out how you can take all that data and all that brain and precept and turn it into your education and turn it into what you love doing for life, because at the end of the day, if you don't like what you're doing, you're not going to be happy. Doesn't matter how much money you make, you got to like what you're doing, right? And at the end of the day, that's really what matters. That's my life, right? I'm done.
Did that answer your question?
I'm buying whatever you're selling, man. So, here's the deal. I'm a professor. I learned really early on in my college career that I really like teaching concepts to others and helping people realize how important science is to our daily lives. So, my favorite part, teaching is my passion. My favorite part of the day is whenever I get to walk into that classroom, and especially in my upper level courses where I see my 5 to 10, maybe 15 meteorology students, and I know that we're going to have a great day. Even if it's hard, even if we're going to cover math, we know that we're passionate about very similar things and making a difference in this world, and that's going to be amazing. And then I get the opportunity to go out into the field and apply stuff with these students. So I teach a 10-day storm chasing class. I do a mountain meteorology class, and I take students out into the mountains for a weekend, and we dig snow pits, and we dig snow pits, and we relate the weather to the avalanche forecast and why are the avalanche conditions what they are based on how the weather has been changing things. So I get to take all that Mother Nature and weather has to offer and show my students how we can apply this in our daily lives every day, and that's what I love to do.
Mine may be something that's a little bit more in your face. You can kind of get an idea of at least what I do partially. So in the broadcast world, it's half of what Jeff does, some of what he does, and some of what a lot of these guys do, but then I have to kind of morph it into a good story. I'm telling a story every day. So I wake up whenever it is that I'm going to be up, whether I have to work at a morning shift and I'm waking up at 2 a.m., yes, 2 a.m. to be there. But lately I'm not on that shift, so I'm very happy, but I get to stay at work until midnight. Weather happens 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Doesn't sleep, so neither do you. So here's how it works. I wake up whenever I'm feeling like it, and just like the night before, I'm staring at data. I'm excited, seeing what's happened because I'm fascinated by the weather. I want to know what the weather story is, and the weather story changes every single day. That's the coolest thing about it. You got something new every day. Then I'm formulating the story. What is the weather story of the day? How am I going to tell it? I get to work. After I've looked at the data, I get some hard numbers down. You know, the next 7 days. What are the days of interest? What are the days that are going to really impact people? I put graphics together using his system, by the way. We use Barron Weather Systems. Yeah. And I have to use these big computers to design graphics that his company has helped put together. And then that spends, oh gosh, I'm spending 4 to 5 hours of my day already doing that. And then I get to go on air with it and retell the story. And of course, newscasts happen over and over and over, right? We start at 4:30 in the afternoon, and we go all the way to 11:30 at night. So I have to keep doing that over and over again, but I get to enjoy the storytelling. My most favorite part is being able to tell the cool story and getting excited using our passion, being able to say something awesome about it, and at the same time, getting to teach a little something. I love being able to take the weather story and then maybe educate some people that had no clue, get their eyes lighting up, get some fascination going. That's my favorite part. My least favorite part is putting on the suit and makeup.
As a operational meteorologist in the National Weather Service, my favorite part of this is there's a new challenge every day that is really cool and fun to try to work through. So today it might be, is the capping inversion going to break in their supercell thunderstorms, or are you going to get a sunburn? A lot of people are really, really counting on that decision. And a couple of days from now, it might be, is there an ice storm, and do people need to start pre-positioning trucks to get ready to restore the power lines? Again, lots and lots of people depending on that decision. Unlike almost any other science, people really, day to day depend on what we do and us getting it right. And you get almost instant feedback within a few days. You're going to know, did you get that right or not? And how can you improve, which I also like, here's how I could do better next time. So, as you say, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. That big storm's always going to come on Christmas Eve or 4th of July when you'd rather be out doing a picnic. But to me, that mission of protecting lives and property is what gets me out of bed in the morning and excited to go to work.
My role is a professor at the University of Oklahoma. So I wanted to become a professor because of teaching. I really enjoy teaching students. I teach the freshman level programming class at the University of Oklahoma. So it gives students a chance to get their feet wet, learning how to computer program, but also learn how to explore meteorological data and plot weather maps. So it's pretty exciting to be the first person that they see when they come in and take a class from. I also teach a graduate radar class, so we go into deep on the weather radar applications, go into a lot more depth than what I talked about today, but go into all kinds of different applications. And then for half of my job, that's about half of my job, the other half's doing research. So my favorite part of the research side is taking the radars out in the field. We get to take the Raxpol radar out, collect observations of tornadoes, severe weather. Field work is a lot of fun. It's also a lot of work. You're gone for like 18 hours and come back at 3 a.m. and so you do kind of wear out, but it's super fun to see all the data you collect. You get to see the storm, experience it, and then go analyze what happened. Really enjoy mentoring undergraduate and graduate students too in research. That's a lot of fun, a really fun way to combine teaching and research. So least favorite, probably, I don't necessarily hate writing grant proposals, but I hate all the detail of having to go through some giant list of things to figure out what to write, as opposed to the science idea that, and then some university paperwork stuff. It's not super fun, but overall, it's a great job and love it.
So I feel your pain on the grants. Emergency management, we lean on grants quite a bit. There's FEMA grants, local grants that we do. So yeah, it's not fun. But emergency management, every day is different. That's what I like about it. Same thing when I was in law enforcement. One day is never the same. When I wake up, just kind of like these guys, I look at the weather, see what's going on. In emergency management, weather changes. As I'm stepping on the cord, weather changes all year. If it's not storm season, it's fire season, heat wave season, winter weather that we just dealt with in Kansas. So there's always something going on. If you're good for that day, I usually write plans on how to deal with certain hazards. In emergency management, we take this all hazards approach. It could be natural disasters, man-made disasters, terrorism, stuff like that. So we write plans to kind of guide us when something happens, which a lot of times that's really mundane work, but still has to be done. It makes your job easier when something actually does happen. My favorite thing is I don't chase. I've been chasing as long as Gerard and Gabe, but because of my job, it's kind of put a bad taste in my mouth about me going storm chasing. So I usually just chase in my own county, but I also depend on the chasers that come into my county. So that part is my favorite part, is because I still get a chase, but I don't go way across the country to chase anymore. The worst one, probably just when some hazard happens that I have to deal with. I have a really good community that helps me out. I'm a one-man shop in my office, so dealing with large disasters can kind of be pretty big. But in the small communities, like coming from Kansas City, I had a hard time moving to where I live now. My county's only 10,000 people. So that was quite the change. But what I love about that is all the fire, law enforcement, even cities and stuff, because there's not enough resources, they are really good at responding and knowing what they need. So that's a great part of it. But yeah, when stuff hits the fan, that's usually the worst. So.
Okay, I'll try to make mine pretty short. So the best part about being a pilot is all the places you get to go. You get to go from freezing cold weather to, an overnight in shorts and a t-shirt somewhere. And just seeing the different types of weather, you operate in all types of weather. Worst thing is probably when something changes, whether it's schedule or something with the weather changes, whether you can get into an airport or not, and then you got to, think about different alternatives, and then you got passengers you got to talk to, and just causes a ripple effect sometimes. Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for being here and answering these questions. I know some more of you had more questions, so we have some time left. Maybe I could have like 3 or 4 of you guys go to the back, and then we can keep some people in the front. And then you guys are welcome to get up and just talk to these guys one-on-one and ask any questions you might have. And just want to thank everybody for coming out today.
Pretty chilly up in the mountains.
And the reason, I'll give you a reason why, it's because it's Kansas, but it actually gets tornadoes. As we all know, Kansas doesn't get tornadoes anymore.
It's a myth. And the roads are great in Iowa.
And the roads are gridded.
Perfect.
And honestly, you don't have that red clay either, so.
Yeah. There's someone, right,
There he is.
right here.
Follow the mic guy.
Mike Guy.
Hi, Jordan. I love you.
I hear Brandon.
I just wanted to ask for the next generation. What's your advice to the next generation of storm chasers, and what can they do to make themselves great?
I think my advice to the next generation, it's a big one. You're going to have a lot of people that tell you you can't do it. Oh, you're a nerd. If you want to do it and you love it and you want to chase weather, please do it. Chase your dream. It's the biggest thing ever. My dad hammered that into me when I was in middle school. I don't care what you want to do. If that's what you want to do and it's your dream, you need to go do it, because he tells me he'll regret it, that he doesn't chase his dreams. And he's 46 now or something, and he's never chased his. So chase your dream.
Hey, Jordan, can I go chasing with you?
No.
Yes.
Matthew.
You
can I go chasing with you? Your presentation yesterday, I mean, you always kill it every time.
Do you want to talk anything to the younger generation before we take another question?
Oh, yeah. I mean, let me think about that. I mean, like you said, if you love something, you have to go for it. You know, my mom always told me growing up, don't live in fear. You can't ever make your decisions out of fear. And if you're even the least bit, you're hesitant about doing something, you have to remember that, it's okay to fail. It's okay to do something and you don't like it, or maybe you're not so good at it at the beginning. It's okay. But if you have a strong interest in doing that, you have to keep trying at it, and don't be scared if, you think that maybe you won't be successful or you won't fit in right away. There's always places for everybody to fit in and good people for everybody to find. And, this community is so great at uplifting people and supporting people and being good mentors. So yeah, find those people.
Do you have any advice for someone that's completely out of the circle that you guys are in? No contacts, don't know anybody. How to approach people to find a mentor or a chase partner without coming across as cringy or a creeper? You know what I mean? You can bring something to the table, but they don't know that. How do you come across as a normal person without being weird?
This is a phenomenal question. And I think the first step in that, you're doing it right now by being here. So I just want to congratulate you for being here. And as far as that goes, you're in the right place, because every single person in this room loves weather. And I'm sure if you've been watching the presentations, and mingling is a big thing, you're going to meet a lot of people during this event that you can talk to and pitch those ideas to, or ask them for advice. And everybody here is pretty much an open book. So I think honestly, just communicate with everybody, talk to everybody, and I promise you somebody will come along where you're like, yeah, I'll be more than willing to take you, because there's lots of people in this room that are more than willing to take you storm chasing, I promise. And then we have
There's someone right here. I've seen your hand up a few times.
Oh, he's right here. He's running up at you now. I think he's right here. Thank you. You're probably getting your workout in, aren't you?
Look, so as storm spotters, we're expected to provide some basic, succinct information whenever we do a report, or they don't take the report. There's been a surge over the last few years of social media, and as pointed out by other people, some people use that as a primary source of information.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed a lot of social media posts lack basic information, such as the most basic stuff is when and where. How can we, as a community, improve that so that any post begins with that basic information without scrolling through a bunch of comments?
That's a great question.
Yeah, it's really easy in the moment. Like when you're out there chasing, you want to get the information out quick. You're excited. You want to post it to social media. You want to show people, look how cool this is. Look what I'm doing right now. And so sometimes it is, tough to remember to include all the important details. So it is definitely important to remember that you're not just chasing for yourself. You're chasing to also to warn other people and try and provide good information. So yeah, it is good. It is important to be mindful to include that information, because you never know. Even if one person sees it who maybe wasn't watching TV or, didn't hear the sirens go off, you might help one person. So yeah, always remember to put that information in there.
And I'll add to your thing. I think it is important that if it's breaking, obviously there's social media, people will post old content all the time to get views. I think in the moment when we are all out chasing, it is a good idea that if we were going to post a tornado video or say wall cloud here, to add the date, add where you are. I mean, that's basically like basic spotter 101. But with social media and the way that's exploded, I think we kind of forget that, hey, social media is in a sense kind of like its own version of a spotter network, if you want to call it that, because you're reaching the general public and they're looking at your content and they need to know what's going on. If you just go wild tornado right now in Dixon, South Dakota, they're like, was this right now? Is this so it's a great question. I think it's important to work on as a community. Try, if it is breaking and it is new, add the dates. Say, hey, this is right now. And then if you're posting old content, obviously say, this is from 2024 or whatnot there.
And tag your local weather service office.
Yes, tag the local weather service.
They're the real deal with getting the word out.
So this is a question for Sierra. What was your least favorite math course?
Ooh.
Brutal.
So I've been through Calc 3, I've been through differential equations, I've been through, some of the math in my meteorology program, because I think I forgot to say that earlier. I am currently in my meteorology program at OU. But funny enough, my least favorite was geometry. That was most people's favorites, and I'm not a shape person. I'm not good at spatial math like that. So that was my least favorite. I think my very favorite is just calculus. But work hard in that. Just do your studying. There's so many resources online that'll get you through it, and you'll be great.
All right, next one. I see you.
This is a question for both of y'all. What would be y'all's dream chase? Like, it could be like a typhoon, it could be a tornado.
Wow, that's a good question.
Did you say a typhoon and a tornado, or a tornado?
It could be anything.
No,
like you said, it could be anything, right?
Yeah. Dream chase.
What would be your dream chase? I'll start and you can think about it.
Yeah.
I think I had my dream chase this year. The Gary, South Dakota chase day was phenomenal. And the only reason I say this is because we committed that target early in the day. We sat in Watertown all day and I was grueling. But the first storm of the day is one of the most forgotten storms of the day, and that was Clear Lake. And that tornado alone was like insane. It was very strong. I don't think it did a whole lot of damage outside of a bunch of tree farms and maybe some outbuildings. And then Gary happened, and I've never seen a tornado spaghetti the way it did.
It danced.
It danced.
It danced.
So that, for me, honestly, I think that would have been actually, if I could have wrote it up from a forecasting standpoint to a seeing as believing standpoint, and being on it. And that Gary tornado did unfortunately hit a home, but I don't believe anybody ended up dying. Thank goodness. So that's why I will chalk that one up as probably my favorite.
I mean, that was, I think, definitely probably my favorite tornado that I've seen as well was Gary. I mean, you just can't beat it. It took on so many shapes. It danced, it wiggled, it piped out, it drill bitted, it did everything. So, and it was in, beautiful location, beautiful backdrop. So that was probably my favorite tornado. But honestly, I think my new dream now is to experience like a Cat 5 hurricane, because I've been in a few weaker ones. I think Idalia was Cat 2, Cat 3 was very intense, but I'm a big tropical person. That's something I didn't get to experience much growing up in Michigan. My mom's from Pensacola, Florida. She went through Hurricane Camille back in the day, and she always tells me the most crazy stories about the hurricanes she went through growing up. So I really want to experience an intense hurricane like that.
But with that being said, I want to say thank you all for having me. And Sierra, she is a rock star. So Sierra is an absolute rock star. If you haven't gotten to know her, you got to know her a little bit better today. And if you see her around, go talk to her. She's awesome. And thanks everybody for having us. I want to say one reminder, because I'm kind of dually up here. Check your emails for My Radar. You should be able to download premium for free for 3 months. everybody in here. So just want to point that out. Thank you all so much. Here.
Good job. Place it right there.
All right. How's everyone doing? Yeah! Woo! All right. Things are about to get real. First of all, Sierra and Jordan are incredible and amazing. I love them so much. But let's talk about Otis. Otis.
There's a lot to talk about there.
There is observations of tornadoes by UAV systems. So this is the one talk last year. If you were here last year, you should have seen the crowd. You could have heard a pin drop, and you watched everyone's body language just lean in, and we're like, we're about to see something we've never experienced or seen before. Mm-hmm. It was video of the inside of a tornado, and now they've basically changed the entire weather industry, and things have exponentially grown from here.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been chasing for 13 years, never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
Your minds are about to be blown.
They will be blown. And I got very lucky enough to go out and chase with the Otis Project. And it's incredible what they do, because when they go from one storm to another, they're not just relaxing and kicking back. No, they have all of their tools in their truck, and they are fixing their drones, doing whatever they need to do to make sure they have it all set up for the next tornado. I've never seen such dedication and determination by young men. They are in their 20s.
Brilliant.
They're brilliant. And also, one other thing, you could not, I don't think anybody else in the entire world could do what they do. It's the perfect group of people that are making this happen, from the engineers, the meteorologists, the storm chasers, the director, the photographer, everything.
The whole package.
It is the whole
100%.
package. So without further ado, they really don't need an introduction, but we wanted to stand up here because this is going to be one of the most powerful presentations that you'll ever see, and they are truly changing the world. So with that said, we're going to walk off the stage and play the video.
Yeah.
I was just flying inside of a tornado for like 5 minutes.
When you see some of these strong tornadoes, it's like a bomb went off.
Hello?
As technologically advanced as we are, we still don't know why some tornadoes form and some don't.
It's okay. Keep her ready.
You're the first people to document die in a tornado. So that's pretty good. And so
insane views out of Oklahoma. The Otis Project, they have all kinds of weather data they collected. Can't wait to get our hands on that.
Temperature, pressure, relative humidity, that's difficult to get.
This year's going to make or break us.
Be patient.
Stuff's not cheap. It's all on our own dime. Coverage is not an option here. There's no data on like vertical winds. Whoa! And that's what's doing a lot of damage.
Tornado formation, for centuries, people have been trying to figure out. Tornadoes can expend the energy of thermonuclear warheads. If we learn exactly how tornadoes form, we can model them better, predict them better, and save lives.
Wow. That's pretty awesome. Where's the clicker? Let me grab that.
Got it.
Sweet. All right, well, welcome to the Otis Project Presentation 2026. We're really, really excited to share with you guys everything that we did last year. There was a lot, so a lot to go through today. My name is Lewis Tucker. I'm the Executive Director of the project. I was a former collegiate drone racing champion in 2023. And I'm the main quad builder and lead pilot for the project. And I'm also the older brother to Nelson.
My name is Nelson. I am the president of the Otis Project. I'm a meteorology student in my final semester of undergrad, and I lead the academic, scientific, meteorological side of the project.
Hey, I'm Tanner. I'm the chief engineer for Otis, and I've been flying drones for over 8 years now. And I used to work at SpaceX. I just quit like a couple days ago. That was Elon's dream, and then this is my dream, so that's what I'm going to try to be doing.
Woo. Eric Fox. I'm like the guy who just drives the car and go where Nelson tells me to. No, it's all right. I'm the lead storm chaser, the one that is in charge of keeping us safe. I'm like the safety officer of the group, chasing and teaching young Nelson here how to storm chase because, he's fresh out of college, coming out of college, and brilliant meteorologist, or will soon be, and brilliant kid. And at this point, I'm just driving because it's all Nelson.
And I'm Stephen Bruker, documentary filmmaker. I was able to embed with these guys for a wild ride. And I own a company called Paradigm Films for the past 11 years, and excited to kind of show what we captured this last season.
All right. So in 2024, we got 1 intercepts, and last year we did a presentation on what is our project. People didn't know too much about who we were and what we were doing, so we described a lot about the needs that we found in society, what we wanted to solve. And so for this presentation this year, we want to talk more about, in practice, going out there, doing the chasing, the intercepts. We're going to be doing 2 deep dives into the Arnet and Spiritwood days. We had full days of chasing, forecasting, intercepts, recoveries. So we want to give you guys kind of like what it's like to be one of us as we go on one of these chases, as well as in the beginning talking more about data, because that is a huge focus of our project and what we've learned about what it means to really collect good data. And then as well, we're going to be talking about engineering. There's so much incredible engineering behind what we're doing. And then as well, talking about future goals and challenges that we're going to have to overcome. So really excited for today. And so for those who don't know, Otis stands for Observations of Tornadoes by UAV Systems. We started out as a passion project in February 2024, a conversation between me and my younger brother. And from there, I pulled in Tanner, Eric Fox, and then Steven as well. So the main goal of the project is to gather data that ultimately helps people through many different ways. So we want to help protect lives and property by enhancing structural resilience. And then as well, we want to better understand what is really feeding tornadoes, how can we better predict where they're moving, where they're heading, and have a better idea of how that whole entire process works. So in 2024, we talked about how we got 1 intercept inside of a tornado. Well, I'm happy to say that in 2025, we got 11 intercepts inside of tornadoes. Yep. And what we're especially proud of is the world's first night vision drone intercept as well. This was the same night as the Enderlin EF5. So very happy about that. We doubled the amount of drones that we used from the previous year. We had 4 drones out in the field, and we also chased much, much harder. We were out for many, many months this past year, whereas we were only out for about 2 weeks during 2024.
So Otis data collection, the purpose of what we're doing, the reason why we're using drones is we're trying to get to locations that are otherwise difficult or impossible to safely reach to get direct atmospheric measurements. We want to directly measure things. We have indirect measurements with radars to a certain extent at certain levels in tornadoes. So we're trying to get really that near surface area with drones, get into the core flow, the corner flow, understand the kind of air that's moving in and out of the tornado, and especially to collect 3D wind measurements in these areas where the damage actually occurs in tornadoes, which is often below the radar beam.
Yeah, so this is our sensor philosophy. First of all, we are always assuming that the sensor is contaminated. This is just a state of fact of how sensors work. Even the best sensor in the world, you could have ions coming from space that are hitting it and slightly changing the measurement. But it's all about just figuring out what is the significant and what are the insignificant contamination sources. And then you need to find all of those and figure out how much of each of them you have. And then once you have an idea of all those sources, you can actually give a good number to how accurate your sensors are. The second thing is the accuracy number in these data sheets for sensors is in steady state air. There's no wind, there's no sun. So they're kind of lying to you. As soon as you start moving a sensor, you start getting debris, you start getting wind, you start getting changes in temperature. That accuracy number doesn't really mean much. So you really need to test everything. And number 3 is every sensor is guilty until you prove it innocent. There's tolerances from the manufacturer. There's all kinds of things that can affect like your build quality, can affect the values that you're measuring. So you need to make sure you test not only your entire system, but every system that you make.
So for collecting data, we need to understand what is good data collection, because collecting numbers is easy. That's kind of what we did in 2024 to prove the concept that you could have a system, a drone that collects measurements to a data card and transmits back to the vehicle while inside of a tornado. But those sensors were not intended for, that was not the work to get real accurate like wind or thermodynamics. So collecting useful data, that is very, very hard. That is much harder than the actual drone process of this project. We have spent the vast majority of our resources and efforts focused on the sensing and the data collection relative to the drone side, in fact. And most of that is because we're trying to prepare for an environment that most sensors out there in the market are not made for. Tornadoes are just another level of extreme. You need to have incredibly fast response times. So they need to be both sensitive and they need to be really strong to withstand a tornado, and they need to be protected from contamination, from water, moisture, all those things. So controlling the variables with tornadoes is very hard. You just simply can't control a lot of it, but you can engineer a system that can bypass some of those things. And again, getting data that is useful in a context. So getting measurements that can be integrated with other systems and are the most useful for protection of life and property. So we have spent hundreds before. I think at this point we're at thousands of hours on sensor work and development over the last year. We're still running tests on temperature, pressure, relative humidity sensors to isolate some variables for validation this spring. We'll be flying out here back again to do some flybys with the mesonets for the FARM, the flexible array of radars and mesonets. And we're still looking at all sorts of things, test this stuff. We'll go more into the wind sensing aspect later in the presentation, but we've had some delays with some government shutdowns with our NIST wind work, so our wind tunnel calibrations have been delayed, but we did collect some wind data, and we're working to expand that in this coming year. And also I want to also add too, we're going to show some plots of data in this presentation. I think it's really important to understand the trajectory of what we're trying to do and educate on not only just like what we're trying to get as a whole, but the process of data, which is so important. These charts, these are not finalized data. We're not going to be talking about direct, like accurate numbers or decimals. We're going to be talking about the big picture here, which we think this data is good enough to show. So I'll turn it over to Tanner.
Yeah, so as Nelson mentioned, we're working with NIST to develop a wind probe. And in 2025, we deployed a partial wind probe. This is just a single element, and on the final probe, there'll be 5 of these elements that all go around. So we basically get wind measurement when it's coming within a 90-degree cone around that center axis there. And we had to develop custom code for the airspeed sensors to get that into the flight controller, and we had to make a bunch of circuit boards and whatnot. to get that all talking with everything. And some open work to do is that we still have to write a Kalman filter, which basically lets us estimate the attitude or like the pitch, roll, yaw of the drone, as that's actually pretty challenging to get from inside of a tornado. So we also completely changed the thermoprobe in 2025 from 2024 after learning about the response time issues. So these are some of the fastest response time sensors that you can buy. We pretty much bought these like straight from the silicon manufacturers. And these all also have custom boards you can see on the bottom there. And we integrated that into the flight control code. We also made a separator that separates water droplets and dust from the humidity sensor and the temperature sensor, because if you get a humidity sensor dirty, it really degrades its accuracy. So yeah, the response times, we had 4 seconds on humidity and under 100 milliseconds on temperature in still air, and we're still doing the dynamic response time tests. Another thing that we did that was pretty cool is that we got to collaborate a little bit with Josh and Karen and their team. So we wrote some software that takes the live telemetry from the drones, and it could display the location of the drones in real time along with the vehicle on their Guru software. So anyone on Ice Chip, if they wanted to, they could go ahead and see exactly where we were flying and where our car was. Another thing that always gets brought up with drones is FAA approval. So we spent about 6 months basically telling the FAA exactly how we identified every risk and how we mitigated it. And after that time, they gave us a waiver for beyond visual line of sight, no visual observer, ground speed, visibility, and cloud clearance.
All right, so these are the intercepts we got in 2025. So the chart that you see here, these are the direct intercepts. So these are each time a drone passed directly through the center of a tornado and was collecting some form of data. We had 8 different tornadoes total with 11 different flights in 2025. And on the other side, we have, these are all the tornadoes we saw with drones. Some of these we got into, some of these we didn't for different reasons. And we'll get into those next.
All right, so this is going to be our first deep dive. So we're going to exit stage, and we're going to play a little bit of the Arnet Day. Not working? Yeah.
Saw the Otis Project video. What do you think? Groundbreaking. It really is. They start getting measurements from that close and those elevations. Yeah, you're going to add some more fire to the equation of trying to solve why does a tornado form. These guys are legit.
Better replace this meter, but I guess there's these at 2.5.
Clear away. Check. Boom. Okay, it's good.
Okay.
Okay.
Play it. You're good.
Okay, it's going to be right here. Go. Behind us. Behind us.
Yo, Eric, behind us. Behind us. Get it. Get it up. I just need to. Oh my gosh. I just need to set the drone down. Get out. Go.
Yes. Going in. I'm in it.
intercept so far.
All right. Yeah, I can't stop watching that Arnet intercept. It's just unbelievable.
So we're going to talk a little bit about the day, right? If you were there, raise your hand. Arnet Day, probably such a huge day. I'm glad that we made a decision. Jeff Petrowski, I got to give a shout out to here. Nelson and I, we collaborate everything. Everything we do, we work together. It's hours upon hours of, just like any chaser or meteorologist, you're going to analyze every level. And I teach everybody when I chase, what I look at is from the highest levels down, not the opposite. It's because upper levels mean everything. And so that day, we were looking more towards Kansas, right? Everything looked like we started in Wichita, Kansas, and we were going to end up, I was thinking Dodge City originally. Just looking at it, you had a good 15% hatched, your upper levels were there, your diffluence was there, everything was there. And Nelson and I woke up the next morning and said, uh-oh, because what happened? We had massive thunderstorms going on still in enforcing a cold pool that was basically I-70, 50 miles on each side, a thunderstorm. So we knew everything was going to shift. SPC didn't really agree with us. So they kept the 15% hatched up there. And we're like, no, let's go to Medicine Lodge. So we went to Medicine Lodge. Do you want to add anything to it?
No, I mean, that's really what happened. I mean, technically speaking, it did verify later on. It was just that during the daytime, that environment up there was not going to give us what we were looking for. So we had to go south to the warmer air.
Yeah. So, all right. So we go to Medicine Lodge. We decided, you know what? We're going to go to Woodward. Several of my friends in Medicine Lodge thought we were crazy. Why are you going south? We're going south. We don't tell our secrets. So we're going south. Next slide.
So we're sitting in this gas station, like what you see in the video, and Tanner and I have a pretty unbelievable realization. And we realize that our wind probe is the same exact size as a Slim Jim. So we came up with the idea to do Slim Jim drone delivery, but then Eric and Nelson pulled us aside and they were like, hey, we have to go. So we had to go. And this happened.
So, and I want to talk about the meteorology behind this because this is a safety thing. I broke my own rule. What did I do? I lost situational awareness, put us in a precarious situation. The only thing I know, I look over and I see Jeff Petrowski getting littered with debris. And I'm like, holy crap, that house just exploded. But what happened is what I didn't realize is that the mesocyclone was actually starting to occlude and stretching along with the thunderstorm. And there was no tornado that you could visibly see, but it was behind us. So you hear everybody, holy crap, behind us. We're looking north, the tornado's south of us. There's a translucent funnel. You couldn't see it. Why? We positioned in the wrong spot, and I put ourselves in a precarious situation because I was so focused, I was hyper-focused on something instead of keeping situational awareness. But it worked out because we were, having people. That's why I'm a big proponent of not chasing by yourself. That extra set of eyes really helped. We knew what was going on.
All right, so this is some flights we took off was literally seconds after that tornado was first spotted. This was our best example of the season of having two drones at once orbiting with a tornado, collecting data. So this is a 3D plot down there of the thermodynamic measurements that we're still processing here and the altitude-adjusted pressure plots here. So this was a really great use case here for having two drones at once to compare data to and to compare camera aspects to. And we ended up in the end in a really fortunate area to be able to tackle it because we did not have any chaser traffic at all at that point. It was Jeff Petrowski, us, and that's all we could see as far as the eye. Yeah.
And let's talk about that, Nelson. The reason we did that was because of something that we saw while we're now casting. We're continuing to look and monitor as we chase. We don't just pick a target and go. So Nelson and I are constantly looking and evaluating. We go and move down to a little bit of south. I don't remember, right on the state line with Oklahoma, and we look at the now worn on forecast, and it has this huge supercell coming across Higgins. Next thing you know, 10 minutes later, we have this. So it's just always ever changing in the field.
And so this is a slowed down perspective of some of that looking at the ground circulation of this Higgins tornado, this was an anticyclonic tornado, so it did not spin, it spun clockwise rather than counterclockwise. And you can see here the ground patterns with the foliage. You really get a sense of how chaotic the vortices were at ground. We often imagine tornadoes.
Pattern, but as you go west of the Great Lakes, you get into the northern high plains, you get into the Missouri River Valley, the Mississippi River Valley, we're really going to start to warm things up. But then we got to talk about some active weather that's on the way for next week. This is how temperatures have been today. I mentioned the Great Lakes into the upper Midwest. I mean, conditions are just not warming up, but we can see it has been warming up out through the Intermountain West and into the central and northern high plains. Those temperatures are just soaring well above normal. Now, for this Saturday, winter weather alerts non-existent. Still have some of those alerts, though, off the shores of Lake Ontario for that snow that's in the forecast. But when we see that forecast into Sunday, just a quiet pattern, more quiet than we have been, right, over the past couple of days across the Great Lakes. But, of course, we get more clipper systems coming in. We see more snow chances building in. So this is definitely going to be one of the more active spots, especially Michigan, whether it's the Upper Peninsula, the Lower Peninsula. Those spots are going to get in on the active weather. I've got temperatures down into the single digits. Saginaw, just 1 degree as you're waking up on Sunday. Detroit at 3, 16 Milwaukee, where we showed you that camera a moment ago, and 4 in Marquette. Then we look at that Sunday forecast here with temperatures where we see the colder air. That's in the eastern side there of Michigan, just in the teens. But we go out west, La Crosse 33, Davenport, Iowa, might even get up near 40 degrees. So that's some of that warmth that I'm talking about out west, where you see Davenport Monday and Tuesday. We're in the 50s for that part of Iowa. Average high is 32 degrees, but we're not done there. You can also see some of those temperatures getting improved over into Chicago and Madison, Wisconsin. Chicago by Tuesday could actually even be up to the 50s in the Windy City. Now, when we talk about temperatures getting very warm where there's been a lot of snow, that doesn't necessarily mean a good thing. What's going to happen is there's going to be snow melt, and there's going to be leftover water on the ground, leftover puddles, that sort of thing, and that will flash freeze as temperatures are still going to be below freezing during the overnight hours. Here's South Bend, Indiana, where we see that 42 by Tuesday, and then that next shot of moisture arrives by Thursday as we see that rain and snow mix. 22 Minneapolis tonight. We'll get down to 13 in Green Bay, 28 in Des Moines, 31 in Kearney, Nebraska, but then up to 67 for our Sunday afternoon for you, Kearney. We're at 67 in Scottsbluff, Rapid City, Miles City, also in the 60s, but check out Fargo, just 32. So when you're getting a big swing in those temperatures like that, you can think winds. It's going to be windy right there across the northern high plains. So we track our next system that comes in Monday morning. We see some of that moisture, Miles City to Bismarck, maybe the chance of some rain and some light snow. And then we get into the early part of the week. We see Tuesday, some high pressure influence coming in, but there's going to be a bigger system right there coming across the Intermountain West, and that will likely add in some active weather conditions late into this next upcoming work week. Now, forecast conditions as we get through Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Temperatures a little up and down into Minneapolis, definitely on the downward trend as we get into Bismarck. We're at 58 Sunday, almost 60, and then we're down to 40 as we get into Tuesday. Here's Fargo, where we see those 30s, very likely. But you know what? We shouldn't even be in the 30s this time of the year. We should be in the 20s for Fargo, North Dakota. So this is definitely some warmer air, and that's going to continue to lead to snow melt and maybe some more of those flash freeze chances. Low temperatures for Sunday morning. We're down to 32 in Lincoln, Nebraska. Same for Rolla and Nevada, or I should say Nevada. We're at 39 degrees, and then Wichita at 40. Temperature-wise, though, not too bad on the southern side of things, but you can see cities like Peoria still in the 30s. Let's see if it's going to be warm down in the south central U.S. Dave, you've got the latest as we check out the sunshine there in Houston, Texas.
Yeah, it's making me chuckle that we're thinking of 30s in February and the Dakotas is cold now. But looking at Houston, we're going to be pretty darn warm. We've had some cold spells in Texas, no doubt, here over the past few weeks, but temperatures really going to start to be warming on up here now as well. Another area of low pressure starting to move in from the west as well. So check out some of these record highs. We saw Waco ended up getting to 85 degrees. That broke a record from way back in 2025. In fact, a number of these tied records way back in 2025. Could be a little bit of rain coming across the Sooner State Sunday morning, maybe a little bit in the DFW. Some upper level jet stream energy kind of rotating around that big upper level high. Now we get in towards Tuesday morning. There will be a front moving through, but at the same time, an area of low pressure starts to move out of the southwest. That's really going to increase the rain chances then through the day on Tuesday. Could even see some thunderstorms, maybe stronger thunderstorms, North Texas by Tuesday evening. We'll watch that. Wrapping up by Wednesday morning across the state of Arkansas. Arkansas, but could be a swath of some heavier rain, particularly under some of those downpours. Could end up with a couple of inches of rainfall. And our overnight lows, starting to see some pretty mild overnight lows, only getting down to the 50s in Dallas, up to Wichita Falls, up to OKC. A little colder out towards Little Rock, 34, but really comfortable stuff now as we look at your Sunday highs from the 60s, 70s, even some low 80s out in Abilene. Temperatures remain above average, way above average now. We're getting near 80 degrees in Dallas on Monday, and by the middle of next week, our temperatures continue to run above average. That sets that stage up then for the potential of that heavy rain and some thunderstorms, some may be strong, and that warm up continues through much of next week, almost in through the rest of the week, in fact, as we go through that 7-day forecast. Now, as we go out towards the western Gulf, you also notice that increasing moisture, getting that southerly wind. So we wake up to a lot of that low cloud cover, that moisture in the atmosphere burns off in the afternoon, and rain chances do begin to increase here from the west, especially again by Tuesday afternoon. You could see some of those maybe strong storms across the Texas Hill Country overnight into Wednesday morning. That's where some of the heaviest rain will be. Otherwise, very mild overnight, looking at 50s for many of us. Daytime highs getting close to 80 in Austin and Houston there. And we'll make our run at the 80s, it looks like, by the middle of next week. Again, that will help to set the stage for heavy rain and some stronger storms. Austin, Tuesday, and then Wednesday maybe starting to see things calm down a little, but there will be another system that emerges, looks like, by the end of next week, too. So we'll get back into the West Texas area. The Trans-Pecos could see some rain here later tonight, overnight into Sunday morning. Sunday night through most of Monday looks to be quieter, but by Monday night, that's when that real energy starts to approach. And now we're looking at the potential here. Look at some strong storms down by the Rio Grande by Tuesday evening. Eventually, this clears out by Wednesday, so we will watch that. We got the Chaser Summit. You can watch it on Prime and YouTube streaming.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
We've got a juicer and a steam oven, but our favorite appliance is our Aquasana filter. It makes all the water that we drink and cook with cleaner and healthier.
Tastes better too.
Visit aquasana.com today.
can contribute even more in the future. So I'm looking forward to that.
So let's talk about the meteorology of that day. So raise a hand if you ended up on the border with Wyoming / I think was it North Dakota, South Dakota area. I guess Black Hills area. There's a lot of people out there. But one thing that we were watching was the cap was so strong out there. And we knew the longer we stayed out there and we gambled and we got nothing, it was the end of our season. Literally at the end of our season. So as you can see, we just did a basic radar loop of that day. We have one lone cell right here at Spiritwood. And then this continued long track, multiple cells that continued to form to the south. We knew this MCS with 120 mile an hour winds that were coming at us behind us. And we were also dealing with a lot of terrain issues, right? Because the roads were good, but we either went too far south or had to go too far west to get caught up with it. So really, we just dedicated ourselves to the east, knowing what was going to come. We had two lone supercells, and one of those being an inland tornado, and of course the Spiritwood tornado. And you'll see it in just a bit. The mesocyclone that created the inland tornado, we actually flew in it in, what was the town? What we're near?
Fort Ransom.
Fort Ransom, which was what you see in the night video. That same mesocyclone later on produced the EF5.
Yeah, so this is a look as we're watching the storm go up. We've been waiting all afternoon there, just hoping that our gamble would pay off while we're watching storms already going up to far off to the west. And it did. Patience did pay off here. And yeah, this is our view as the storm was organizing and preparing to produce the Spiritwood tornado.
It's what I call a boom. It literally went from a little 5 DZB cell to massive supercell in less than 8 minutes.
Yeah, so just to summarize, then after we started getting on the storm and summarize our intercepts that you guys just saw in the video, this was a really, really successful day for us. However, it was the only Otis drone that we've still not been able to find. So we actually have a bounty out for this drone. We have the coordinates right here. All right, if you want to take a picture of that, if you want to go out there in your little kayaks and little lakes there and try to find a drone.
And if you find it, I'll give you a free summit ticket for next year. Just throwing it out there.
So yeah, it's the only drone that we've ever lost. Being able to corroborate a lot of other videos for the chases, we realized that another drone may have knocked us out, unfortunately, on their own video signal. And yeah, as Eric said, we were pretty stretched thin by this time. As you saw in that video, I was pretty dead inside. We had been chasing for 2 weeks and pretty much never even got a tornado, which is pretty unfortunate. But this was pretty much our last day. This was a pretty good setup. Again, if our gamble paid off. And we did have multiple drones ready, but after this day, we had used almost all of our drones at that point. So yeah, this intercept required a lot of pilot skill. Tanner was flying around in this practically almost wedge tornado, pretty much blind, and he was able to actually get out of the tornado and then go back in, sample that corner flow again, which was really cool. And then we also got the world's first night vision intercept.
Yeah, when he flew, Nelson, you can speak to this a little more than I can. This was clearly EF3 plus strength at this point. Clearly the strongest tornado we had flown into.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll show some damage soon, but this is probably one of the most interesting things of the season to me. This is some of the tornado genesis process here. So one thing, if you ever look up tornadogenesis.org, is a website recently released by the SPC forecaster, Chris Royals, who gave a lot of detail, and compare it to some of the elements that you see here. It is really fascinating to see some of the RFD wraparound and tightening of the circulation here. So right now we have some pretty strong RFD. We have descending heavy core there in the back, and the inflow is getting accelerated. And here the tornado really seems to start to take off here and just grows very fast. You'll see this altitude adjusted pressure, how quickly the pressure field both expands and deepens. I think our launch pressure was, from the highest to the bottom, I think was about 50 millibars, and this is without it being fully condensated. Later, it had a condensation funnel a third of a mile wide, so obviously it strengthened much, much more after that point. So yeah, this is just a really cool perspective of tornado genesis, and Some of the idealized data we're trying to get low down, get in within the radius of maximum winds, get vertical measurements here, really everything we were looking for. And by this point in the season, we were really stressed for resources. We're still trying to largely self-funding this, and we did not have a whole lot left. So this was really good to have as our last big day for really good, data. Just again, here's some more things from there. Some temperature data that we're still working on that seems has been promising so far. And again, you can see this cut here, just to geek out a little bit. You can see the actual hook that you're going to see on radar with this storm, which is just so amazing to see. It always blows my mind away. It's always magical, especially in person. Yeah.
We actually hook slice that. I don't recommend it.
And Lewis, you can talk about this.
Oh, yeah. As I was flying around during the Genesis, I saw this silo cross the road and almost hit the car I was driving down. So I think I've seen actually the perspective from the car. It's pretty incredible.
All right.
And yeah, the strategy for this Tornado Genesis flight was to try to stay up as long as I could, because whenever I'm in the air, it's draining battery. So I was kind of riding that RFD, and then once I spotted, where the vortices were starting to really hit the ground, that's kind of where I went, and then kind of coasted along here.
I'll comment too, that seemed to be in the area where the inflow was rapidly accelerating, it's getting constricted. So that was not necessarily within proper tornado circulation, which is a reminder, when you get close to tornadoes, you can still be in a lot of danger with these other forces around them.
Yeah, so this was my Spiritwood flight right after that. And you can kind of see, or you're going to be able to see, quite strong RFD trying to push me to the right here. And I start by leaning left. And you can do this on a lot of other tornadoes or the storms that are less powerful, and you can kind of fight the RFD and just get a straight line to the tornado. But after I realized I was leaning way too hard here, I decided that I was just going to let the RFD push me out and then kind of ride like the line between the RFD and the inflow to get into the tornado. So in a lot of other intercepts, you see us go straight through the middle of the tornado. In this case, we're going to kind of wrap around to the right and then start moving with the tornado motion and then kind of wrap my way into the middle.
It's something as chasing perspective that this was a learning lesson for me. This was way too far out. The closer we can get for us, the better life span of the drones we have. And unfortunately, I think we probably had a little more time in the tornado, but it's a chasing perspective because we're also getting inflow. He's standing outside at 105 mile an hour inflow winds at the surface. So it's also where we got to stand back a little bit because I can't get my guys injured. But imagine the surface winds and then feeding into this beast and trying to fly.
Yeah, so here I'm also kind of targeting that corner flow region where the inflow and the RFD are kind of meeting up. You see the video get bad on the inside of the tornado. That is because the entire drone is wrapped in condensation, and that's actually blocking our video signal a little bit.
And also, you made a very skilled play there, getting to below 20 feet down there to try and get some near-surface data in the strongest part of the tornado, which again requires a lot of skill with these kinds of forces. You have to react very fast. And this is some of the damage around the intercept spot where he flew into the tornado. This was a very, very strong tornado. We knew immediately from the drone pilot's feelings of trying to battle these winds that this was by far the strongest tornado that we'd ever tried to fly against because of how hard it tried to keep the drone out of the tornado. And this was in the damage here. Vehicles were just shredded. Ground was scoured. It was definitely our strongest one to date.
Yeah, so this was the night vision intercept that we did. You can kind of see all the flashing on the screen. This is just because of how incredibly bright the lightning is. And then you can kind of see at the bottom there, we got some power flashes going on. And yeah, this was a flight that I was pretty excited about because I'm able to get through the tornado, and this kind of opens up the possibility to do nighttime tornado intercepts and gathering data from nighttime tornadoes. Getting probes into tornadoes at night hasn't really been done very much, and a huge majority of the tornadoes do occur at night. So this was a big kind of turning point for us, and it opened up like a huge capability.
And this was like our third attempt, I think, at night, and
Yeah.
it was tough. I mean, every time. And
Yeah, it was tough. But the best thing about night vision too is that there's no tracer traffic. We can get, where we need to be, fly drones. There's generally not interference at night because other people aren't flying their drones. So it worked out really well for us, and we hope to get way more in this next year. And then to recover this drone, it was a few months later, and we actually met with the family that was impacted by this tornado. When Tanner was talking about the power flashes that he was seeing, that was because of that home and a power station.
Shout out to the guy's dad who went to North Dakota. How many times to look for this drone? I can't remember.
At least three. At least three. All right, and this is Crowder, Missouri. So these are other kind of runner-ups for us, intercepts that we wanted to show you guys. Show you guys also footage here that we haven't publicly released before. And this was on May 16th. Yeah, so this was Crowder, Missouri. This was our first intercept of the year. So we were pretty excited about this. And Nelson, if you want to talk about some of the damage that we saw.
Yeah, I mean, this one impacted the town pretty dead on. Fortunately, it was not too strong when it hit the town. I mean, there was quite a bit of damage. There were fires. This outbuilding was destroyed that we saw. But fortunately, I don't think anybody was hurt here. Unfortunately, there were fatalities a few miles downwind with this tornado. So yeah, this was our first time also having two drones at once in a tornado. This was our first intercept since the Duke tornado the previous year. So this was a big relief to finally get our systems to test them on this, and we're still very much studying both the footage and the data from this one as well.
And another tornado that formed behind us.
Yeah, this was also a tornado that formed behind us. This is Tanner's flight. He's moving pretty fast here.
Yeah, Tanner was using a different strategy here. They were at one point when they entered the tornado, they were basically vertically aligned, right above and below each other. He was punching straight through the tornado at incredibly high speed. A different strategy, mostly just experimenting and getting different kinds of data with that.
And then obviously this is the first intercept of the year, so we were really stoked about this. This was just a really special moment for us. And originally where I landed in a spot that I thought was right next to a road ended up being just inside of this field. So it took a little while for Tanner and I to find this drone. But we ended up using like some kind of like system on the telemetry to be able to like ping where the drone could be. So we just kind of came up with that on the spot. It was pretty incredible. And then this was also Morton, Texas. So Nelson, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so this was Morton Day. This was really a half-staff chase. It was me, Lewis, and my dad as the driver. And
thanks to Josh Morgan's party. I don't know where he's at.
Yeah,
I missed this day.
Yeah. I blame Josh Morgan for Eric not being there, so
yeah,
no hard feelings. So, and yeah, this was my first actual solo chase as being like the chaser, which was pretty amazing to have this kind of storm on that. And yeah, we got phenomenal fly through of this tornado. Really, our biggest limitation is we just didn't have a lot of resources at this point. We really only had 2 good drones at this point, so we really couldn't take full advantage of all the tornadoes. We did get this great flight on this one. We had multiple mobile radars scanning nearby, which helped us really understand some of the structure here. And yeah, this was just a phenomenal example again of some tornado genesis. And this was a very wide, generally weak tornado that was gradually strengthening in the viewpoint here with all the dust.
One funny thing about this tornado is that as I was flying through, you can see me kind of poke my head out because I don't really know what's happening. So I'm like, I want to see what's happening on the outside. And Nelson's talking about how amazing the structure is with the mezzo and everything. And so I kind of come out and then I end up landing on this road right here.
And something I want to say about this about Nelson too. I didn't believe this day. I really thought this day was going to bust. I didn't think the moisture was there. And Nelson's persistence and forecasting on his own got them this tornado.
All right, let's talk about some near misses that we haven't shown. We've just pretty much just published our intercepts, but there's a lot that we haven't shown that we'd love to show you guys today. So this was on the Arnet day. After the Higgins intercept and the Arnet intercept, we actually got 2 more drones that were going out to the Arnet tornado, and then it just roped out in front of our eyes.
Yeah, something about this tornado. I know everybody was on the east side of this tornado and probably saw it from a distance, but there's a few of us. I know Rax Pole's on this side, who has some NSL, and I believe there's a few of you guys who are on the west side. I've never seen the fastest rope out. In 25 years of storm chasing, this tornado roped out and missed Arnet by a block. It literally disappeared. So, look, I'm a religious guy. Whoever was praying in that town, God listened. And because, I mean, it was that close, one block. And we actually talked to Rick Smith the other day on Weather Brains, and he said that they measured it was like 200 feet from going into the town, something like that. So.
This is in Spearman, if you want to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, this was the day after Morton. There was obviously a lot of people out chasing this day. Tornado right at dark. That was really difficult. I mean, with these southeast moving storms and the way they vent their hail and stuff, it's a real pain. And so we were kind of out a little further than we liked when it finally actually produced a tornado. And it was getting dark, and we didn't have a lot of resources. And so we got close. We got about 6 miles there on that drone before realizing we were only going to have much left even if we got to the tornado. So
didn't Jeff Petrosky also try to take you swimming that day in mud and water?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. That's a whole other story right there. Yeah.
Yeah. If we had more time, we'd probably share that one. But yeah, this was probably one of the longest flights that we had at our peak. Like, we were pushing our range to the max here, and then it obviously rips out right before we get into it. And then later that night, we ended up to try to recover the drone, and we ended up making a wrong turn on a dirt road, which is a big no-no.
What's my rule?
No dirt roads. And so we end up trying to push this car out of the dirt road for at least half an hour. And this is what we're seeing on radar. We're seeing some pretty ginormous gorilla hail coming right at us with a possible tornado. We don't know if it's there or not. And we were terrified at this point. So we're pushing for at least half an hour. A hailstone strikes Nelson. He jumps back in the car as we're still pushing. And I'm like, no, get out here. Like, we're going to push to the bitter end. And so we end up finally, pushing this car out onto the road, and we end up, barely making it out.
Shout out to Jen Watson for getting the word out to the community, getting them help as well. Thank you.
Yes. And then this was also in Hyannis, Nebraska. We got really, really close to this tornado. This is one of our first deployments of the season, right after Taylorsville, I believe. And yeah, this was back in April, and we got really, really close. Unfortunately, we had a drone failure, and it went down right before we went inside. But we still had a really cool chase. This is what we saw here at night. There were tornadoes on the ground, but we just didn't have the resources to be able to go out there and fly into them. So we come back 3 months later and ended up hiking, through these Nebraska sand hills to try to get the drone back, and we got it back. All right. So for the Otis Engineering for 2026, this is kind of my perspective of Tanner from my seat. And so, Tanner, if you want to explain what's going on here.
Yeah, well, in 2024, we only got one intercept, so we didn't really get to see the entire maintenance process that goes into flying drones. So these are all taken as we're going to tornadoes. At this point, I think the probe was clogged, and we did not have any time, so I just sucked all the dirt out of that one. There's some lab-grade electronics equipment that we were trying to use to debug the drones, like just powering it off the car inverter, sitting on the seat. And then there's me. We didn't have good tool organization, so I was diving in the back all the time to get our tools out.
I make sure he has a good ride.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for 2026, we're actually redesigning the entire drone. The goal of this is to get a higher payload capacity. We have a new wind probe. So as I was mentioning earlier, we only had one element on the past years. For this one, we're going to have a 5-element probe. And then we're also adding a 360 camera. We found that a lot of researchers found it very useful to have a view of like everything that's going on. And with a 360 camera, we'll be able to see the entire storm and inside of the tornado. We also learned a lot about maintenance. It's actually become kind of a big deal. We're able to get quite a lot of intercepts, and so it is pretty important that we're able to replace components quickly. So in this new design, you're able to swap out the entire camera and telemetry system just by sliding it off. And then same goes with all the thermo and wind probes. You can just slide those off and quickly replace it. Yeah, so another thing that we're doing is the Otis flight controller. So this is a pretty novel flight controller design.
He built this by hand, by the way. So
yeah, all
shout out.
these traces are drawn by hand, and it's like 8 layers of this. So there's a lot going on. You can go to the next slide.
By the way, he does some of that while we're driving down the road.
Yeah,
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Yeah, I've like written code and compiled it and deployed it like with a tornado on the ground before. Anyway, so yeah, here's the flight controller. So going from this past year's to now, we're going up in voltage quite a bit on our batteries. I'm making this capable to 100 volts. We're actually only running 42 volt. This is due to like the tornado can spin up the motors, and then as you may know, like a motor is also a generator. So if the tornado is spinning it up, it can cause voltage spikes. So I keep the voltage like capability at a higher level. Also for maintenance, everything is now plugs, so we aren't soldering in the car and burning ourselves. Yeah. I think Lou still has a scar from burning himself with a soldering iron.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Yeah, so it has like built-in video off switch, so if the drone goes down, we can just turn off the video. It also has something that hasn't really been done before as far as I know on drones. We have 2 flight control processors on this. One for controlling the actual drone movement, and then a second one that controls sensors and autonomy. This is going to be useful later for when we're kind of like, I'll talk about it later, but long-term goal is to have autonomous drone stacks. There's also a bunch of other stuff like receivers for the signal. There's actually a 3-port USB-C hub like built into this. There's, let's see, all kinds of other stuff. That's cool. There's 2 different SD cards for storing data, both from the flight control and then from the autonomy flight controller. Another thing we're working on is an antenna tracker. So this actually started back in 2025. I welded this together in Eric's garage before Chase. I was really pushing to get it done and like get it tested in that season, but we were just chasing the whole time and I wasn't able to get to it. One of the big issues with drones is interference. So what this is essentially a thing that receives the telemetry signal from the drone, and then it has a GPS on itself, so it knows the position of itself and it knows the position of the drone, and it can point directional antennas directly at the drone. So it's like a spotlight that just focuses all of the signal onto the drone. And yeah, this gives us a lot better reliability. It also means that we can stay inside of the car during chases, so we can stay closer and stay with the storm better.
Right, because getting out of the car was a huge problem for us, especially with hail. So this keeps us in the vehicle.
Yeah, this is just kind of a little graphic of the full setup that we got going on. So yeah, another thing that we are working on, this is another custom board, is a drone finder. So ideally the drones will always come back, but sometimes we run out of battery and we have to land it like next to the road or in a field or something. So we have this quad finder that as the drone goes down, usually you'll kind of lose telemetry and then you don't know where exactly it landed. So this is a beacon that's powered off of battery, and it can let you find the drone up to 2 days like from when you lose it, and you can have a little ground station that will essentially point you to where the drone is. And yeah, another kind of interesting note is that everything that we design is always like has almost every engineering constraint that there is. Like it has to have low drag, has to be very light, has to be the size has to be pretty small, and then sometimes even like we're cost sensitive. Yeah, so this is the hardest part of the entire project, I would say, other than the wind sensing, is thermo. So especially for temperature and humidity is quite hard. With the pressure, you have to remove the effect of the air hitting the drone. So if you're flying, there can kind of be wind coming from any direction. And if that's hitting the pressure sensor, you're going to measure an incorrect value. So it's very important that you actually straighten out the airflow and then measure kind of from the side. And then that lets you get an accurate measurement of the true like static pressure. And this is different from how airplanes do it. You need to do it in a little bit more of an advanced way since the air is really coming from every direction. And then with the temperature and humidity, you need to actually separate the dust, debris, and the water droplets so it's not getting on your humidity sensor. And this is a lot easier said than done. because you also want a very high aspiration rate. So you want a lot of air flowing over your sensors. Otherwise, you're just not going to get those response times that you need. And oh yeah, that's a custom board for all the sensors as well. This is wind. So something that I don't think a lot of people think about, like when you talk about measuring wind inside of a tornado, is actually knowing what angle the drone is at. So usually you can look at gravity to know which way is down. I mean, that's really the only way you know what way is down, is because you feel the force of gravity. But in a tornado, the drone is being pushed around by the wind. So you don't really have that gravity vector that you can look at. So you need either very high-end aerospace grade IMU. This is like what you would do on like a rocket. They just have like very high-end IMUs, like best that you can possibly buy. And then you can just essentially integrate the accelerations and get kind of like a positional data, and you can integrate the gyro and get like an angle. For us, we don't really have, well, first of all, those are quite big, also quite expensive. So ideally what you do is you do a lot of cool statistics and math that honestly I am not super well versed in, that we still have to do to figure out what the angle is based on like essentially the statistics of your sensor. One other quick thing is that with the probe, we're now moving to 5-element, which means that the number of airspeed sensors is now at 25 per drone. So you actually start running into a lot of issues with scaling that up. So we're going to probably like go to having like individual processors on each of the airspeed sensors, and then have it all communicating over this like kind of automotive communication protocol, so that everything is like measuring at the right time and everything is good. And yeah, all of this is also mass and size sensitive. Another thing I wanted to talk about, which is actually really cool with drones, is that it kind of opens up a type of measurement that was pretty hard, if not impossible, before. So there's some theories that are talking about supersonic winds being present in tornadoes. And this is pretty hard to measure. Like if you look at the bullet, there's obviously like a shock wave coming off of this. And this is exactly what's going to happen on the probe if it's just stationary. You'll get a shock wave, and then you'll have very high pressure in front of that shock wave, and then a lower pressure behind the shock wave, and then you don't really get an accurate measurement of wind. But that all happens because supersonic winds are actually present relative, or if they're present, they're relative to the ground. But the drone is moving. So let's say the drone is moving at, let's just say 200 miles an hour. If there's a supersonic wind of 768 miles per hour, and it's moving in the same direction of the drone, the probe only has to measure 568 miles per hour, which is subsonic. And it actually kind of puts supersonic measurements like into the realm of at least technical possibility, which is kind of cool. There are some issues with like, if you actually fly into a supersonic wind, it's going to make the tips of the propellers go supersonic, and then your drone's just going to stall out, and the propellers are going to stall, and it's not going to be a good day for the drone. But at least it will actually confirm the presence of supersonic winds, because the probe is what enters first.
And I'll give some context to that. There are a lot of theories, and there have been some videos that seem to support this, that when you have a vortex breakdown in particular circumstances, you can instantaneously achieve supersonic winds. There have been some videos of sonic booms from tornadoes before like this. So this is just the stuff we're talking about. I would be blown away, pun not intended, if we actually did get something like this, but this does show that we have a very high level that we can record wind at. So that's not really the limit for us. The limit would be more other factors, if we can get wind sensing working and have the funds to do so.
Yeah, and then we have another kind of master plan, which is what we want to implement even maybe this year. So what we've theorized is that, if we can get all this data coming down from the drones, and we have drones always inside of tornadoes, we want to have at least 20 drones for this next year, then we could maybe have a live stream or live stream to another platform where we can show like the real-time position of a tornado, potentially its direction and everything like that, which we think could be game-changing to better help people. So that's just a huge concept that we're working with right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can basically just say, hey, there's a tornado with max wind speeds 200 miles an hour heading at this exact heading at these coordinates. This is another kind of part of our plan. I kind of touched on this briefly with the flight controller. So right now, kind of what we got going on is just down here where we're manually flying drones into the tornado. But in the future, what we want to do is still have that bottom drone be manual, but then use this new flight computer that we're developing to have multiple drones stacked on top of this. So essentially what will happen is that you'll get a vertical wind profile of a tornado, you'll get the vertical thermodynamic profile, and that's kind of like the output. And then something we've kind of been talking about a little bit is doing a similar thing with planes around the outside. So this obviously gets a little like iffy with hail, so it will require some development. But the idea with this is that you could have wind speed and thermodynamic measurements around the tornado. That's like the input, and then you have drones on the inside stacked like this, and then that's the output. So like being an engineer, like if you know the input and you know the output, that's how you can find the equation, or like the equation for a tornado.
Or like a 3D image, right? With data.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so important part of our wind measurements, really what makes it possible is we have been collaborating with NIST, because they have some programs that are deeply looking for tornado-specific wind sensors to be developed. This was one of their big findings after the Joplin tornado. There was a massive investigation, one of only 5 such investigations of that scale in U.S. history about the engineering. And one of the first findings was we need sensors specific to tornadoes that can measure wind speeds and characteristics with height and different directions. So this is something that we've been collaborating with them. I interned as a research fellow with them in 2024, and we got connected, and we're working on this 3D wind sensor. We actually would have had it by now. We've had a lot of delays with various shutdowns and those sorts of things, so it's been pushed back a lot, but we're still locked in to get these wind tunnel calibrations and to have this eventually an omnidirectional wind sensor on the drone. And this is just more of what I was talking about with the delays and such. So yeah, we're going to have post-calibrations of the sensors we've already used again with the drone attached to understand the wind flow around the drone, because that can influence the wind that is experienced by the probe. And we're also going to be looking at the omnidirectional aspect.
All right.
And these are some of the objectives, again, just rehashing from beginning. We're trying to help inform better structural resilience and building standards. We're really trying to understand these different forces. So I'll give an example. So the turbulence is a big unknown in tornadoes. That's one of the biggest things when talking with NIST experts that they're very interested in. So the turbulent coefficient can change the amount of force that the same wind speed can exert on a structure by like 30%. And we don't actually know that coefficient in tornadoes. So that's one, in basic terms, one thing that we can eventually look at with pitot tubes and with airspeed and pressure. And we're looking at standards. So vertical winds are a big deal. As of the last time I checked with the ASCE standards, vertical winds are not factored into tornado structural design because they do not have data to support doing that. Even though we can infer, we all have seen tornadoes with incredible vertical velocities and damage. We do not have any measurements, so that is why they are excluded from the consideration, and that is something that we are very well positioned to change, and also the thermodynamics of tornadoes. So understanding how they form, tornado genesis, what is the air going in and out of a tornado? Is the tornado just like a soup of warm or cold air, or does it have like a layered structure? We can directly measure these and check if the computer models are correct, or if they're making up things that aren't actually, that don't actually exist in the real world. So those are things that we're looking at, and collaboration with really any of the big scientific efforts that we can. We love to collaborate and share data and to have integrated measurements. We've been working with flexible array radars and measurements and coordinating our deployments, and we're hoping to work with many more in the future. Data is everything for Otis. That is why we do this, and that is what all of our resources are going towards, and we want to make meaningful change with that data.
All right, Stephen, if you want to tell us a little bit about the documentary.
Yeah, so we've followed them throughout the season, and there's lots of complex ideas that they talked about today, and that's why it's important to get these stories out, in a way that people can understand, that can bring a lot more attention to it. So we're going into kind of a post-production schedule for season 1, working on 3 episodes, and then we're at the same time we're going to be going into recording all of this next season. So we have. Shout out to Dorian as well. He was out there with us at Spiritwood, and he's going to come back out. His chasers on the team, we're keeping it small. But yeah, and then just some other things coming out. We can't make too many announcements about it just yet, but you will see it somewhere.
It's coming.
Amazing.
And that's it. Thank you, everyone.
Q&A.
Questions?
Questions. Oh, we're gonna wait for a microphone. Hold on one second.
Try to take a picture at the same time. All right.
Come this way. Come this way. Right from the podium.
All right, so I got a few questions. First off, while you're taking a photo, you can listen.
Where are we at?
Where are we at?
Right here in front of you.
Oh.
Right here.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
All right, so what kind of motors are you running and what kind of props are you using?
We can't give away our secrets. But yeah, I mean, you can go into it.
Yeah, I mean, so we have a drone racing background, so they're more standard drone racing FPV motors, and then we're just running props that are relatively high pitched so they can move fast. So that's pretty much all that you need.
All right, we got one right here.
When you first made the first drone, did you think of a GPS at first or after?
Yeah, so we use the GPS right now to like know exactly where the drone is at all times. This was really important not only for the measurements, but also for recovering the drone and just knowing where exactly we're getting the footage from. So GPS was like always kind of a part of like what we wanted to do. So when we did our first drone in 2024, we had GPS, we had measurements of the angle, we had temperature, humidity, and pressure.
And also we could say that as we've done this project, the technology available for how fast you can get these GPS updates on its position has really improved dramatically. So as we've been doing this project, it's been getting easier and easier to get rapid updates.
So, more questions?
So when you have lost the drone, right, in Spiritwood, is there data on that drone that needs to be collected, or is it just the drone that has been lost?
Yeah, there's data and footage. On that specific flight, we were down to like the wire on drones, so we did have to send one that had some issues with sensors. So the data, had issues with some sensors, some were good. So yeah, there is data and there's footage on that one.
Anybody from North Dakota in here? Just asking. Okay.
So I understand science is number one here, but a couple of years down the road, could we expect to see any type of live streaming?
Yeah, so it's actually, I'll take that. It's something we're actively working on. I can't really announce anything formally because the science comes first, which is being finalized right now. And once the science is finalized, what we're going to do, then we can move on to how can we stream that.
Yeah, we had a pretty slow approach. Like with social media, we've just posted our intercepts, and that's pretty much all that we've done. I know, for a lot of people, it's making a living, but for us, we've just tried to just do what we're doing. And then I think, though, moving forward, we definitely want to involve the community and everyone and get everyone involved with what we're doing. So we want to have live streams. We want to post more of the behind the scenes, all of the near misses that you guys saw today. We want to be able to post that in real time so you guys can follow along with us.
The short answer for that is yes, but it's just not a priority right now.
Thank you. On your future plans for the vertical automated drones, are there any future plans for having automated drones further up in like the mesocyclone, or are there too many barriers to that right now?
Yeah, we generally kind of avoid going high, mainly because our friends over with the mobile radars have that pretty well covered. Drones are kind of trying to get into that niche where the radars really can't measure down low. So that's kind of where we target. Of course, in the future, it's kind of more open. So maybe we'll end up doing that. It kind of just depends on what the needs are of people.
Yeah, all the scientists we're collaborating with right now, that's what they need is what we're flying. And so I think at some point they'll probably want that data, and I'm sure we'll be able to do it. Yeah.
I remember last year you guys had another drone carry your drone into the tornado with,
That's right.
And it seems like you've gotten past all that now. So I'm curious how long your battery life is for you to continue that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So our first year, when we first went out to do this, us three had never even seen a tornado, and we designed this whole project, and we had never even chased. So what we did is that we over-engineered as much as we could to try to maximize the battery life of the drone in the tornado because we didn't know how much it would struggle. And it turns out that our drone struggled quite a bit, but not as much as maybe we thought. And so for us, it was just about, hey, if our drone has a range of maybe going 6-7 miles or more, and it can fly for at least 10 minutes or more, we're able to kind of ditch that second drone and that wing and just be able to fly out there. And another big problem with the wing that we talked a little bit about last year was that it required a lot of setup. And with these tornadoes, you need to be getting on them really fast. Like there can be tornado genesis, you need to start your flight, and maybe the tornado could be gone by the time that you've already gotten there. So for us, it's just about getting to the tornado as fast as possible.
Yes, so you had mentioned that on the Spiritwood tornado, you flew the drone right up to where the RFD met the inflow. Did you see any drastic differences in temperature and humidity in that location?
So that is, are you talking about the first flight tornado genesis or the second one?
The one where you had to go in kind of with the RFD and you went right to the part where the RFD was meeting the inflow.
Okay. Yeah, so the second flight, that's the drone that we don't have, so we don't have the sensors back to check the data. We have some stuff on the on-screen display that we have with the goggles, but we had some issues there again with the drones because we were running out of resources, so that wasn't entirely correct, at least for the thermo. I think the wind data was fine, but unless we get the drone back, we really won't know, I guess. That's really the only case, actually, we've had a complete cutoff there, yeah.
I have a question. How can people help support you guys on your mission?
What do you think?
Lots of ways. I know a lot of you are trying to get the T-shirts out there. We're going to launch an online store. There'll be a QR code possibly on here to do that. But also there's donation link on their site. They've mostly done pretty much everything and out of their own pockets and savings. And hopefully a lot of these bigger things that are going on, will help fund the science. But those things take time. And so, we're always looking for ways to do that. A lot of you try to get this shirt, so if you want, we'll ship it out to you. Just enter your email. That includes shipping and all that, but that's just one way. But go to their website, theotisproject.com. You can make direct donations as well to fund the science.
Because I want to be clear, this is completely self-funded. There's not one outside source coming in right now. So that's how they're doing it.
And thank you to everyone who's already bought a shirt. We really appreciate it.
All right, last question right there based on time.
We can get plus or minus. I think it's a couple of centimeters. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's quite precise. We use pretty much the newest chip available from U-Box for that.
Actually, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah. I mean, so in order to help fund our project, we're thinking of different ways to invite people in. So yeah, I think we could be open to someone.
Yeah, there's something we're looking into to being able to somebody attach with us for a day or two, depending on what happens.
Yeah,
it's not settled. It's
still in the works. We'll make announcements about that when that's finalized.
Oh wait, I have one quick question. So thinking about Josh right here next to me, are we going to fly drones into hurricanes?
Hey,
yes, very safe.
If we would have had an American landfalling hurricane this year, we would have. Right? Josh had actually already worked it, and we were going to chase with him this year. But unfortunately, we didn't go to, I don't know where you went to this year. Jamaica? Is that right? Yeah. Thanks, guys. That's it.
Awesome. Woo!
Awesome. Yeah. What a great job these guys did. Yeah. Keep that applause going. This is like truly innovative stuff here.
Amazing job. Good job, Nelson. I know. We're going straight through, guys. We're pushing through.
Yep.
We have one more talk, and then we have a break. And then Tim Marshall comes on after that. But who is coming now?
So next we have up some of my favorite people in the storm chasing community, Hunter Fouts, Cameron Nixon, and Jim Tang. They're going to be talking about Chaser Archive, which is super cool. How many data nerds do we have out here? I feel like we're all a little bit of a data nerd, right? All of these guys are just compiling information that is just amazing for the community. They're doing it for us.
And you know what's cool? Because I believe this came about at the summit 2 years ago.
Correct.
Yeah. So this collaboration started at the summit. So if you're thinking of doing something, want to collaborate with someone, just talk to them, ask them. Because you could be presenting something as cool as this.
Yeah. So, actually, without any further ado, let's bring them up on stage.
Yeah. Woo!
All right.
All right.
Do you want to balance things out a little bit?
Yeah.
How's everyone enjoying Summit so far? Yeah! All right, so I'm going to get right into it. Let's talk about Chase Archive. Let's talk about recent advancements and what's coming up in 2026. All right, next slide.
You got the clicker? Where's the clicker at?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, well, yeah, okay. So I'm Jim Chang.
I'm Cameron Nixon.
And unfortunately, Marcus Reynolds couldn't be here today. Next slide.
We need the clicker.
Next slide. Okay. Sorry, previous slide. And then Amelia, who's in the audience, and then.
And hi, I'm Hunter Fowkes.
And then Aiden, who's also in the audience, and Vitor, who also couldn't be with us. And we got Kyle and Landon. And last but not least, our new members, Hunter Hurley and Allison Shapiro.
Hi.
I want to give a big thanks to ISP Tech. They've been helping us with hosting, with servers. So big thanks to them and their support. Okay, so what is our mission here? We want to connect the chaser experience to scientific understanding, right? So we see so many kinds of violent weather around the world, and what we see improves our understanding of what makes the atmosphere do these crazy things. So this is really the crux of citizen science here, right? How do we connect our experiences with the understanding of the larger world? So I'm going to talk about 2025 in review. So let's start with satellite, radar, and surface ops. So we've added these for hundreds of cases in the archive. And to demonstrate how useful this is, I'm going to ask you to play a game. Thank you. All right. So at 23Z, I'm sitting in North Platte. It's sunny, which is kind of a bad thing for 23Z. That's 6 p.m. Pretty late. So let's see. Got the clicker?
Yes.
So I'm not feeling great about this day, right? It's like it's late, nothing is happening. What am I doing out here? Just sitting in the field. So I start scrolling my phone. And awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
And then awesome. So I'm sitting scrolling my phone, and 30 minutes later, I look back, and there's this huge thunderstorm that just appeared out of nowhere. I'm like, okay, something could be happening. I'm getting interested here. And then 30 minutes later, I'm driving down. This thing is just pumping out CGs. It's a huge supercell. I'm getting pretty excited. What day is this, guys?
Gary.
Not Gary. Wellfleet. And we will talk more about this event later. All right. We also have added sounding evolution through the day for those same several hundred cases. And once again, we're going to play Guess the Event, right? So this is at 17Z, which is noontime. And that sounding looks terrible. That looks awful, right? You got a lot of low-level stability, barely any cape. I am feeling quite bummed about this day. Now, let's fast forward 3 hours. What has happened in those just 3 hours? Your dew points have risen by 8 degrees. Your temperatures have increased 10 degrees. And we have a bunch of cape now, right? And so now I'm thinking, okay, something could happen. Something could happen. right? And then at 0Z, look at all this cape. We have 80, 83 degrees, 75-degree dew points. We are extremely unstable. I'm getting pretty excited. Woo! Right? Okay, now guess which event this is. Lake City. Not quite. Good guess though. Gary, South Dakota. So what am I showing here? These maps of sounding evolutions and the radar and the satellite, you can tell through the day how quickly things can change. Even just the span of 6 or 7 hours, you know? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, thankfully, I've also added upper air maps. So we have upper air maps for those same several hundred cases. We also have a new UI. So we have priority filtering. We can show the individual cases on an interactive map. As I mentioned, we have priority filters. So those are the priority cases are the cases where you have those sounding evolution maps and those radar and satellite maps and those upper air maps. You can navigate through the results. So we have 3,517 cases, and we're constantly adding new cases, right? And so you'll be able to kind of scroll through them and look through them. We've added a bunch of historical tornadoes this past few weeks, and let me tell you, this is so comprehensive. If there's any tornado that you think is interesting, chances are they're in the archive. We've added so much in the past few weeks. And finally, we just unveiled this last week, an advanced search. This is a one-of-a-kind thing that does not exist elsewhere. This advanced search allows you to search cases by storm relative helicity, by CAPE. And so just the demonstration here, on the left-hand side, you have all cases with very little SRH, 0 to 1 kilometer SRH being less than 150. On the right-hand side, you have SRH being greater than 300. And what you can immediately tell is that the SRH doesn't matter that much in the high plains. You can see like so many cases with very little SRH in West Texas, near here, right, in Colorado. And then on the right-hand side, you can see near I-35, and in the southeast, the SRH becomes much more important. But we can do even better than this advanced search. What if I could actually search through my own cases, right? What if I said, what are the cases that I chased where SRH was greater than 300? What if I can search for, what if I can search for the most photogenic tornadoes, right? What were the tornadoes with, let's say certain parameters, certain states? So we can do even better with this advanced search. And this is where I'm going to say, this past year, we talked about priority cases. We talked about soundings. It was focused on content. This year, this is going to be your chase archive. Wow. Come on. What was photogenic to you? What was special to you, right? What if I could have a user interface that says, I want to just look at the chases that I was on that was really pretty looking. It's nothing like this exists out there. So just a couple of days ago, we have added these 2 buttons to sign in and join, to register, to create an account. This is going to be your chase archive. So log in. So moving forward, we're going to require you to log in to submit cases. But you can also rate cases based on these 3 different criteria: appearance, uniqueness, and forecast difficulty. You'll be able to bookmark cases, right? Like the old tornadoes that you find interesting, you'll be able to save them. And also to mark your chases. So if you have this, when you fill out this form, you'll be able to say, I chased this event. Also, you don't need to actually chase an event to rate it. We are looking for ratings from everyone, right? So if you see a cool-looking tornado from 1940, obviously you didn't chase it, right? We would still like you to be able to rate the case. At the bottom of the form, you'll be able to add an optional account of your chase, a media link, URL. And finally, this is the biggest thing here. After you've marked a few of your cases as something that you've chased, you can build your chase map. Wow. And here's an example from Hunter. I think he likes Iowa. And so that chase button on the top right, that's a new button that we just added, and you just make that filter, and this is your own map. So we invited 12 chasers to test out our new rating system. And guess what? You will not believe what they found. And for that, I'll hand it over to Hunter.
All righty. Thank you, Jim. So this is a really fun concept, and there's a lot of things that we can really do with a lot of this data. And the best way to do it is we wanted to run a preliminary run through with some, essentially like a beta survey, initial survey of what this could potentially look like. A lot of the future things, and Jim's going to talk about this later, are probably going to come from a lot of this important data. We wanted this to be an important time because we're making this a important feature and how we can include you guys in the archive. So we at least wanted to give you a preview of what this could look like. So these are some event ratings based off of a preliminary survey and eventually rated by you. So as Jim talked about, there are a lot of cases. We have over 3,000 cases, and I actually filtered this by U.S., so there are over 3,000 cases in the archive from the U.S. alone, and definitely a lot more even outside if you include outside the U.S. as well. So there's so many cases that we can't get through these all by ourselves, and it takes a lot of time and effort to get through these cases. So as we go through this, just remember it is preliminary, and not every case has obviously been perfectly rated, but we've got a pretty dang good list. So rating storms and tornadoes, it's kind of a hot topic in this community, right? We tend to like really take ownership of the things we see that are really cool, right? And that is awesome. We love that. So let's just have some fun. Let's relax. It's nothing personal if your tornado isn't number one or your supercell isn't number one. You know, we're here for some fun, right? Let's look at some cool stuff. All right. And I would like to mention, if you see this guy, that guy right there, remember him because this guy doesn't stop seeing tornadoes of the year. So let's begin first with appearance. We ran up into generally 3 conditions that we found when we were chasing storms that we would want to particularly rate these by. And appearance, and we're going to look at 2025 cases. The scale of this is on a 0 to 10 scale, and the other 2 will be as well. But we're generally looking for photogenicness versus more grungy storms, something that I'm sure every one of us have seen before. For a top 5 out of the ones that we ranked with the 12 individuals that were part of this ranking system, I don't think this is too much of a surprise, but Gary and Wellfleet obviously take 1 and 2 spot. But we had some phenomenal supercells and tornadoes throughout the plains this year. I mean, if you were out chasing, you saw something epic this year, something that just blew your mind. Just what a year, right? And just 2 beautiful cases. There's a wonderful photo from Jim. You're going to see a lot of photos from him. I swear this whole presentation is just a shout out to Jim. I'm sorry. But just what a beautiful year to chase storms. But how does this kind of rack up historically, right? We had 2024, lots of amazing supercells and tornadoes. What about 2023, right? There was so much more that just happened than just what happened in 2025. So we ran a poll here to try to see, like, where do things rate? And I want to point out just obviously the number 2 because there are going to be some that max out the scale. And on this run through, a familiar one, obviously Wellfleet maxing out a 10.0 scale, funny enough, but also a older case as well made it to the top with a unanimous decision of ranking a 10 out of 10 was the Stratton, Nebraska tornado supercell from 1990. And if you've never seen this before, it's insane. These are 2 example pictures of both those cases, Jim Tang on the right with the Wellfleet tornado and the absolute monstrosity that was the 1990 Stratton, Nebraska supercell and produced a tornado from this as well. Just awesome. We love these. This is what we want in the Chase archive, right? This would define your Chase career if you saw this. But let's take a look at uniqueness now. Uniqueness differs a little bit from appearance. Uniqueness is going to make that thing that's truly rare, right? You want to find something that is potentially strong to violent or just not common to the area that maybe it occurs in versus more commonplace tornadoes or storms that are kind of more the average things that kind of fill your season. Like I said here. So when we ran the top 5 here, the top 5 that came out of here were, funny enough, number 1 ranking the Enderlin tornado, and I think it was really demonstrated really well how crazy unique this tornado was in the Otis presentation earlier, that this is just such a unique tornado situation. We don't get EF5s in North Dakota. The last time we had an EF5, sure, was 13 years ago officially, but that was just such a spectacular tornado. Like, if you would have said the next EF5 was going to end up in North Dakota, no one would have believed you. There's almost hardly anything out there to get that DI rating to reach that scale. So truly a unique tornado here. But as you all, I'm sure you're always aware that Gary's probably going to take the number 2 spot because everybody likes a little wiggle in their tornadoes. So if you're a wiggle enjoyer, yes, it made at least the number 2 spot out of a preliminary survey here. So again, historically, have there been a lot of unique tornadoes and supercells throughout history? Yeah. There have been a few. And out of this preliminary rating, we even have more maxing out the scale, and I'm sure some of these case states will be very familiar to you. Stratton, we already talked about. Moore 99, we all collectively agree it's one of the most insane tornadoes that's happened in our history, especially not just the damage, but just the meaning to the community. We have Dodge City. I mean, do I need to say more about that case? And Capitol. What a rare, unique tornado situation, supercell tornado combo out in the super high plains in Montana. Just beautiful tornadoes. And here's obviously an example of the Dodge City, one of the Dodge City tornadoes on the right. And Wellfleet. No, this is Capitol, but Capitol in Montana. Just an absolutely beautiful storm that a few people were able to be on. Just mind-boggling supercell structure and tornado. So yeah, nice. Right? We want to see that. That stuff is going to be the thing that's going to blow your mind after a chase, and you're going to go, oh my gosh, did I see that? That's uniqueness. So on the last scale that we ran into, we realized an important factor that goes into chasing is figuring it out, right? You have to spend time forecasting. And some chases are super easy. I like to call it the hey stupid go here, right? Or maybe the her was right kind of type of chases. But other times, like, you really have to get into the nitty gritty. You go to a place and you have no idea where you're going on a chase. It could be a cat bus for everything, and it's super hard. Or there's multiple targets, right? There's so many things that go into difficulty. And I think that matters when you storm chase. So we ran a bunch of cases again through this preliminary survey, and for our top 5, we came out with a pretty fun list. And if you're going to be aware, every single one of these cases, funny enough, had another target that almost everyone else was at from 2025. These were just fantastic supercells tornado combos, and I'm sure some of you were on them, but not everybody was, and that's what makes maybe a difficult chase. There's so much that goes into this, and I want to point out Floyd, New Mexico. Which rated, by the way, the hardest one of 2025 to go find out of this preliminary survey. I want you all to look at that and just think, that's exactly how I want to feel after I nail an insanely difficult tornado intercept. Completely unfazed by the experience and just, unbothered, right? No, I know Quincy was having an absolutely fantastic time next to that tornado while everyone else was out east in Texas, but that's kind of what goes into maybe a difficult type of chase. So on the flip side, what does an easy, difficult event, easy, difficult sounds like kind of a funny thing to say, but like what's the easier chases from 2025 that we could go through? For our top 5 here, there's going to be one funny case that I'm going to point out specifically, but as you can see, these are going to be cases where almost everyone was there, like, right? You say, like, everyone and their dog was out chasing, everyone got to have a good time. Likely a bunch of you met up at Applebee's to have that steak dinner that we were told that we can't have if we go chase hurricanes out of the U.S. These are the fun chases, right? We all got to be there, have a good time. And for the top 2, I'm sure lots of you were chasing the Enix Texas Supercell, or I think you know who this guy, Matthew Capucci. He was having clearly a great time, even though number 2 is ranked as one of the easiest chases. That guy was having the best time on the planet chasing that storm. So again, historically, same thing. Let's run through how do things look. And this is a fun list because surprisingly, a lot of these rated lower. Maybe we just are really good at chasing and we think, it's not that bad, right? An 8 out of 10 is a generally really difficult chase. But overall, most of these rated in a little bit harder to go after, which I thought was an interesting thing to note. But I did notice that if you look at the number 2 spot, a certain tornado from Arizona showed up at number 2 spot. And I had to laugh to myself, and I'm like, well, I guess that's fair. None of us are driving to Arizona to go chase a land spout. So, hey, I guess you guys are right. So maybe I need to talk to the person who rated this one. Looking on the complete flip side, we wanted to see, like, okay, what were some of the more easier chases to rate that were kind of in this thing. And I want to point out that there's a very funny one at the bottom. I will move out of the way here so you guys can see it. Hopefully you can. But it says something, I don't know, what does it say? May 24th, 2016. I don't think anything happened that day. Everyone went there. It was probably a bus. Nothing happened. It's just something by Dodge City. I don't know. But no, jokes aside, just an absolute fantastic day. Tons of storm chasers were out chasing. Had an absolute fantastic time. That's the definition of like maybe an easy chase here with this preliminary survey. So we've come across this, right? We've gone through 3 different conditions, we'll say. We've had appearance, uniqueness, and difficulty, but what makes that event like truly special? Something that like blows your mind. You'll call your mom to tell her how awesome it was. You know, that thing you want to tell everyone about because you cannot believe it happened. And we realized there is actually maybe something we can do about this. So when all of us in the Chase Archive team were getting together, we were thinking, how can we like fix the issue of tons of tornadoes maxing out other rating scales? So we decided that we want to take an equal blend of both appearance and uniqueness, value them equally, right? And add a little bit of a nod to difficulty factor. When we ran all of our cases back through this that had enough votes to make this survey, that weren't super biased, we found out that there's an excellent list. Now at the top, we have none maxing out a 10.0 scale, and now we can put context to some of these more fantastic Chase events that you could have been a part of over some of the past history. And you'll notice that it's not just 2025 cases, right? We've got some fantastic cases from more recent and even distant past, as we are now in 2026. So there's so much that we can develop with this and try to understand like what makes that chase excellent. And I want to point out that this one was labeled as the lameness scale versus special scale, and I want to make, again, shout out to Jim for this idea. So if you chase this day, apparently to Jim it's extremely lame, sorry. But I want to point out that when I was making this scale, I never thought it was actually possible to bottom out the scale and get a 0 out of 10, which I thought was really hilarious. And I want to point out again, as we talked about earlier, a certain Guthrie, Texas from April 29th, 2025 found a way to bottom out the scale. And I want to point out, like, if you chase this day, you probably are aware what happened, but this scale is designed to give you an idea of what makes that photogenic, unique, maybe a little difficult event, that thing that really gives you a sense of reward when chasing. That's the thing we all go chase for. That's what we want to find most of the time. But just because a day was rated horribly on this, so-called index here, I want to point out these 3 guys. I would argue that they were having the time of their lives. Matthew Capucci here finding an absolute hailstone. I mean, that's what he loves to do, right? He's having the blast of a time of his life. Connor Croft here finding, I don't know how he found this tornado and all of that RFD rain HP nightmare, but he did, and he was having a great time, was able to provide proof that it existed. And Stephen, I am so sorry, I'm terrible with names, but Stephen was able to have also a great time enjoying extremely strong winds, large hail, etc. So just because a case may rate necessarily lower on this idea of a scale, doesn't mean it's not worthwhile to you, right? It is still your archive. You're going to be the ones that decide what really matters on a chase day. And you can find fun in multiple ways, right? Not just necessarily finding a super photogenic tornado. So to close up this little part before we continue on with other parts of this presentation, we wanted to have this as like more or less like a call to action, so to speak, that when we roll this out to you guys, we want you to just absolutely flood the archive. Search every case. And if you see a case that, shouldn't be at the top of the list, go ahead and rate it. If you see a case that maybe is overinflated, like why the heck is an Arizona case at the top of this list? Maybe go in and rate it. If you see a case that, maybe you didn't chase, but a friend of yours chased, or a storm chaser that you're a fan of that chased, and you thought it was cool, or maybe you thought it was terrible and you're just angry about it, go in and rate it, right? We're here to get everybody's opinion on events, to get a collective understanding what the community decides, what is awesome, maybe what is not. So at the end of this, we all, at the end of seasons, right, we all suffer from not being able to chase storms. And we all watch those tornado videos and supercell videos and think, man, I can't wait to go out and chase. We want to take that feeling and turn it into something actionable with the community, like a citizen science type of effort. The more people that get involved in this, the more realistic this is going to be. And we want to be a little serious with this, right? It's fun to kind of say everything's a 10 out of 10 or everything's a 0, but we want this to be serious because there's going to be some exceptional things that we want to do with this data, but we need you guys. So please, as you go through this archive, remember that this is for a purpose. This isn't just for a silly gag, but we want to do something incredible with this data. So please just rate honestly, rate responsibly when you review your cases. And again, just the last thing before we continue on is the Chase Archive is for you, and it's only as good as you individually make it. So without you, it would be nothing. So get archiving, and with that, we're actually going to have another little activity with Mr. Jim Tang.
All right. Take out your phones, everyone. Let's get them out there.
Woo, phones.
Try it out.
Phones.
Yeah, bear with the internet.
Yeah,
We're gonna do the best we can.
All right, so go to chasearchive.com and then see those three little, like, it looks like a hamburger at the top right. Click on that, and you will be able to either sign in if you already have an account or join if you don't. And again, I apologize for the poor internet connection here. I've noticed this all day today, but we'll just make do with what we can.
We'll give folks some minutes.
And then after you click join, you'll be directed to the screen to the right where it will say create your account. So you can either enter your details or you can link it to your Google account. And so I'll give you a...
Even I got it and my connection is awful, so...
And then once you sign in, you should be directed to the page that has the interactive map with all the cases. And then what we're going to do here is you're going to search either a case that you're really, really interested in or a case that you personally chased. So I'm a little biased with Wellfleet, but you can enter any storm that you chased. And then next to the name of the town, the event name, basically, you should see kind of like a little check mark. Looks like the Twitter blue check mark.
I need to work on my Vanna skills.
And then when you can click that, and you will be able to start contributing to our citizen science mission. If you chase this event, toggle that top flag on, and then you can start rating this. You got those 3 sliders. And then I'll give you a minute to do that. And once you're done with adjusting those sliders on the bottom, submit that, and there you go. You have your first rated case.
Nice. Who was able to get this far? I was afraid to ask. Okay.
Hey, we got some. Good.
It's not bad. Not bad. Yeah, but as you can see, it's a fairly easy process. So once you get into better Wi-Fi, try it out.
All right, we'll continue on. Okay, now here's the kicker, right? So if you rated a case that you chased, if you go to the 3 different filters, right, the map area priority, if you click on saved, you can now toggle your chased events. So now not only are you contributing to citizen science here, you're able to build your own chase map.
And we got inspired by the fact that so many chasers do kind of upkeep their own map of all the chases that they've been on. And I think this is a lot easier because you don't even have to upload all the dates and the locations and whatnot. They're usually already there for you, especially for past chases.
Yes.
In terms of ranking that, how do you like rank something like you didn't think it was a particularly difficult forecast, but only like 3 people.
So this is supposed to be, so the question is, right, how do you rank forecast difficulty if you figured out the forecast, but let's say only a few chases were on it? And so we understand that everyone's going to have their personal bias on what's photogenic, what's difficult to forecast, what's good looking, right? And the idea is that when we aggregate everyone's votes, each individual bias gets canceled out, right? So we can extract a signal with large numbers. So what I would say is vote true to what you believe, right? So don't vote because someone else voted something, right? That defeats the whole purpose. So that's groupthink, right? We want to be able to extract genuine signals from your data.
Remember, this is your archive, not someone else's archive. So rate your tornadoes. Rate your storms.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes, just Chase Archive.
Just Chase Archive. Sorry, no R, no R.
Don't do that.
All right.
Okay, we're going to wait a few more seconds so everyone can get their ratings in.
Thank you guys so much for participating.
All right. With that said, you can continue to rate on your phone, but I'm also going to hand it over to Cameron right now to talk about data.
Thank you. So I'm assuming this is the forward one?
Yeah, just the one button.
What did I do? I think I just turned it off and back on again. What's the
center button?
The play button.
Play button? Okay. So I wanted to take a look at the data that we do actually have already because it's actually pretty impressive. Before we started Chase Archive, we were somewhere around 2021, 2, 3. And you can see ever since we, put this project into action, we're kind of getting this exponential rise in the amount of data and storm chases and storms and pretty tornado pictures that we actually have. And I think this is really special and cool because the more of this data that we have, the more we can understand the environments that kind of lead to these events, the more that we might be able to, say, predict when the next AI tornado is going to happen. And just the more data, the better in terms of forecasting and our chaser experience. And so, but we've gotten this kind of exponential rise throughout history, right? As we get YouTube and Twitter, and then of course, Chase Archive. And this is really helping us kind of source a lot of this data. And so with this, we can, take a look at what our what our best highlights were in the last few years. And what I've made here is a map of departures of, chase activity per normal. So all of our reds are more chases than usual, and all of our blues are less chases than usual. And we've had a rough last half decade as chasers. Many of y'all probably remember 2020. As a planes chaser, was not very fun. Maybe y'all remember 2021, where again, as a planes chaser, maybe we were just sitting here watching all of our friends score really awesome tornadoes in the upper Midwest and the Southeast. But what's in it for us? 2022, again, was rather abysmal, especially if you like chasing the high plains. A little bit of activity in Kansas, but otherwise fairly dry, especially in my favorite chase terrain out in the Texas Panhandle. 2023 started to kind of shift the vibe a little bit, right? We started getting tornadoes up in the high plains that were, a fairly long day's drive away, but were pretty awesome to see. Colorado actually had a lot of good tornadoes that year. Odds are maybe this year it could be something like this too. We'll have to see. 2024, though, felt a little bit more traditional. We had a lot of our classic tornado alley from Omaha down into northeast Oklahoma, down into Texas. And this dealt some pretty awesome tornadoes, especially in April. And of course, we all know what happened in 2025. A lot of those big red splotches, which is chasers, is kind of fun to see. And a lot of cool tornado activity in a variety of different parts of the U.S. But what's really cool here is that you could take a look at how, these good years and bad years have kind of ebbed and flowed over the years. And maybe you've heard about some of these years or chased them yourselves and had some really good experiences. 1990 has continued to kind of ping the top of this adjusted scale. So has 1995 and 99, 2010, 2015, 2019 made a valiant attempt, but as we remember, it was all right. And it can also show these dips that we've had, especially lately, right? 2017 and 18 2020, 2022, these have not been good years. But the good thing is this is not really normal. And as we, make it out of this lull here, you could actually see that these good years for planes chasing tend to happen about every 4 years. There seems to be kind of a natural rhythm in good years versus bad years on the planes. And so you can see these are pretty evenly spaced out. And so, it makes you wonder, is 2029 the next really good year? So we'll see. We'll see if that holds up. So where are the best places to chase then on the planes in general on average? Well, we can make a heat map, right, of all you guys' activity and all of your chases. I want to say there's probably a little bit of bias here, me living here. There's a lot of chasers here. So take that with a grain of salt, but there's also a lot of other locations that kind of stand out as to, places that you've probably seen tornadoes. And these are all, calculated. These are not just me putting random cities on the map. These are the most common places for us to see storms. So if you've ever seen a tornado in Pampa or some good structure in Aurora or a beautiful tornado in Wyoming or North Platte, York, Nebraska, you're not alone. A lot of other people have seen some really good stuff in these areas. And of course, Fort Stockton seems to be its own little hub. And what's really cool with this is we can pluck some soundings and see kind of the average environment that's good to see storms at. And I really want to thank Hunter Hurley for these graphics here. But you could look at, the mean tornado sounding here in Oklahoma. I'll stand maybe right in the middle. Just classic hodograph, right? This is the stuff they teach you in textbooks, which is not surprising because Oklahoma wrote a lot of these textbooks. But we could also go west, out in the Texas Panhandle. See, it's a little bit drier here, and your hodograph might, not be as provocative, I guess, as that last one. But still, if you've chased West Texas, you've chased this kind of hodograph. Maybe even looked for it. And it's funny because we've seen this kind of hodograph before. This was in John Davies' talk. This is straight out of his slides. We really want to appreciate him for that. But this was the hodograph from the Arnet tornado. So patterns repeat themselves. And of course, if you go up into northeast Colorado, things look a little bit more marginal. And as a lot of Colorado chasers know, as soon as you get all that moisture and all that shear, things really aren't great. And so you're actually looking for these more marginal weak flow events half the time in Colorado. They end up producing the best results. Of course, if you're an Iowa chaser, as I know someone here may or may not have been, what you look for is 3 Cape, right? Lots of 3 Cape, low-level Cape, decent hodographs here too. And if you are a Southeast chaser, God help you, maybe you're looking for something more like this. But, given all this data, right, you want to know when you want to plan your chasecation. Where are the best kind of environments and locations for you to chase storms? Well, thankfully, I have this little pretty graph for you, right? Especially if you're thinking about when to take your PTO off or when to start some of your tours. And one day it really stands out, May 24th. Who's seen a tornado on May 24th?
All right.
Wow, that's almost half the room. Yeah. So this is the most frequent day out of the year for seeing tornadoes statistically, or good storms. June 12th also takes a pretty good lead here. What's interesting too, if you've chased long enough, you might remember mid-May as being a really finicky time of year to see storms. Maybe some years it works out and some years it doesn't. And you actually see this in you guys' data that you've submitted, that there is a mid-May slump, and it's actually from May 1st to the end of June, one of the worst times to chase, which I find really fascinating. So May is not all a good month for storm chasing. And so, this begs the question, where do I want to go and when to see tornadoes? And what I made is this, we're going to bear with me. It's difficult to explain, but what you're doing here, this is going to be you, right? This little dot. And the more red that dot gets, the more likely you are to see tornadoes. And then this is going to be the date, and we're going to take you around the plains, kind of like as if you were on a tour. And so as we go forward, you can see in late March, you start kind of in the Arklatex or again, Southeast, Dixie Alley. Things get a little bit chaotic in April as you're dealing with these troughs and these cold fronts. But ultimately, you settle down somewhere in Northwest Texas, right? Your locket kind of days. Then you might spend a week with your buddies in Norman chasing whatever's over there. May 17th, 18th, you might end up near Arnet. Then go up into Kansas. Maybe show the Texas Panhandle some love, right? If you've been chasing, this is kind of what you do every year. You go up into Colorado into mid-June, and then have some fun kind of traversing between Colorado and the Midwest. And again, as a chaser, I've done these crazy paths before. End up in, you know, Wyoming, South Dakota in July. Keep circling around. Maybe end up back toward Gary and then back into Colorado. So it's really cool, the kind of visualizations that you could do with this. And why we want your data, why we want more chases and ratings is because we want to be able to tell you where you're going to go this year to see the best kind of stuff. And it's a really high pipe dream, but I think with enough data, we can kind of tackle that. So I will bring it to Allison, who will talk about Chase Archive merch.
Yes, the playlist.
So I'd like to start this off by giving a huge thank to Hunter Hurley, who took that beautiful hail photo, and Marcus Reynolds, who unfortunately couldn't be here, but he is a wonderful artist, and he made this beautiful thing that we're using on some of our merch later on. So we have stickers. Right now we only have 100, but if you come in after Summit and go onto our merch on the website, we will be able to sell those to you. But right now, at Summit, they're free. We only have a few left because we've handed out so many. So find any one of these beautiful people in these shirts, and you can come up to us, talk to us, and get a sticker for yourself. And coming soon, we have embroidered patches and Chase Archive hats. So you can get a patch with Velcro on the back, or we could put it onto just a hat. You could get either separately if you want to put one on a backpack. And then we also have these front and back prints with all of the icons that we have on the website. And then we also have just front print if you want to be a little more formal. And then that is where we can find the merch on the website. It's a coming soon spot right above join where Tang showed you. And I'm going to hand this back over to Jim for Beyond Features.
Sweet. So let's talk about 2026, guys. Yeah. All right. So first off, based on your ratings, you want to develop a better advanced search, right? We talked about this a little earlier. What if I just want to find the most good-looking tornadoes? What if I want to find the most difficult to forecast tornadoes, right? What if I just want to find better than 8 out of 10, better than 5 out of 10 looking tornadoes? So this is going to be, again, based on all your data. This is going to be a community effort, right? We get more ratings in, the better this search will be. It's going to be fantastic. Next bullet point, sort results by rating, right? So in a lot of websites, you see like there's a sort by best, right? Well, what's best? It's going to be what we think is best, right? So more ratings means better sorting. We know what's best for ourselves. Finally, third idea I've been kind of thinking about, you know, last year we had all these discussions on what was tornado of the year, right? Was it Wellfleet? Was it Gary? Was it Lake City?
Ooh, Lake City.
And so what if we had a leaderboard, right? What if we had a real-time leaderboard that we could update based on your ratings? What is TODY? What is actually based on the data? What is tornado of the year? So one more thing I want to unveil is a new and improved submission page. So I'm not sure if I can play this, but the gist of this is, so we've had a lot of feedback about our submission page, and I completely understand it can be difficult to input your own latitude, longitude points. So we are putting a lot of work into improving the submission page. Hunter Hurley has done a great job of this page. And so I wish the video could play, but you could see like this only takes a minute, and it's so much easier. You got an interactive map.
37 seconds. Yeah.
37 seconds. Thank you. So you get an interactive map that you can select your case. You make sure that you're not submitting a duplicate case. And you have like a pre-selected set of tags to select from. It's wonderful. All right. And on the content side, we're going to add more content, right? So that's a given. So on our radar stat and upper air maps, we want to add the SBC outlook, right? We want to do advanced search with SBC outlooks. What cases were slight risk? What cases were moderate risk? What cases were general thunderstorm, right? We want to add observed soundings and compare them against the model soundings that we have on our website. So another point of feedback that I've been hearing from you all is that some of the model soundings aren't perfect, right? So we want to be able to have observed soundings to compare the model soundings against and make sure that we're on track with the environment. I've heard a lot of people online talking about mesoanalysis, and that's something like we want to add. We want to add archived mesoanalysis. So not only do you see the surface obs and the radar and the satellite, but you actually look at the mesoanalysis through time. And finally, priority cases back to the 20th century. So imagine our radar and satellite loops. You can see how May 3rd, 1999 evolved, right? So that's something that we want to add all the way back to the 20th century. And we want to add local radar loops. I don't know if this is going to play, but Amelia's been working on this. She's done a great job with this. So we obviously have those regional maps, and we want to have like different zooms now. So you want to have a local zoom where you can see how the storm evolves, and you don't have to, go to Radar Scope and open up 5 different apps for, different maps. All right. Want to also add that we are planning to add a subscription plan soon. So more search options, right? So right now we have advanced search for CAPE and SRH. Can you imagine searching for stuff like, LCL, surface temperature, surface dew point? Think about any parameter under the sun, right? What kinds of cases had low surface temperatures, high surface temperatures, high LCLs, etc. We want to add mean soundings. So this is what we just demoed earlier, right? So what were the soundings in the high plains? What were the soundings in Norman, right? We want to be able to have mean soundings for, let's say, your chases, for all cases with more than 4,000 CAPE, right? Again, these searches are stackable, right? So you can kind of mix and match what you want to see and what kinds of data you want, and you can develop a mean sounding for that. All right, and I'll hand it over to Hunter.
All righty, guys. So as we come to the close of this, our presentation here, we just want to leave you with a call to action here. We have even so much more planned and things that we have ideas about that we haven't even mentioned here, but it's going to heavily depend on your ability to go in and rate everyone's cases, your friends' cases, your favorite chasers, anybody's cases. It's going to require a lot of effort, not just on our part, but the community's effort. So what do we want you to do? I don't want you to change anything else about your life. I want you to go chase storms. Yay. We want to go see tornadoes. Yeah, who wants to see tornadoes? Right? We want you to go out and chase. That's all we care about. All we ask, just tell us about it. Go archive it, and then go rate it, and then tell your friend to rate it, and maybe have them argue back and forth of what's better, right? But do it on the site, right? That's all we want. Nothing changes in your life. You just go out, you chase your storms, you archive it, you rate it, you rinse, and you repeat. So other ways to just support the project here is merch and donations, and like Jim mentioned as well, a potential subscription service as well if you are interested in that. You can follow us on various social medias. We've got Twitter here, we've got Facebook, and we've also got Blue Sky as well. So if you're on various platforms, we have this as well. And from all of us here at the Chase Archive team, for us here on the stage and those that lurk behind the scenes that are all involved in this project, we just thank you. Thank you for listening to our presentation. And we look forward to what you chase in 2026.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. You guys are incredible. All right. Well done, guys. You're amazing. All right. So before we have one more amazing talk by Tim Marshall, I want to bring up a special group of people, the Stormfront Freaks. I am a Stormfront Freak, and also Weatherfront. These are 2 of our amazing vendors here at the summit, and they have some words to share with us, some insights, some wisdom, some knowledge. And we've got Stormcat 5. Here he comes. Yeah, that's right. Hopefully your mic will work.
It's not working.
There
we
it
go.
is. All right, I'm going to hand this to you.
Who's having a good time tonight, right? Can we give it up for Eric and Holly and everyone at the Storm Chaser Summit? Come on, people. Listen, we're going to talk about Weatherfront here today, but first, guys, everyone in this room, you guys are here for a reason, okay? There is a reason. There is a purpose. You are here. You are here because of your love for weather. And I'm going to tell you right now, guys, in weather, it is not easy, okay? This is not an easy gig. This is not the path of least resistance. A lot of us aren't going to get paid a lot, and the hours are going to be long. It is a 7 days a week, 365-day-a-year gig, And you got to make a lot of sacrifices with friends, with family. That's how this is, okay? We signed up for this, but we do it because we love it. And I tell you what, it is hard, it is difficult, but you push through it. And everyone in this room, you guys are here because of your passion. And don't lose that. Never lose sight of that passion, because like Jordan and Sierra were talking about earlier, a lot of us can't do this full time, right? I don't do this full time. I've got a day job. You know, a lot of us have day jobs. Everyone in this room has a day job, but you guys still do weather because you love it. And you can do that, right? Yeah. And the point is here, guys, find a group of people like the Stormfront Freaks and like Weatherfront to support you, because you need that support. You do, because it is tough. And I can tell you right now, there have been times where I've felt like quitting, right? And not going for it. But you got to have a group behind you like these guys. And I tell you what, I cannot say enough amazing things, not only about Weatherfront, but about the people and about the Stormfront Freaks and Phil and Dina. And I would have probably given up on my dream if it wasn't for you guys. So I just want to shout out every single person in this room. Never give up on your dreams. And I want to shout out these guys because they're absolutely awesome.
Thanks, Phil.
All right, Weatherfront, let's go.
All right, is this thing on? All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is John Banghoff, and I'm one of the co-founders of Weatherfront. Dylan is also here. Bear with me with my voice. So, how many of you guys have heard of Weatherfront before? I'm going to have it downloaded. Love that. Okay, so we are a free professional radar app. We launched 9 months ago. One of the things that we have available is a whole bunch of radar data, model data, etc. Look at those detailed roadmaps. That comes free. You're going to be able to zoom down in, see the couplet, see exactly where you are along the way. I want to look at a couple of different particular resources. So all of this data you see listed here, completely free. So National Radar Mosaic, MRMS, full resolution, rain mix, no intensity, 80 plus MRMS algorithms. And then this really neat feature, you can pull up in the National Mosaic, long press anywhere on the map to be able to switch to the closest radar. So as you watch here, I'm going to click on the right-hand side. It'll switch automatically to Providence, then to Buffalo. Then I go up to Maine, and then back down to New York. Long press switches automatically. A whole bunch of different stuff here. So this is accessible not only to professionals, to storm chasers, but even to the general public. Totally free to download. Then we look at the models. This is really where the innovation comes in. Optimized for a mobile device. The HER and the GFS, a subset of the products, entirely free. And then you can get the full suite, $9.99 a month or $99.99 per year. I just showed it here. Long press anywhere on the map across the globe to generate a point sounding on models. So that point sounding tool is really, really incredible. Along with when you're on radar or satellite, you can turn on the mesoanalysis sounding tool to generate a profile of the HER analysis to get a current idea of what the environment looks like. Don't have a ton of time. Just want to show you some of the other features. It's designed to be a one-stop shop. GOZ satellite imagery, some incredible imagery of Melissa, observational data sets like the HER, the RTMA, that give you a sample of what currently is going on for mesoanalysis purposes. Also have SPC outlooks and a variety of NWS products. All the alerts, area forecast discussions, ability to contact those offices directly from the app to look up phone number, social media accounts, etc. If you haven't had a chance to stop by the booth, if you go out the back, we're in the back corner, right over here next to the Stormfront Freaks. We'd love for you guys to come visit. There's a QR code up on the screen to download a 1-month free trial. We're also going to be giving away a free annual subscription. So please stop by. That's right, free annual subscription. Stop by, leave your name and email address. We'll do that. And then before we go, one last thing I want to showcase for you guys. Fully embedded navigation coming to Weatherfront very soon. Compatible with radar, with models, and with satellite. Going to be a game changer, we think, for the storm chase season. Not ready for prime time quite yet, but in the next month or two, we'll have that. Stop by, say hi, John or Dylan. Thanks so much, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your time.
These guys are grinding. Download it, guys, because these guys, John and Dylan in the back, are some of the best dudes in the world. I'm serious. They are grinding. Give them a shot. It's an unbelievable app.
Thanks, Brady.
All right, Weatherfront. Thank you so much, Stormfront Freaks. All right, so we have a very, very short mini break for 5 minutes. Tim Marshall is going to give his annual epic presentation in 5 minutes. So if you need to go use the restroom, get a bottle of water, whatever that is, do it now, but come right back here in 5 minutes because we're going to continue to push forward. So we'll see you back here soon. Woo! What, 15? Oh, now we get 15 minutes. I knew we were short on time, but we get 15. You have a little bit more time.
And we're coming to you from the Storm Chaser Summit in Westminster, Colorado. It's a culmination of the brightest minds in meteorology, storm chasers, and just general weather enthusiasts. There's a lot of young people here too. The vibes are really cool. I want to show you what's going on. Check this out. We actually have a number of computers lined up with a storm chasing simulator. And I can see not only do they have what looks to be a virtual driving configuration with realistic graphics, they also have the radar here as well. So it's a really, really cool way to kind of learn about the logistics of storm chasing and really just how to read radar. And it's a good way of doing it without actually throwing yourself out in the field and not knowing what you're doing at first, which can be pretty dangerous. But let's go ahead and continue to walk this way. We'll keep walking down here. Really want to show you a couple of other things here. We got the Wheel of Weather. This is apparently Weatherville here, and you can see what's going on. A lot of folks interested in this here. A lot of these are brought to you by sponsors here, automatic emergencies, weather radios and stuff as well. Now, being a weather nerd myself, and I know a lot of people are going to really dig this, come over here. We got a whole booth set up to the movie Twister. I know a lot of people have seen this movie, and they got all kinds of merchandise here. And I've been told that every single decal that you put on your vehicle actually gives you an extra 5-mile-per-hour horsepower. But this is a really cool setup. They got all things going on with the movie, associated with the museum. If you've been up to Waukita, shout out to Linda up there. And just some really, really awesome stuff for those, of course. And I'm sure there's a lot of us who are kind of obsessed with the movie Twister. I know a bit of an underrated thing, I think, is the soundtrack to the movie, but that's a whole nother story. We continue to cover the Storm Chaser Summit live from Westminster, Colorado.
We're here at the 2026 National Storm Chaser Summit, and I'm joined by Holly LaMontagne, the executive director. And what I love about this summit is not just the science and the meteorology, but also the heart, because you guys are doing so much as a nonprofit to be able to go out into those communities and help people that are impacted by these storms.
Absolutely. So much of what we do at the summit previously has been about education and first on scene training. But as we are getting into these communities, we're realizing it's important to be able to give back to those communities in ways that can benefit them for years to come. So we are launching a new initiative to donate and have installed public storm shelters in underserved tornado-prone parts of the country that need them the most.
They need them as they see these tornadoes year in and year out. So that's one arm of it. But also what I've seen is education, like you said, and the next generation of meteorologists and people who are interested in the weather, and scholarships and how you're helping them propel their careers.
Yes, so we have had such an influx of young kids into the summit in the last couple of years. The 8 to 16 age range has really been increasing. And as somebody who would have wanted to be at something like this when she was that age, it's so incredible to see these kids coming up and being brave enough to pursue their dreams and meet the people who have been inspiring them.
And potentially get some help via scholarships. So whether it's the storm shelter program or those scholarships, and somebody's at home and they want to become a part of this, what should they do?
So if they want to get involved, whether in a funding perspective or to get more information about the summit itself, you can visit chasersummit.org.
chasersummit.org. And you can hang out with us on WeatherNation. Find us on Rumble and YouTube. We'll be broadcasting a lot of these panels live and all of these talks. It's a sold out event. It's a big deal. So you should, at WeatherNation, YouTube, and Rumble, join us there. We're here at the 2026 National Storm Chaser Summit, and you recognize the guy next to me. Josh Morgerman, our favorite chaser dude, is here and presenting because this is a huge deal for storm chasers, hurricane hunters all across the country.
This conference is like the creme de la creme of storm chaser conferences. This is the one, all the big guns are here, and it's a great time to kind of share information and just be a community.
And you're speaking. You're not just here to learn, you're here to present. What are you talking about, and why did you choose that?
Talking about Hurricane Melissa, and maybe some of the viewers are sick of me talking about it, but two things about Melissa. One, it was meteorologically just an unbelievable storm. Unbelievable storm, smashed so many records, so it's fascinating on that level, but also as a chase, it was a really tough chase, and getting through it in one piece required a lot of it required all of my best techniques to get through it, and I want to share that here because I got a lot of young followers and I feel like they can maybe learn something from how I got through that in one piece, how I got out alive.
And we were talking earlier, when you were 15, you didn't have weather nerds and people to look up to, and that's one of the things that's happening here. There's a lot of young people and people interested in meteorology and learning, and is that a big part about why you come to these conferences?
100%. When I was 15 years old, I was a lonely weather nerd with no friends. I would hide my hurricane tracking map in my Trapper Keeper, and I was scared that anyone would see it because I get beaten up because I was such a nerd. I am so jealous of the kids now that they could celebrate their weather nerdiness with online community and coming to things like this. Their parents bring them. It is great, and I want to be part of that and just kind of be a role model and show them, hey, there is a future in being a weather nerd.
And it's not just for the weather nerds and for furthering our community. We can also bring this to people at home because we take these techniques and we apply them, like you said, to your chases, but then you take what's on your chases, the information that you gather and the data, and you share that.
Yeah, folks don't realize, I think a lot of people think of storm chasing as like it's just adrenaline junkies, that's all it is. The biggest part of my chasing, and I don't talk about it much on WeatherNation because I don't want to bore everyone, but the biggest thing for me is collecting data, which goes to the National Hurricane Center, and they use that data to kind of look at the storm afterward and understand what happened, and that in turn helps sort of improve the forecasts and everything. So it all goes into that science for warning the public. So we're not all just yahoos out there trying to get the sexy clip.
Right.
We're actually advancing the science.
And you're communicating that to us as we're forecasting live on WeatherNation, and we're getting that and bringing it to people at home too. Well, thank you so much, Josh, for taking some time to talk to us today. We're glad to be here at the National Storm Chaser Summit, and you can catch it with us live on Rumble, on YouTube, on WeatherNation.
And we are here at the 2026 iteration of the Storm Chasing Summit. I'm here with my good friend and coworker, Eric Fox. Eric, we've known each other a long time. what was the inspiration that led to the beginnings? This is the 6th year, I believe, of this now.
Yeah, you know, believe it or not, I met you at ChaserCon in Denver.
Yes.
I don't know, what, 20-something years ago?
I think it was something like that, yeah.
So, ChaserCon started here in Denver, and it was how I actually got into the community. I was a young guy in the military, getting my meteorology degree and working, and I was able to meet people, greet people, and made me who I am in the weather community. And it all started at ChaserCon. Well, Tim Samaras passed away.
Yes.
And ChaserCon was around with Roger Hill, and it just kept. I wanted to keep it around. They got to the point where it was not really going to go forward anymore, and so I kind of took them and took ChaserCon, and I made it my own. But I have what I call a village around me.
Yes.
You know, we're a nonprofit, 501c3. Our whole purpose is to give back. We put in storm shelters all across the world, if we can, in low-income communities, just to help. The Storm Chasers giving back. But within that, it's safety, education, safety, training, driver's training. Yesterday we had first aid CPR training, just all encompassing. And there's a lot of research, high level meteorology going on here to try to inspire kids. And so that's what I'm about, is inspiring people and just giving back. And so you got machines like behind me, you know, that do a lot of great research, and a lot of that, it goes on. That's why I call it a summit, because there's a lot of people here that get together.
It's really cool because you can see some of the brilliant minds of meteorology going out there and doing a little bit about teaching about how to examine radar. I mean, really important things here that I think will inspire younger meteorologists and kind of propel them to think on kind of that level about what meteorologists and what storm chasers are seeing. And I think that's really cool that you're bringing together storm chasers and weather enthusiasts here with these experts. This has been something that's been growing now for a number of years. Every year it seems to be bigger.
Yeah, this is our 6th year, right? So COVID set us back a little bit, but it was okay because it allowed us to grow slowly. And now we're getting to where we're selling out. And what I am inspired by is the younger kids that are here.
Yeah.
They're wanting to be here to learn and meet the great people that are out there that are trying to do good in the weather community. Because look, weather's the newest science there is. These kids are going to need to be around.
Yeah, no, that's really important. And it's, that you say that it is a young science. There's a lot of new things going on in the weather world. So cool that they see this. And then you got some really cool stuff going on. Chaser of the Year.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is some pretty neat stuff. Looking forward to it.
The Chaser Hall of Fame.
Chaser Hall of Fame, yes.
The Storm Chasing Hall of Fame. So basically those people are forefathers that come before us to allow us to. You know, the Chuck Doswells of the world who created everything we know about severe weather out there, like the textbooks, right? So it's what you got to give back, and that's what we're doing. You know, remember the prior generation, help the new generation.
Really, really excited to see that, and thanks for doing this, Eric. And it's real good to talk to you and see you here. We'll be coming to you live from the Storm Chaser Summit 2026 all through the weekend.
Big trough here, very dynamic system coming out. So it looks like it's going to be a big day, as many of you know.
I was a young guy in the military, getting my meteorology degree and working, and I was able to
stop. I hope to make it to 50. We'll see. But here is my chasing. First chase, April 19. Tornado. Easy. Everyone can do it, right? Everyone can do it. Then a lot of just storms. First day of ice chip in blue. Ice chip is in blue. Arnet. The thing about ice chip, we were tethered to the cow. You know what a cow is? Yes. You know what a cow is? Yes. We were tethered. We could not go past 100 miles. The cow is in Greensburg, Kansas. So by the time they said mission over, it's too late. Too late. But we redeemed ourselves near Akron, Colorado. We did the mission. We got the hail, and then we got the hail out of the hail, and we got to see a 25-minute tornado in our face. And then we were on all these ice chips. And Morton saw several tornadoes, including the big dusty one, and then we left it. We said, it's dusty. Let's go get some hail. We got some hail. The last day, we were near Gary, South Dakota, but it was on the edge of the Doppler range of the cow. We just had to say bye-bye and get the squall line that moved through. Missed that. Missed Enderlin. Missed Felt. Missed all these others. I still saw 12 tornadoes, including when I flew from Buenos Aires, Argentina, to Dallas, Fort Worth. The airport was closed due to a squall line. We went to Houston. In Houston, we land, pull to the gate. A supercell comes up to the airport, produces tornado. I chased 30 feet from my chair to the window to photograph the tornado. It was my shortest and longest chase, chasing from Buenos Aires. Shortest and longest chase one day. Okay. Anyone in Southwest Texas on April 19? Anybody? Anybody? Really? Yeah, it's a bad road network. So what? Everybody's got drones. Now, come on. Oh, it was a great day. Wonderful day. This is before Ice Chip. Okay? By the way, before I go further, this chase case is sponsored by Love's. Okay? This is where your tornadoes and your showers are ready. All right? Okay. Let's look at the surface map. Yes, I still do surface maps. It's not all about where the circle is in the SPC Outlook. Here we have dew point in green line. Red is the target. This is a cold front roaring south, but it didn't stall until middle afternoon. We thought it was originally going to be there, but it actually backed up a little bit in West Texas. Okay. My chase partner since 1988, Carson Eads. He has a one-of-a-kind chase-mobile. Not to be confused with a Batmobile, chase-mobile. It is torpedo launcher. No, that's a tripod launcher. It launches a tripod. The tripod's fully extended. No need to sit there and do this in front of the tornado. It's already deployed. You just open it up, tripod pops out, boom, tornado. He's a mechanic. He knows how to make a one-of-a-kind vehicle. That's a torpedo launcher, a tripod launcher. And he's got the EF5. That's right, the EF5. And Carson and I are members of the Tornado Research Division, otherwise known as TURD. That's right. We are turds, all right? We're out there chasing. See our vehicle, you can say hi to the turds, okay? That's what we are doing. Now look at the her. -1 hour. Who the hell cares? Okay, valid 0Z, temperatures. Look at the front. Can you see the front? Yes. The front is right in here. Cold air. I don't like cold air. I don't like blind lifting. I don't like fronts that are moving like that. Cold fronts especially. But we waited, had a beautiful barbecue dinner in San Angelo. That's half the chase. And decided to wait. I waited a little bit. Sometimes is right, as you know. Sometimes is wrong. Sometimes it's terrific. Other times it's horrific. Just depends on where you put the syllables in there. Okay. So here we have a mess. Yes, it looks like a mess. 850 millibar. 850 millibar is for moisture. How deep is the moisture? You can see there's some moisture that comes up to the front. Not bad. See if that continues. Never mind this stuff. That's noise. Don't always chase bullseye. You'll be down in Mexico. All right, let's bump it up to 700 millibar. Trough in the west. Wind coming around, 35 knots, El Paso. That's all going to work over this area. These are 12Z, so anticipate what's going to happen in about 12 more hours, or maybe 9 more hours. It's going to be higher winds at the mid-levels here. Okay. Wind shear. Yeah, we like wind shear. Certain amount. It's like ingredient. 500 millibar, trough in the west. Coming on in. Look at the wind in Midland. 60 knot. 60 knot. 65. Nice. Very nice. Ventilate. Push. All right. At the very top is where you really get the ventilation of an anvil. 100 knot. Zippo. Amazing. Look at the wizard. In awe. Absolute awe. Okay. Look at the Del Rio sounding. This air is moving north. Couple of things we like. Got some cape. Not bad for April. Okay. Look at, not a big cap. Not bad. Look at your shear. Storm relative, helicity. Look at the nice little red and the blue there. Separating. Very nice. Photograph, a little more linear. Low levels a little messy. But maybe that'll change throughout the day. Okay. SPC. They liked my red box. They put an enhanced over it. Right. Very nice. Twister and wedges, $2.99 Dairy Queen. All day. Love it. Absolutely. Dairy Queen. That's where I go. All right. 5%. Look at that line. Anyone want to go to Fort Smith? Not me. Too many trees, too many hills. No, not good. Okay? Let's look at the her. All right, not bad. We have some tracks with supercells moving northeast rapidly, of course, along the boundary. The boundary does not move. Moves on up. Ever see this movie? Okay. 15Z, visible. Mid and higher cloud moving up. Ooh, nice. This is where heating will take place. Lower cloud behind front. Not good place to be. Unless you want to cool off, like me. Okay. I totally agree with Chewy on this one. Absolutely. Look at this SB Cape here, Surface Base Cape. Not too bad. Playing the gradient. I play the gradient of Cape. Not bullseye. Bullseye down into here. Not going to play that. The gradient is where I want to play. Looking here. What do you see? Supercell composite. All right? Very famous saying by Galileo. Very, very, in fact, picked up by a rock band, right? Picked up by a rock band. Again, you want to go down to Mexico? No. Play the gradient. Not bad. All right. Visible satellite. And then we have storms developing at 20Z right there. Yes. Out in the clear air. Now we just have to find one storm that's a little bit separate from the others and hang on to that. Blue box. What? A blue box. I wanted a red box. It's a blue box. Well, we might as well go home. No. Still chase. Blue boxes. Can tornadoes happen in blue boxes? Yes. Keep the faith. Keep the faith. Okay. And, hey, if you're going to bust with some friends. All right? Started meeting all these chasers. Can't be in the wrong place if all these chasers are showing up, right? Got to be there. Yes, absolutely. Boom. Stormed up. Kind of messy, but there's some interesting things here. Yes, roads are sparse. This is a very interesting storm. Early convection, 3 o'clock. You can see where we were. So maybe this road goes west and then north to Sterling City. Yes. Okay. If you can go west, north to Sterling City, you intercept it. It's a nice thing about knowing what's going on. So it's 3:49. Look at that clear slot. Does that tell you something? What does that tell you? What does a clear slot tell you like that? You have an updraft, that's right. You have rear flank downdraft coming around. Subsidence is occurring. That's how the clear slot forms. It's subsidence that's coming around trying to strangle that updraft. And when you do that and stretch it, guess what happens? It's hooky time. It's time to play some hooky. We heard about this. Race north, doing the speed limit. Edgar was on it. He nailed it. We saw this over the hills. We wanted a good photography angle, so we kept going. He had the good photography. This is the angle we started getting. Large tornado. 4:02 p.m. And roped up to the Wizard of Oz tornado. Awesome. All right. So we watched it rope out. 12, 15 minutes. Beautiful. Nice. Narrowing state. Oh, no. Back to the little cylinder again. Nice. Then it roped out. What a show. Right? Why get one when you can get more than one? So we decided to go after another storm. This one back down towards Big Lake, headed southwest. Tail end Charlie. Good storm, right? No, it was outflow dominant. It looked okay, but when you got there, huge shelf came roaring out of there. Got some hail. Oh well. Late at night, going home. I live here, Dallas, Texas. Red box. We had to dodge tornadoes going home. There was one cell that here's the blue dot. That's where we are. Here's one cell. Moving north. Easy peasy. But at night, really dangerous. It crossed the highway in front of us and no power flashes. Couldn't see. Very dangerous to do that. Look at all the tornadoes produced at night. So never give up chasing on the day. But as I get older, I get more tired. I need to get some sleep. Tornadoes at 10 o'clock at night. Whatever. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad of a forecast here. Okay. Then, time to give up tornadoes on ice chip. I was asked if I wanted to join Ice Chip, which is the largest hail research project in the world. Now, I was asked to join Vortex 2 years ago, so I could do both. I could be on the largest tornado project and the largest hail project. So I said, sure, why not? I didn't realize that since the main mission was hail, we had to leave tornadoes. We couldn't chase tornadoes, really. It was not a tornado chasing project. It was a hail project. All right, so that's what we did. So I was pleased to be selected to join IceChip until I found out what they wanted me for. Okay? Well, here's the group. Here's the NIU team, which I was on. Yay, NIU, go, Huskies. There's the truck. It's my truck. I made a donation. It's my truck. Well, they went ahead and outfitted it. Here are the leaders, who you probably know, some of these leaders of IceChip. But before IceChip, I look like this. After IceChip, I look like that. It was exhausting. These field projects take a lot out of you. Oh. So what did they pick me for? They needed someone to beat up. They picked me. You've been chasing a long time. Time to beat you up. They wanted one vehicle and one vehicle only to be sacrificed to the hail gods. Core puncher, Marshall gets core puncher, otherwise known as the Husky Hail Hunter. That's right. One vehicle and only one vehicle was to penetrate the hail cores and get the biggest, the baddest hail in the project. All the others, they stayed away. They deployed before and then they run away. Wait for the storm to hit and they come back after the storm. We got beat to doo-doo. That's right. We got into hail. Here are the other types of instrumented platforms. They have, after we accumulate big stones, we take it to the field manager who has a crusher and a 3D scanner and scans the stones. The big stones they put in dry ice, ship them up to Boulder for further cross-section analysis. There's hail pads and collections deployed before. There's a mobile hail cam, high-speed camera with lights as bright as the sun, getting the hailstones tumbling down, photographing it, high-speed cameras. Dials, 2X band, 1 C band, a mini C band. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't work. That's the luck of having Doppler on wheels out in the field. The UAV groups were out there, flying into the hail cores. Balloons, they had big balloons, the Rowan-Sons. They had small balloons they would have. Lots of balloons were launched. Mobile mesonets and pods doing transects outside the core. And they had a microwave radiometer to do atmospheric soundings. Only one vehicle, us, punched time and time again. All right, this is the vehicle. The funds I donated, they purchased this vehicle. And they put a state-of-the-art hail shield on there. Didn't lose a windshield the whole project. All right. We took a lot of beating. Can't say the same for all the metal around there, which we riddled it up. Here's my teammates. Landon and Tony. They were, I guess, volunteered to get beat up with me. Who would do such a thing? But they're from NIU. Go Huskies. Okay. So here are some of the stones we saw and measured. We got this one over here, 4.2 inches. Everything's in millimeters, you know, science. And the biggest one, the fish, 5.9 inches. We had several 5-inch plus stones weighing more than 1 pound. So be careful. If one of those were to hit you in the head, you're dead. Simply. It's weighing more than 1 pound being thrown out at terminal velocity of maybe 100, 120 miles an hour, weighing more than a pound. That pegged the scale. This calipers only went up to 150, and you can see it was bigger than the calipers that we had there. So the Husky hail hunters went ahead and bagged. We had location GPS. We had a cooler that the stones went into, so they know exactly which stones came in. We also had an app that we used on the phone, so we could type in what that was. We served multiple purposes. We also carried the gas so that the balloons could lift on up. So we were the gas carrier. We also had roofing samples put out with a distrometer like this, impact distrometer. So hailstones hit that and record impact energy. We were doing science in our little way, getting beat up. This is the vehicle after Ice Chip. You can see we have some souvenirs. Some of them are pretty large. Okay. This is the largest ones we got. We took this back to Boulder. Okay. It was really difficult getting this out of the ground here, but we managed to do it with the team, and we put it on the truck. Back to Boulder it went. It melted along the way, but that's the way it goes. That's science for you. Okay? We were not the only ones who like hail. Do you like hail? Hail, yes. Hail, yes, you like hail. Yeah. Most of my career, 48 years chasing, I've been trying to keep away from hail. Not all the time. I've lost my share of windshields. But it's nice to see that others are involved and love hail as much as we love hail. Okay. Shipping back in coolers to Boulder, where they do this crystallography. Cut it, put some polarized light on it, get to see all kinds of neat things inside these hailstones. Polarized light, you can see the drop. Look at the layering, like dendritic pattern here on trees. See the different layers? Sometimes rime ice, clear ice, rime ice, clear ice. Get bands, different temperatures, accrete. Here's the analysis at the main mobile. They would put the stone up. They do a 3D analysis. They'd also crush it, put the stone in here, and destroy it. Not every stone was destroyed. So they would pick and choose. Here's the team. They were in Levelland, Texas, and they were looking at the hailstones that we had brought them. After each mission, we would do this. So my bedtime is normally 10, 10:30. It'd be lucky if we get in 12, 1 a.m., and do it all again the next day. Hail pads, tons of them. Set out. You step on them a little bit. And there's a stake that goes in the ground and holds it. This is like a polyisosanurate insulation. Records the impressions of the hailstones. Cheap but effective. Then there's these bigger collectors. These are kind of rubbery. Comes on down into the cooler. Set them out in the field. They're pretty lightweight. Except when a stone gets stuck. Because that's like a 4-inch. The high-speed hail camera. Sean Watt was with that, and others. See the high-speed motion of the hailstone coming down. It's a shot I took during one of the hail fests that we were getting. Very bright light. We had the cow. Okay, all kinds of radars set up. Nice outriggers. The drones. Ooh, a crystal ball. No, actually, it's an impact distrometer. Different kinds. Laser, impact, balloon teams. We had a lot of people. A lot of people going a lot in harm's way. I had to pause. I used to do this for 5 years. deployed pods in front of tornadoes. That was a fun project. It's my old vehicle. Okay, and then there's the microwave radiometer. I did forget one thing. We needed security, and we had this guy be chief of security, stopping all chase vehicles to interfere with our project. No, that's all a fun joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke, folks. It's a joke. That guy was not chief of security, although he is here right now. All right, so here's the results of the project. We had 16 hail days in about a 45-day project. Our biggest stone, 5.9. We had one event with 5-inch hail or greater, 4 with 4-inch hail, 7 with 3-inch hail, and 10 with 2-inch hail or greater. And there's all the kind of the preliminary results. More later on that. There's the domain where we traveled. We traveled as far south as the Big Bend. It's traveled as far north as near the Canadian border. So we actually covered north to south pretty well. A lot of Montana. And of course, this is the NIU team going and coming home. So we ended up in Minneapolis. There. All right. This next chase case is sponsored by Capital One. What's in your wall cloud? All right. Let's talk about the Atwood tornadoes. That's right, Atwood. Who was on this? Up in northeast Colorado, May 23. Yeah. There's a shot of the tornado with our ice chip machine. Yeah. Here's our group that day, traveling around. We got an early start. They sent us to Sterling, Colorado, and then they sent us northwest, where we got on. Oh, yes, we have mascots. I had NIU folks had Thor, so I bought Tor. So we have Thor and Tor as our mascots, okay? And my hard hats for obvious reasons. So here's what our great her says for the day. Isolated supercell in northeast Colorado. They were pretty good about that. It was further west, actually. But it's interesting. There was nothing there, really, in terms of mixed layer CAPE. So it's like, would that improve during the day? How can you get ice bombs when the mixed layer CAPE is so poor? Well, you just hope that the atmosphere doesn't recognize the her. All right? So looking at the 850 millibars, look at the moisture plume, the green lines going all the way up there to northeast Colorado. Very nice. Moist plume up there. And look at this. This is the 700 millibars. Kind of a troughiness, quasi-troughiness, weak flow here. But, you know, Colorado magic, man. That's right. All right. Look at 500 millibar. It's not really the greatest 500 millibars, but again, there's some sort of speed coming through there, over the Rockies maybe. And then kind of an almost northwesterly flow. In fact, it was northwesterly flow. Okay. Up top. So SPC had this kind of broad, kind of odd banana shape, slight risk. And we liked northeast Colorado that day because we were there. That always helps. And 2% northeast Colorado. Yeah. So I plotted up a map. Looked pretty good here. 56 over 52. You say, well, that's kind of cool. Yeah, it is, but it's higher elevation. 56, not so bad in the morning. Low in southeast Colorado, so you're kind of playing a little upslope here. The warm front coming on up. So watch out what happens that day. But anything change? Well, they extended it further south and southeast. But then they went ahead and did a 5% for northeast Colorado. Okay, not bad. Hey, I like cones. Yeah, absolutely. I like ovals and cones. Huh? That's my forecast target, the ovals. See a narrow plume. So the storm develops, and then it moves southeast, and then it runs out of the Cape, and guess what happens? That's right. That's what it does. So here, nice sunny skies, heating it up Here, this is 1834. SIGTOR, not going to be any tornadoes in northeast Colorado. Right. All right. What's going on here? Mesoscale discussion. Hey, it's always nice, isn't it? You make a forecast, you go out there, you're sitting there in a parking lot, and then an MD is issued and you're there. Isn't that nice? Guaranteed, right? Get those cameras ready. But it's clear. More heating's being done. All right. Blue box. No more tornadoes are going to happen, right? Forget it. Let's go home. Blue box. Well, we were the first out of Sterling. They sent us out and they said, hey, go out there, catch this little junkus that's out there. Well, it wasn't so junky. We got out there and there seemed to be a nice vertical tower, 335. Get under the base, 358. And it was just like a continuous rumble of thunder. Oh, don't you love that? You know, no CGs really yet, just rumbling and grumbling. And then it started to hail. Okay. Looking at, well, look at this. Not too shabby, right? Got a hook forming on it. That's nice. Look at the hail core. Got some small hail moving toward us. We didn't move. We just let it come to us. Okay. Got some hail. It's not too bad. 32 millimeters. Not bad. But it's getting more supercellular all the time. As more moisture comes on in, you know, it makes up, it seems, for the shortfall in winds aloft. Storms seem to make their own environment conducive if given the chance. We got in the purple haze. Okay, hail's getting a little bigger, 1.8, that goes severe. Moving southeast, we're getting them even bigger. Okay, 3.2. And then we hear the tornado reports. We're in the core. We hear the tornado reports. And I said, okay, we've done our science for the day. Let's bolt south. So we bolted south through Atwood, cleared Atwood, and we got to see a sight. First thing we saw was this tornado off to the southwest, kind of a dusty thing for a little while. And it seemed to kind of hide itself. And then all of a sudden we got barraged of hail up to about 3 inches. And then it started to stretch and rope out. But look, it just kept on staying that way. Minute by minute. Lasting. And we kept on getting really close to it. Right in front of us. The Tower of Power. Love it. Stretching on out, but still digging up dirt out there. Very nicely done. Okay. We got to Akron. We stopped, picked up some hail, as we're in the hail business. And then the echo, look at the echoes kind of taking this kind of backwards C-shaped band. Well, that's pretty much curtains for the tornado. It's the opposite what you'd like to see. But there was some good hail to pick up. Successful chase, what do? You go and have a stake. That started back long ago. So one of my favorite places on the plains is the dish room. Anybody ever been there? That's kind of expensive. It's a little more expensive than a burger, but they have some nice steak and you can celebrate there. All right, so very good. Chuck was very happy with that. Very nice. Nailed that forecast. All right. So the next chase case is going to be sponsored by chasersonly.com. That's right. This is where you can find your significant other chase partner, all right? Chasersonly.com. Hey, you know, marriages can be made in front of a vortex. Well, we all know that, so think about it, all right? If you're lonely chaser, think about chasersonly.com. Might be right for you. All right, let's talk about Morton. June 5th, anybody there? Yeah, several of you were. This one almost was a miss because, there's a cell that developed over Lubbock and they were kind of, what about staying in Lubbock? No, let's go west. West, please. I like west. Tail end of the boundary that's there, stationary. Look at these dew points. Eastern New Mexico, 67, 68. Goodness gracious, that's massive. Moisture coming up, that boundary's kind of stationary. You want to get west. Go west, go west, go west. All right, so get some upper air. All right, this is 850, plenty of moisture in eastern New Mexico, not a problem. 700 millibars, okay. He's kind of weak flow. Well, that's what happens when you get into June, weak flow. And then you're looking up further, very marginal flow at 500 millibars. It's 25, maybe 30 knots out here. Okay, it's coming on in. Again, this is where you need the environment and the storm and the winds kind of picking a sweet spot somewhere there. Help you out a little bit. Okay, this massive high, and it's zipping right through here. So we got some good speed shear going on there. Got some good speed shear running through there. Looking at some sounding. Definitely. Possible hazard, other chasers. Ever see that pop up? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that happens a lot actually these days. Hey, love that low-level turning there, Midland. Not bad at all. Look at this. Nice little swing here. Yeah, very good. Look, this is a morning sounding. Not too shabby here. Look at that. SRH is over 100. And capes, plenty of cape. Not a problem there. We just need now that one cell that can stay away from the others. Look at this mess. It's like, oh my gosh. But when you get something like this, I kind of would like that one. That one would be the one I would like. Okay, this one too. Nothing wrong with that. One of those two. Okay. Look at the helicity streaks here from her. Boy, did this get nailed. Almost. It was just a little bit to the north and went through, kind of died out in Lubbock when other nudger came in and killed it. That's pretty good. SPC, well, it's interesting that they split it up like that. North, enhanced. South, enhanced. Okay. 5% through the whole thing. Well, that's interesting. 5% through the whole thing, but yet they enhanced it with a gap there. Ah, this is nice. SIG-TOR. Now, bullseye's down here, but it's actually playing the boundary. Get to that boundary. Why do you play the boundary? That's east-west. SRH is enhanced along that boundary. More spin at low levels. Sure. 18Z. A lot of cloud cover here. Kind of keeping that boundary on the cool side. There's where you want to play. Okay. Look at this. Man, the supercell composite parameter, 12 all through here. Yeah, that's really nice. Like to see double digits, okay? Look at the Cape, 4,000. Not too bad. Yes, get a red box going. That's what I'm talking about now. Interestingly, the Ice Chip command says, we're going to leave Lubbock, folks. And I go, yes. Or we're going to go southwest to Brownfield. What? We would need to go west to the border. But I was not the forecaster. And that was kind of problematic. By the time the storm developed and started producing tornadoes, we were already in Morton because we went out ahead of everybody. And you know what happened after that. It started producing tornadoes. Okay. So this is our first view. Look at how low to the deck that wall cloud is at 436. Nice hook here. And the first of several tornadoes started to develop. And it's okay to chase tornadoes before everybody gets set up. So I kind of like the fact that they were all lagging behind for a while, but we could get a few tornadoes out of the way before we had to leave the tornadoes and go into the hail. Had another tornado here. I think it was in Texas. It could have been New Mexico. And, we were right there. Perfect. And an interesting thing about the core punching that we did, you can see the purple there, and we were directed to go north. But as that hook came by us, we got some baseballs out of it. So now not always is the purple the big stuff. Sometimes you can get big stuff here. Sometimes you can get big stuff out here, just falling out there. And you all know about this dusty wedgie thing. And then we decided, well, we didn't decide, we were told, go north, and we did. I love this on the Dow. This is eye candy for the soul for me, okay? I love this kind of stuff. The eye, look at the, it's art. It's Mother Nature's art. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, so this is where we're getting some baseballs. The back end of the hook coming through there, yeah. There's our 3.1 we picked up. Sometimes we are directed to pick up the stones as they fall, and that was dangerous. We had one of the guys get hit in the hand when he reached. Mother Nature slapped him and he hurt his hand bad, but fortunately nothing broken. But we got some good stuff. Got a whole bunch of hail, some 100 millimeters. We were able to save those. One of the hazards in doing a core punch are the flooding of the roads, which happened. It slowed us down a little bit. We managed to get over towards the Reese Center. And look at this couplet here. Beautiful radar. All right. So this is our chase route. Initially started in New Mexico, worked our way back, got a couple tornadoes, went north there, and came back north of Morton, 3-inch, 2-inch chase route, more tornadoes, and came and nearly got us again, but here just west of Lubbock. So it's quite a good chase that day. Very nice. Nice. Very nice. Like that one. All right. Okay, well, I'm wrapping it up here, but before I do, I want to pay homage and respect to my friends who have passed this year. There were several of them, but these are the ones that were near and dear to my heart. And Chuck, of course, Bill McCall, and Neil Frank, all were good friends, storm lovers. Neil Frank with hurricanes, and Bill was a phenomenal photographer. Chuck, as you know, just depended on, sometimes he was phenomenal, sometimes he was not so phenomenal. But, you know, that was Chuck. That's the way he was. But he was dearly loved, and anybody who loves cats can't be all bad, right? Got to do that. So, anyways, that's all, folks. I want to leave you with this. Next year, Kansas City.
Woo!
Kansas City. I'll be back.
How's it going, Tim?
Very good.
Me too.
All right.
Me too. I'll see you
pump
later.
you up.
Oh, good.
Remember,
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Remember your exercise. 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 Build you up.
This is like one of the only times me and Tim match. We look
We
great,
need to
right?
take a photo. Can we take?
I mean,
there's- Oh my God, Tim, you're amazing. Are you going to stay in that the whole night? Yeah.
Wait, more to come tonight.
Oh.
All right.
More to come.
Oh my gosh, we love Tim. Tim is so amazing because I had no idea he was going to dress like that. We just knew he was coming from that door. So, yeah.
surprise for everyone.
It is a surprise for everyone. But guess what? We have a dinner break. Yes, round of applause for Tim. Woo! Woo!
Might we add that he is in the Storm Chaser Hall of Fame?
I know, he is in the Storm Chaser Hall of
Kind
Fame.
of a legend.
He is a legend. He's, you know, and he spends so much time on these presentations to just make them clever, smart, and just have fun. So
Yep.
I can't wait to see what is going to happen tonight at the Vortex Awards. But before that,
Yeah.
we have a break.
We do have a break. So dinner will be starting at 6:30
Mm-hmm.
back in here. And we're going to we have a lot more going on. We have Team Dominator, of course, will be presenting.
Yeah. We're going to have the Vortex Awards and then karaoke after that. So your goal right now is to get comfortable, hydrate, take a break, take a mini nap, and then come back here energized.
Yeah, 6:30, dinner in here.
Woo! Woo!
getting that southerly wind. So we wake up to a lot of that low cloud cover, that moisture in the atmosphere burns off in the afternoon, and rain chances do begin to increase here from the west, especially again by Tuesday afternoon. You could see some of those maybe strong storms across the Texas Hill Country overnight into Wednesday morning. That's where some of the heaviest rain will be. Otherwise, very mild overnight, looking at 50s for many of us. Daytime highs getting close to 80 in Austin and Houston there. And we'll make a run at the 80s, it looks like, by the middle of next week. Again, that will help to set the stage for heavy rain and some stronger storms. Austin, Tuesday, and then Wednesday, maybe starting to see things calm down a little, but there will be another system that emerges, looks like by the end of next week too. So we'll get back into the West Texas area, the Trans-Pecos. Could see some rain here later tonight, overnight into Sunday morning. Sunday night through most of Monday looks to be quieter, but by Monday night, that's when that real energy starts to approach. And now we're looking at the potential here. Look at some strong storms down by the Rio Grande by Tuesday evening. Eventually, this clears out by Wednesday, so we will watch that. We got the Chaser Summit. You can watch it on Prime and YouTube streaming.
When you look at your grocery bill, is it so high it knocks you off your feet? It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. Unlike ordinary storage bags that trap air in, spoiling your food, InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Look, flat sealers create a big mess, but InstaSeal is upright, mess-free, and easy. The secret is Smart Seal technology. With just one touch, it auto-feeds the bag to seal, pauses to vacuum out the air, then continues to perfectly seal. Plus, InstaSeal has a motor powerful enough to crush cans, but smart enough to save crackers from turning to dust. Forget big, bulky sealers you have to put away. InstaSeal's compact design stays to help you seal and save every day. Got a great deal on chicken, meat, or fish? InstaSeal protects it from freezer burn. Now buy groceries in bulk. Make meals ahead of time. InstaSeal and save. It even works with all universal storage system bags. Buy on sale meats. InstaSeal and save. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. Call or go online now and get the complete InstaSeal system that keeps food fresh 6 times longer, with enough storage bags to fill your entire fridge for the special TV discount price of just $99.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-1932 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-308-1932 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
Hi, I'm Daniel, the founder of Pretty Litter. By working with scientists and veterinarians, I was able to develop a long-lasting litter with advanced odor control, low dust, and most importantly, color-changing technology. So give it a try. Visit prettylitter.com today.
And we are here at the 2026 iteration of the Storm Chasing Summit. I'm here with my good friend and coworker, Eric Fox. Eric, we've known each other a long time. What was the inspiration that led to the beginnings? This is the 6th year, I believe, of this now.
Yeah, you know, believe it or not, I met you at ChaserCon in Denver.
Yes.
I don't know, what, 20-something years ago?
I think it was something like that, yeah.
So, ChaserCon started here in Denver, and it was how I actually got into the community. I was a young guy in the military, getting my meteorology degree and working, and I was able to meet people, greet people, and made me who I am in the weather community. And it all started at ChaserCon. Well, Tim Samaras passed away.
Yes.
And ChaserCon was around with Roger Hill, and it just kept. I wanted to keep it around. They got to the point where it was not really going to go forward anymore, and so I kind of took them and took ChaserCon, and I made it my own. But I have what I call a village around me.
Yes.
You know, we're a nonprofit, 501c3. Our whole purpose is to give back. We put in storm shelters all across the world, if we can, in low-income communities, just to help. The Storm Chasers giving back. But within that is safety, education, safety, training, driver's training. Yesterday we had first aid CPR training, just all encompassing. And there's a lot of research, high level meteorology going on here to try to inspire kids. And so that's what I'm about, is inspiring people and just giving back. And so you got machines like behind me, you know, that do a lot of great research, and a lot of that, it goes on. That's why I call it a summit, because there's a lot of people here that get together.
It's really cool because you can see some of the brilliant minds of meteorology going out there and doing a little bit about teaching about how to examine radar. I mean, really important things here that I think will inspire younger meteorologists and kind of propel them to think on kind of that level about what meteorologists and what storm chasers are seeing. And I think that's really cool that you're bringing together storm chasers and weather enthusiasts here with these experts. This has been something that's been growing now for a number of years. Every year it seems to be bigger.
Yeah, this is our 6th year, right? So COVID set us back a little bit, but it was okay because it allowed us to grow slowly. And now we're getting to where we're selling out. And what I am inspired by is the younger kids that are here.
Yeah.
They're wanting to be here to learn and meet the great people that are out there that are trying to do good in the weather community. Because look, weather's the newest science there is. These kids are going to need to be around.
Yeah, no, that's really important. And it's, you say that it is a young science. There's a lot of new things going on in the weather world. So cool that they see this. And then you got some really cool stuff going on. Chaser of the Year.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this is some pretty neat stuff. Looking forward to it.
The Chaser Hall of Fame.
Chaser Hall of Fame. Yes.
The Storm Chasing Hall of Fame. So basically, those people are forefathers that come before us to allow us this. You know, the Chuck Doswells of the world who created everything we know about severe weather. I feel like the textbooks, right? So it's what you got to give back, and that's what we're doing. You know, remember the prior generation, help the new generation.
Really, really excited to see that, and thanks for doing this, Eric. And it's real good to talk to you and see you here. We'll be coming to you live from the Storm Chaser Summit 2026 all through the weekend.
All right, well, Dave, you wrapped up the event, and 2 questions before we talk about other weather stuff. A, if you have an answer to this, how do someone make it to the Chaser Hall of Fame? And a lot of us had that question on Friday. And then what was your favorite part about attending the conference on Friday?
Well, the Chaser, wait, did you ask me about the Chaser Hall of Fame or Chaser of the Year? Chaser Hall of Fame.
If you want to answer both, go ahead.
I know Chaser Hall of Fame, there's a lot of people who are more scientifically inclined, who did chase, but they really contributed a lot to the science. I think a lot of it, more contemporary chasers, probably more about, you know, some of the videos, how many clicks they get on their videos and such. So I think that's basically what it boils down to nowadays. What was your second question?
And the second question was, what was your favorite thing about attending the event on Friday? What was your favorite thing?
You know, honestly, it was seeing the kids. It was really neat seeing how many kids are out there enthusiastic about weather and this whole storm chasing. Part of it is exciting, of course, but they're also learning out there. There's a simulation, which I got a real kick out of because it was so realistic, and the kids were just lined up. And it had realistic radar. I mean, it's like what we show on Viper radar. It's the same thing, and you had to, you know, learn how to read that radar and put yourself in a safe position. And it's a great way to learn without putting yourself in harm's way, because it'd be obviously really dangerous.
Yeah, and real quick, you know, I know you mentioned on Friday, you know, that, you know, obviously a lot of us got into weather by like the movies, and of course, you know, Twister and Twisters, of course. I watched Twister back in the day. Now I went to the theme park in Orlando.
No.
That was a little scary.
I didn't know they even had that.
At Universal, they had a little ride. That was pretty scary, at least in my opinion. I may have not cried, or maybe a little bit in my younger years. But yes, so yeah, shout out to the younger generation. Of course, we got to pass this along to people behind us. But your other thing that you really enjoyed talking about, Dave, is weather outside of the continuous 48. We also have some weather coming to Hawaii this weekend because it's some heavy rain.
I was wondering where you're going with this, but yes, Hawaii, big impactful weather there. And we've actually been talking a lot about this atmospheric river that's been heading up into California, the Pacific Northwest. Well, we're going to the source of it, and that is Hawaii. That's why it's the Pineapple Express, obviously. A lot of pineapples grown out there. Makes sense, right? So we do have flood watches in place. In fact, that'll continue through the rest of the weekend through Monday here for all the islands except the highest elevations. That is where snow will be possible. And yeah, it does snow. Snow's pretty good up in those higher elevations up on the Big Island there, Mauna Loa and Mauna Kea. And you can see just these trade winds, these east to westerly winds continuing to bring heavy doses of rain on in. Could see getting up 3 inches, 4 or 5, especially on those wet sides of the Big Island there, Hilo and the Rodahana, for example. And then you can see high wind warnings as well. Big time weather across the Hawaiian Islands.
Half protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better online protection with NordVPN. It will encrypt your online traffic, protect you from malware, phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get NordVPN now.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get $200 off select plans with code AHS200. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
We need some help.
I know. I'm going to CashNetUSA.com. And if approved, we can have the money in our account as soon as the same business day.
Go to CashNetUSA.com to apply for the money you need.
Good Saturday, everyone, and as always, we appreciate you joining us here on Weather Nation. However you stream our 24/7 weather content, maybe you're watching us just through the Weather Nation app, or maybe you use your Roku device. And hey, we're also now on Amazon Prime Video, so check us out there if that's where you get a lot of your streaming content. Let's go ahead and show you right there. We got Seattle, we got Portland, and it was cloudy, rainy, and we were seeing some of that imagery, and that pattern is going to continue to stay active. There could be some times of heavy rain that we're going to have to track here across the Northwest. Then we look at the forecast, temperature-wise, above normal for lows for Sunday morning, Seattle, Portland, down into Medford. Then you start to go east. Temperatures, even though they're down into the 30s, Missoula, Billings, Casper, it's still well above those normal lows. So a very warm morning expected here across the entire Northwest region. But we examine those details into the Pacific Northwest. Kennewick are going to hit 44, 42 in Bend, Oregon, 32 in Burns, so freezing there, but then up to 55 in Burns in the afternoon with some rain chances, 60 in Boise on Sunday. But Seattle with that cloud cover holding steady and the rain coming through, and thanks to that cold front, it'll be in the 40s with that high temperature forecast, about 49 degrees. Now we have another low that's on the way Sunday morning. This one's going to have some strength to it. It's going to bring some wind. It's going to bring some waves. It's going to bring some heavy rain, especially into southwest Oregon from, say, Medford up towards Coos Bay, maybe just to the south of Eugene. We could be seeing some intense rainfall numbers. Moisture's still there as we get into Monday morning. There's another front. Yes, another front that's knocking on our door coming in as we push towards that Tuesday time frame. And then we get that low that comes in from the south, and that will make its way up into areas of the northern Rockies. So that's why the northern Rockies definitely could see some heavy snow. But I mentioned that rainfall, southwest Oregon, our model really likes some heavy rain. That could mean some flash flooding potential when you're getting above 6 inches of rainfall. A lot of that could come in just a few hours down there into that part of Oregon. Now we see that forecast for the rest of the weekend and into early next week. I mean, temperatures aren't really dropping too much. We're going to continue to stay above normal in many spots. I mean, I got 50s in Seattle early next week. You see some 50s out into Boise as well as we get into the start of next week. But then those temperatures dropping down closer to where we usually are as we get into next weekend. Saturday, 44 out there into Boise, and 43 is the average high. There's Eugene, Oregon. I mentioned the heavy rain potential, 100% chance for those showers on Sunday in Eugene. We'll keep that rain for Monday. Keep the temperatures hovering the low 50s. Morning lows will be in the low to mid 30s overall. So very consistent forecast there for that part of Oregon. And then we see here the lows for the rest of the region. We're out here into the Intermountain West and through the northern high plains. Miles City above freezing for a low temperature forecast. In February to be above freezing for a lot of these spots is just not heard of. This is a time of the year where we get some of the coldest air, especially during those morning hours, those overnight lows. They just really drop this time of the year, but that's not the story here through the Northwest region. We see those highs for Sunday. 52 in Glasgow, Montana. How about Billings, Montana, getting up to 64 degrees? The date tomorrow, the 8th of February, and we are looking at a high of 64 there in Billings. Now, there will be some moisture around. You see some of those showers. There's the warm front helping with that surge of warm air. We see some snow down to southern Wyoming, maybe even to western Wyoming. That snow starts to ramp up out ahead of this next weather system that's coming through the west by Tuesday. And so when we look at the snowfall potential out here into areas of Wyoming, we go back to that graphic there. I just want to show that snowfall. Look at all that high snowfall totals that we're going to be seeing there into western Wyoming and across areas of western Montana and into central Idaho. Huge numbers, 12 inches or more going to be very likely. Let's get down on the southern side in the southwest region as we check out Silver City, New Mexico. And Dave, you've got the very latest on what we're tracking in the southwest region.
Yeah, might see a little bit of rain out there in southern New Mexico. We got a chance for some rain through the rest of your Saturday, and then another chance as we go into early next week. Meanwhile, California looking to start ramping up with things as well. We'll start out in Northern California, waking up to some rain. Crescent City, maybe the Redding area there as well, northern Sacramento Valley through Sunday afternoon. Now that system moves off towards the east. Could see a little bit more rain along that boundary by Monday afternoon across central northern Nevada, maybe all the way up towards Reno there. But things really start to pick up again as we get later into Tuesday. And now we're starting to see some more snow in the Sierra Nevada there. And this will persist here in the Wednesday morning and through much of the day Wednesday too. So good, decent amount of snow here. Good, decent. I'm trying to say we need it is basically what I'm trying to say here. We're getting a little bit of it up across the Sierra, also up in the Klamath Mountains too. Overnight lows that are pretty mild across the Central Valleys and the Bay areas. But there's the winter weather advisory now, and it does extend from about Mount Lassen all the way back down to areas just west of the Lone Pine area. Looking at Temperatures on Sunday getting up to the 60s here, some 50s further inland. And daytime highs as we go forward actually cooling off a little bit as this next system moves on in. And so we'll see temperatures cooling down to maybe a little bit below average by early next week. But for Sunday, a lot of us should see some pretty nice weather. Now, as we follow this east, we'll see a little bit of precipitation try and make its way into northern Utah by Monday afternoon. Not a lot going on. Maybe better chances here by Tuesday. You can start to see some of that snow, higher elevation snow, lower elevation rain filling in, and that'll continue through Wednesday. So at least through Tuesday night overnight, could see a little bit of high elevation snow, a good amount, maybe up to half a foot in the San Juans, back in areas like Breckenridge and Vail there. Overnight lows, pretty chilly up in the mountains, but we're not getting below freezing in Denver. Colorado Springs barely down the freezing, and temperatures continue to run very warm, mid-60s for Denver, Pueblo. Salt Lake City's up to 60 degrees here as well. These are temperatures close to 20 degrees above average, but you see that drop off in temperatures. Dropping off, I say, still above average in these spots. We'll take you to Salt Lake City, and you do see your highs drop to the 40s, but no snow. I mean, it's still just too warm. We barely get below freezing at night. For Arizona, New Mexico, things clear out into your Sunday. Should be a nice day. As we roll into Monday, start to see increasing chances for rain, far southern Arizona, the Tucson area, southern New Mexico. And then by Tuesday, a few more scattered showers here will be possible. So a little bit of rain coming to the area, particularly it looks like southeastern Arizona there. Some pretty chilly temperatures up across the higher elevations, of course, but warm daytime highs, mid-80s for Phoenix, Flagstaff's up to 60 degrees. Again, these are temperatures that are quite a bit above average. Albuquerque's up to nearly 70 degrees, and Tucson, you're in the low 80s to upper 70s through the first half of next week. In Southern California remaining warm, maybe a chance of rain by Tuesday.
When you look at your grocery bill, is it so high it knocks you off your feet? It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. Unlike ordinary storage bags that trap air in, spoiling your food, InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Look, flat sealers create a big mess, but InstaSeal is upright, mess-free, and easy. The secret is Smart Seal technology. With just one touch, it auto-feeds the bag to seal, pauses to vacuum out the air, then continues to perfectly seal. Plus, InstaSeal has a motor powerful enough to crush cans, but smart enough to save crackers from turning to dust. Forget big, bulky sealers you have to put away. InstaSeal's compact design stays to help you seal and save every day. Got a great deal on chicken, meat, or fish? InstaSeal protects it from freezer burn. Now buy groceries in bulk. Make meals ahead of time. InstaSeal and save. It even works with all universal storage system bags. Buy on sale meats. InstaSeal and save. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. Call or go online now and get the complete InstaSeal system that keeps food fresh 6 times longer, with enough storage bags to fill your entire fridge for the special TV discount price of just $99.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-1932 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-308-1932 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
One of these has chlorine, microplastics, and forever chemicals in it. And one is Aquasana filtered. With our Aquasana water filter, every glass is cleaner and healthier. Wait, which one? Visit aquasana.com today.
Let's get you out to Gloucester, Massachusetts, and look at those huge snowflakes. And also look at all the snow accumulating on the ground. We did see some big time totals across coastal Massachusetts and then to other portions of southern New England too. We have seen between 9 and about 13 and 14 inches of snow. It's been a while since we've seen this much snow and during the winter around the Boston metro area. We saw quite a bit on the Saturday. Now, the good news that the snow is now starting to wind down quite a bit. Now, we have seen some strong winds today, too, across portions of Virginia, New York State, North Carolina to Maryland. We're seeing wind gusts as high as 70-plus miles an hour. And here's the remaining snow. Still looking at some light snow across Long Island and still seeing some more snow, mainly across the Cape and the islands of southeastern Massachusetts. We're seeing a temperature right now of 12 in Boston, 1 in Burlington. We're about 13 degrees right now out towards Pittsburgh. But most of the snow, as I mentioned, will continue to end this evening as our low continues to move further away. And for the rest of tonight, we still have a winter weather advisory for areas around Nantucket over towards Barnstable Town. And we're also looking at the alerts for Boston they're now done with. So tonight, the forecast shows the snow really starting to end, maybe some lake effect snow across Interstate 90 out there to the west of Syracuse. Otherwise, you're going to see just the cold temperatures in your forecast, which you're going to talk a little bit more about that right now as you're looking at feels like temperatures well below zero. Let's get out of Philadelphia, where Dave, those winds are strong this evening.
Yeah, and you can see why it's so cold out there. Those winds are crazy. I'm not sure I've ever seen this camera shake around as much as it is currently. And yeah, you got an Arctic air mass in place, and then you got the winds on top of that. It is brutal. Out in western Pennsylvania, we saw 3 below reading. That was good enough for a record. Here comes that Arctic air mass, and it just continues to advect the heart of it now, pushing over top the northeast here into the end of the weekend. And yeah, it's 11 degrees out there in Philly, and you saw how strong those winds were as well. So that is really brutal. 7 right now in New York City. It's 1 degree in Burlington. Just brutally cold temperatures here. Feeling like 11 below out there in Philly right now. Feeling like 9 below in New York City. Dangerous cold. We continue with wind advisories now across New York, down through Philly, down to D.C. and Baltimore. That actually extends all the way down through the Outer Banks. High wind warnings do persist as well. The Allegheny Mountains out there in West Virginia and some of the higher elevations here near Charlottesville. And then, yeah, extreme cold warnings. Not a surprise. These will continue through Sunday morning. Majority of Pennsylvania, New York, all of Jersey down through Maryland here in the Delmarva Peninsula, Virginia Beach and the Outer Banks, and it extends in towards southern New England. And then we have those cold advisories, the lower end threat, back to the west there too. And you can see these wind chills are just going to remain dangerously cold into the overnight hours. We're waking up Sunday morning to feels like temperatures about 20 below there in New York City. And it just, that feels like temperature never really climbs above zero during the entirety of the day on Sunday. So make sure you're prepared. If you have any reason to go outside, make sure that you are really bundled on up. It's dangerous stuff. All right, let's go out to the west, though. And wow, that was surprising. We got a little
is that a porcupine?
Porcupine. That's what I was thinking. Yeah,
Ooh,
they're picking.
I know animals. I don't know a lot of animals, but I got one.
I think that's what that was.
I think that's, yeah. And you know, no surprise here, Dave, that the people here in Tacoma are choosing everything about the Seahawks now. We showed a video yesterday of animals out from the Northeast choosing the Patriots. So
makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense. Now, across the Northwest, though, we're looking at more chances of rain in your forecast. Look at all this moisture coming in from Hawaii all the way into the Pacific Northwest. We have high pressure towards the southeast, a huge low towards the west, and the flow between those two pressure systems and sending all this deep Pacific moisture east towards California as we go into the first part of next week. We're still seeing rain this evening at times across the I-5 corridor from Eugene, Portland, over towards Seattle. Temperatures this evening are into the 40s and 50s, and our forecast shows the rain and snow continuing to slowly move more towards the east tonight. Here comes the next wave of heavier rain moving into areas between Eugene and Medford as we go into your Sunday morning. Some snow into portions of the Bitterroots as that low continues to move more towards the east. We will see more off and on snow and rain showers across areas between Portland and Seattle. And then by Monday, that moisture continues to move more in the areas of northern Utah and over into northwestern Wyoming. And the forecast shows we could see quite a bit of rain across the I-5 corridor between Eugene and Medford, where our forecast shows we could see a couple of inches there. We'll with quite a bit of snow, which is good news for the higher terrains of Idaho into Montana. Let's slide south now and talk more about those rain chances increasing into areas of California and some snow chances too.
Yeah, and we're taking a view there in Truckee. You can see from about a month ago, the situation has deteriorated in terms of that snowpack. There's not a lot of snow left over, and it's been a long time now. Really, it feels like it's been since early January that we did end up with a decent system coming across those California, Sierra Nevada mountains. And when we look at these water basins, it's not good news. And a lot of people may be enjoying some of the warmer temperatures, but the snowpack is really, really low. Now, we are going to be looking at the potential for more snow coming on in here. And again, really low up towards the Cascades there. A little more rain trying to make its way in towards New Mexico and Arizona. But here comes that next system into California by Monday, late Monday, Tuesday, into Wednesday of next week. And you can see that rain beginning to fill in a little bit across Northern California Sunday. That's the first piece of energy. And then we're going to be really looking at things picking up here in the Tuesday across California with winter weather advisories across the high Sierra Nevada. All right, let's bring Jesse back on in here. And let's go ahead and watch this system now coming into West Texas. There are signs could see some heavier rain, maybe some thunderstorms.
And maybe a severe weather threat for the first part of next week. We have a lot of warm air in place. Temperatures in the 80s across portions of the Rio Grande. So we're watching this low continue to move into Mexico as we get into the first part of next week. Also bring us much needed moisture into portions of Texas too. Look at the moisture starting to increase as we go into the first part of next week. We're seeing dew point values returning back into the 60s across Corpus and Brownsville. And we're seeing dew points starting to climb up. We're starting to get into more of a sticky air mass. So we will see some showers and thunderstorms starting to increase across West Texas. We'll talk more about that coming up at 30 past the hour.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Just want a hat for anywhere and the hat for cats? Hat for a cat. Sorry.
We've all tried ways to earn a little extra. With Missed Play, discover games you'll love and earn rewards for playing to use for the necessities, upgrades, and the things that matter. Missed Play. Download now.
I love my work caring for people. I often assist women who struggle with urinary incontinence, women who have fallen trying to reach the bathroom, or who have damaged skin from too much wetness. It can take a toll on them. At home, I worried for my mother. A lack of sleep due to bladder leakage affected her life. That's why I'm so glad the PureWick system is available for home use. It's an innovative option for women who experience moderate to severe bladder leakage. This external system uses a soft, flexible wick placed outside the body to draw urine away from the body and into a collection canister. It's non-invasive and designed to keep the skin dry and stay in place. We trust it to help her throughout the night, so we're all better rested and can enjoy the things we love together.
Order yours online at purewickethome.com or call 800-980-6123 today. New external catheters for women and men available for home use. Call 800-980-6123 today.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
I need products that work just as hard as I do. That's why I choose Pretty Litter, the health monitoring cat litter with advanced odor control. Each lightweight bag lasts up to a month. I suggest you make the switch and see why Pretty Litter is on my list of favorite things.
got more Weather Nation coming your way. We're going to be here in the eastern U.S. now over the next 7 minutes as we check out the Northeast regional forecast. First, Charleston, Rhode Island, as well as, I should say Charlestown, Rhode Island. My eye's not doing good with that one. And then Salem, Massachusetts. Look at that Salem imagery. I mean, it really stresses how intense and how quick the snow accumulated out there. And that's a tough cleanup. Whoever has to start to clean up those sidewalks there out in front of that building, that is not going to be a fun chore. Hopefully they got the nice old snow blower as opposed to the old shovel. We see here as far as some of the headlines, we got another cold night on the way. There's just no escaping that. Temperatures are going to be below the average for this time of the year. Some temperatures could drop down below 0 for those morning lows. We'll keep that spotty lake effect snow chance, not seeing that intense heavy lake effect snow as we were tracking that system that just came through, but we will be watching another system that's on the way as we get into next week, so you want to stay tuned for that as well. But check out some of the New England snowfall reports that we were able to track down, anywhere from over 6 to 13 inches. That's Hamilton, Massachusetts, 13 inches. Hey, that's a lot of snow to say the very least. And then what happened is that it just set up that way, where the low set up in the Atlantic and then the cold air on the backside of that low. It was just these bands of snow coming right in to the northeast. Low temperatures that we have for Sunday morning, I'm going to go down to 0 in Buffalo, 18 the average for that low, -4 in Burlington, 7 in New York City, and 9 in Washington, D.C. So that's why there are those extreme cold alerts in place for these temperatures. They're just way too dangerous. Outdoor activities need to be avoided with conditions like this unless you are completely bundled up and protecting all of that exposed skin. We zoom in here to the mid-Atlantic and all the way into the Ohio River Valley. These lows for Sunday, 0 in Pittsburgh, 3 in Parkersburg. A little warmer as we get more to the south. Nashville is going to drop down to about 25 degrees. But we have a hard time warming up in cities like Cleveland, just 16 for the high. Same for State College, Pennsylvania, upper 20s, low to mid 30s as we get down more to the south into Virginia and over into East Tennessee. We do see a little burst of some snow that comes in from, say, Fort Wayne all the way to Charleston into West Virginia. So we'll see maybe just that morning snow, maybe a couple inches or dusting to a couple of inches on the roads. So maybe in Columbus, maybe in Charleston, if you're traveling on Sunday morning, you might run into some of this snow. So be ready for that. And then we see here, as far as that pattern into next week, that's rain that's showing up into the mid-south and into the mid-Atlantic. That could be a heavy rain event that we might be tracking down on the southern side of things. But as far as accumulation, there's that little swath that I mentioned comes right across Indiana, Ohio, and into Kentucky and West Virginia. Forecast for Sunday as far as some of the peak wind chills, or I should say the lowest wind chills. How about -8 in Cleveland and Pittsburgh, -14 in State College, Pennsylvania. So those wind chills, they are extreme when it comes to this pattern. Now I have some warmer air. Let's talk about something maybe exciting, especially if you're tired of all the cold. I've got temperatures getting up to average in Baltimore by Wednesday, 45 degrees, that expected high. The rest of the Northeast, as we look at those lows for tonight, I mean, I've got -5 in Syracuse and Binghamton. We're going to get 7 below in Albany, 4 in Boston, and just 19 for Sunday afternoon, and just 9 in Buffalo and Burlington. Those spots not even getting into the double digits for a high temperature. We'll keep it quiet for the rest of Sunday as far as precipitation, and then here comes that next round of moisture as we get into that Tuesday, Wednesday time frame. So that will be enhanced by the warmer Great Lakes waters. Might see up to 6 inches off of the shores of Lake Ontario, but there's some of that warmer air. Boston should be near that average high of 38 as we get to Wednesday. Let's track some of the snow we were seeing in North Carolina. That was on Friday, and Dave, you've got more in the southeast.
Oh, look, more snow in North Carolina. Seems like it's been the bullseye of snow across the country as of late. And, well, the snow wrapped on up, but the cold air behind it still kind of lingering around. Although big warm up on the way, we could be looking at the chance for some heavier rain next week as well. We'll start down in Florida, where things are beginning to quiet down. We'll actually start to see those temperatures warm up as well. High pressure mostly in control. Notice that next front as we get into the middle of next week doesn't really push too far south across the state. Now, by Sunday morning, we do have some freeze watches and frost advisories and freeze warnings, north central Florida into southeastern Georgia. So we've had these before quite a bit. Just make sure that you bring those sensitive vegetables. Just bring in your plants if they're sensitive to the cold. Overnight lows only down to 60 in Key West, down to 59 in Miami. A little chillier out in the Panhandle, but everyone warms up into the 60s and 70s further south there. Temperatures continue to warm on up, and so we'll be in the mid-70s, close to seasonal averages. Tampa, Jacksonville's in the mid to upper 70s by Wednesday, so we're starting to run above average in some of these spots. And Orlando close to 80 degrees by the latter half of next week. So cold alerts, we do have them for you up towards the Smoky Smoky Mountains, western North Carolina, and far eastern North Carolina, including the Outer Banks. In fact, areas like Elizabeth City, we do have those higher level extreme cold warnings. It's not out of the question we could see a little bit of light snow maybe in North Carolina by Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon, maybe some light rain showers. It's not a significant amount. And there's that cold front again by Tuesday. Now, it pushes through the area. It's not going to have a significant amount of colder air with it, but behind it, we will start to see precipitation chances beginning to increase. So we could start to see kind of a colder rain move on through. And looking at precipitation chances, pretty good through at least Wednesday morning up towards Tennessee, northern Alabama. Again, cold night ahead here as we wake up in North Carolina. Some of us wake up to temperatures in the teens. Most of us get below freezing. But then we do see that warmth beginning to build on in back from the west. You can see highs in the 50s, even 60s South Georgia. Meanwhile, the Carolinas are in the 40s. But look at the Carolinas. By the middle of next week, soaring well into the 70s. So there is a pattern change afoot here. Memphis, your high gets to 70 on Tuesday, and then you start to see some of that rain move through. I said a cooler rain. It's more of maybe a lukewarm rain that's going to be moving on in for the area. Now, if we go a bit further back to the west, again, Sunday afternoon and evening, maybe a little bit of rain. There's some upper level energy kind of coming around the backside of a big upper level high to the west there. But the real chances for rain start to move in by Tuesday evening, Tuesday night, and you can see that occurring as we get in towards Wednesday as well. In fact, there's a chance for some thunderstorms by later into the next week time frame, and we'll watch that closely. Anyway, pretty chilly overnight for here, and our daytime highs that start warming up, 60s and some low 70s out there. And by the time we get towards the middle of next week, some of us will be feeling those highs right back into the mid 70s.
When you look at your grocery bill, is it so high it knocks you off your feet? It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. Unlike ordinary storage bags that trap air in, spoiling your food, InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Look, flat sealers create a big mess, but InstaSeal is upright, mess-free, and easy. The secret is Smart Seal technology. With just one touch, it auto-feeds the bag to seal, pauses to vacuum out the air, then continues to perfectly seal. Plus, InstaSeal has a motor powerful enough to crush cans, but smart enough to save crackers from turning to dust. Forget big, bulky sealers you have to put away. InstaSeal's compact design stays to help you seal and save every day. Got a great deal on chicken, meat, or fish? InstaSeal protects it from freezer burn. Now buy groceries in bulk. Make meals ahead of time. InstaSeal and save. It even works with all universal storage system bags. Buy on sale meats. InstaSeal and save. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. Call or go online now and get the complete InstaSeal system that keeps food fresh 6 times longer, with enough storage bags to fill your entire fridge for the special TV discount price of just $99.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-1932 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-308-1932 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
NetCredit is here to say yes, even when other lenders won't. Apply online in minutes and get funds deposited the next business day or sooner. NetCredit. Credit to the people.
We're going out to the Great Pacific Northwest, a view of Portland, Oregon. And you can see some dark clouds. It's been raining. We had a little bit of rain move on through. Still a few light showers in the area. Some of the heaviest rain, though, has made its way east. And looking at your Viper radar right now, and we're watching some of that rain make its way into the foothills of the Cascades. Still very warm system, and you can really see here, to find any kind of snow, you got to go basically right to the top of Mount Hood. So those snow elevations remain very, very high up. And this is going to be something that we see really through the rest of the night. But there is some colder air that will eventually lower these snow elevations. More rain coming up across areas like Bellingham there, just coming across the Puget Sound. Olympia seeing a little bit of rain, and some steadier rain coming in towards Spokane and portions of the Intermountain West, the interior of the Northwest as well. We are watching an area of low pressure here that is starting to kind of influence these areas. This is going to be a place that we watch very carefully really over the next few days. Right now, just seeing a few spotty showers out there, maybe some heavier rain, looks like near the Sierra, I want to say the Sierra Vista area, just to the east of Sierra Vista right now. Heavier downpours. There's some thunderstorm activity here as well. But this energy is eventually going to make its way towards the east. And as that happens, we're actually going to start to see temperatures really warming up. And we're going to start to see a pattern change where a lot of this Gulf moisture and warm air starts to make its way back in towards Texas. And as that upper level energy interacts with that, could see some heavier rain, some downpours. I mean, right now, temperatures warming up nicely out there. We're in the mid 70s down in South Texas. You'll also notice that warmth extends way up into, well, really all the way in towards Alberta, Canada. We're sitting in the mid 40s. Flip side of things, the Atlanta area sitting at 46 degrees. So you can see this kind of tale of two air masses. Right now we have this same pattern, but changes are coming as these lows continue to move east. Where we're eventually going to see is some of that warmer air advect in here as well. So we'll start to modify these temperatures, but as of right now, we are in the freezer across the Northeast as that upper level trough continues to dominate the area. And a little bit of snow hanging on out there along the Cape and maybe a little bit down towards the Hamptons of Long Island. You can also see the cold front, well, traced out by the lightning there as it's way off to the ocean now, but kind of neat to see the lightning being traced out. And of course, all that cold air continues to advance in right behind it. All right, let's go back to the Pacific Northwest. I want to take you out to Bend and the Oregon State one of the Oregon State campuses there. Words are hard sometimes, but more rain on the way here, Jesse.
Yeah, we got more rain, especially for Oregon as we go into our Sunday. So we got a lot of moisture coming all the way from the deep Pacific. We're going to talk a little bit more about Hawaii next hour, where we're looking at some flash flooding concerns, strong winds, and we also could see some snow for some of the higher elevations on the Big Island of Hawaii. Well, that moisture, though, is making its way into Washington State, Oregon, and eventually to Northern California over the next couple of days as we have high pressure towards the east, a trough low pressure towards the west, and that's really focusing that moisture over towards the west coast. But as Dave just showed you, temperatures are plenty mild this evening across the Northwest. Temperatures are in the 40s and 50s. And the forecast shows that rain continuing to move more towards the east. We're looking at a next shot of rain and snow building into Oregon as we go into your Sunday morning, into the afternoon. We'll see that moisture into Idaho, into western Montana. It's going to also help cool temperatures down. And in some portions of Montana earlier this week, we get highs in the 60s and 70s. That's all going to come to an end as that cold front moves in. Chances of rain and snow will be in your forecast. And then by Monday, we're tracking rain and snow around Seattle before that will gradually build more towards the east as we go into Tuesday of next week. Let's get you out to California now and break down the southern side of this forecast heading into next week.
Yeah, because the pattern is getting more active here. It's been a while since we've seen any kind of rain or snow up in the Sierra Nevada, but that's exactly what we're going to be looking at here. Showed you some of that rain activity down here, the thunderstorms in southeastern New Mexico. That's an upper level low approaching the area. At the same time, that system in the Pacific Northwest will also glance Northern California. But by the time we get towards early next week, here's that next system we're really going to be watching closely as that strong upper level energy overspreads the region. So by tomorrow afternoon, you're looking at some rain coming across Northern California, right along a boundary, and you can see it traced out basically there. It's not a significant amount, but But things really begin to pick back up as we get in towards Tuesday, because that's when the main energy of that next upper level trough moves through. Could be some heavy downpours, could be some thunderstorms and bursts of heavy snow up in the Sierra Nevada mountains as well. Now, at least through Wednesday morning, we're looking at some of the heaviest rain up in towards areas like the Klamath Mountains, back up towards Crescent City, Brookings, Bannon, Oregon. But the North Bay area showing up the potential for some significant rain, as well as some of our coastal valleys as well, maybe the Salinas Valley down to Paso Robles, and some decent snow. Right now, some of the heaviest favored from South Lake Tahoe back down to about, we'll call it, basically about to the Sequoia National Forest area. That is where we have those winter weather advisories in place. Those going to affect Monday afternoon and through much of the day on Wednesday. Let's follow that upper level low east out into Texas, where we are expecting heavy rain here.
Yeah, so for Dallas, you could see some rain in your forecast heading into Tuesday, and also for Monday night as well. So there's the low. That's what's producing a few showers and a couple of thunderstorms in the southeastern Arizona. This will continue to move more towards the east, and as this low interacts with some warmer air out towards West Texas, I believe there's a chance, so you may see a few thunderstorms, and maybe one or two of those may be on the stronger side. And there's how more as Dave talked about, they'll be building on in as we go into the first part of next week, and that's going to bring us those chances of rain in your forecast. So tonight, we'll see the rain coming to an end across southern New Mexico and southeastern Arizona. Sunday, we're looking at a few rain showers out towards Texas, but notice here by Monday, some of these thunderstorms here could be strong as they work their way towards the east. As going to your Tuesday, Wednesday, Dallas, you'll see rain in your forecast on Tuesday and Wednesday, as we're going to be looking at maybe an inch of rain across the region.
I thought we had a plan for Dad. Then a friend suggested I talk to a place for Mom. My advisor listened and understood his needs and showed us options that were a better fit for Dad. I know we made a better choice.
Connect with us today.
You put everything into getting it right, from launches to milestones and team recognition. With expert support, quality products, and on-time delivery, 4imprint makes sure your brand shows up strong. 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain. You've put up with your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe, and it's time to replace it. But why struggle with a lengthy shower remodel when Jacuzzi can do it in just one day? And there's no need to break a sweat or your budget.
For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
So you can finally convert your old bath to a safer, easy entry shower, complete with a custom seat, grab bars, and slip-resistant floor installed in 1 day.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
I've had a great experience from start to finish.
Don't take matters into your own hands. Do it the smart way. Give Jacuzzi Bath Remodel a call.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For the first time ever, we're offering free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-369-7036.
Want a hat? We're in the hat for cats. Hat for a cat. Sorry.
We've all tried ways to earn a little extra. With Misplay, discover games you'll love and earn rewards for playing to use for the necessities, upgrades, and the things that matter. Misplay. Download now.
I need products that work just as hard as I do. That's why I choose Pretty Litter, the health monitoring cat litter with advanced odor control. Each lightweight bag lasts up to a month. I suggest you make the switch and see why Pretty Litter is on my list of favorite things.
It's time for that central regional forecast. If you're tuning in for that, we got you covered. The north central and the south central U.S. That is coming up. We got Milwaukee, Wisconsin. A look there from earlier on Saturday. Snow on the ground. Even though the sun is out, it just looks like a cold scene, and you're right to think that. It has been very cold in Milwaukee. The Great Lakes actually are going to continue to be in this cold pattern, but as you go west of the Great Lakes, you get into the northern high plains, you get into the Missouri River Valley, the Mississippi River Valley, we're really going to start to warm things up. But then we got to talk about some active weather that's on the way for next week. This is how temperatures have been today. I mentioned the Great Lakes into the upper Midwest. I mean, conditions are just not warming up, but we can see it has been warming up out through the Intermountain West and into the central and northern high plains. Those temperatures are just soaring well above normal. Now for this Saturday, winter weather alerts non-existent. Still have some of those alerts though off the shores of Lake Ontario for that snow that's in the forecast. But when we see that forecast into Sunday, just a quiet pattern, more quiet than we have been right over the past couple of days across the Great Lakes. But of course we get more clipper systems coming in. We see more snow chances building in. So this is definitely going to be one of the more active spots, especially Michigan, whether it's the Upper Peninsula, the Lower Peninsula. Those spots are going to get in on the active weather. I've got temperatures down into the single digits. Saginaw just 1 degree as you're waking up on Sunday. Detroit at 3, 16 Milwaukee, where we showed you that camera a moment ago, and 4 in Marquette. Then we look at that Sunday forecast here with temperatures where we see the colder air. That's in the eastern side there of Michigan. Just in the teens, but we go out west, La Crosse 33, Davenport, Iowa, might even get up near 40 degrees. So that's some of that warmth that I'm talking about out west, where you see Davenport Monday and Tuesday. We're in the 50s for that part of Iowa. Average high is 32 degrees, but we're not done there. You can also see some of those temperatures getting improved over into Chicago and Madison, Wisconsin. Chicago by Tuesday could actually even be up to the 50s in the Windy City. Now, when we talk about temperatures getting very warm where there's been a lot of snow, that doesn't necessarily mean a good thing. What's going to happen is there's going to be snow melt, and there's going to be leftover water on the ground, leftover puddles, that sort of thing, and that will flash freeze as temperatures are still going to be below freezing during the overnight hours. Here's South Bend, Indiana, where we see that 42 by Tuesday, and then that next shot of moisture arrives by Thursday as we see that rain and snow mix. 22 Minneapolis tonight. We'll get down to 13 in Green Bay, 28 in Des Moines, 31 in Kearney, Nebraska, but then up to 67 for our Sunday afternoon for you, Kearney. We're at 67 in Scottsbluff, Rapid City, Miles City, also in the 60s, but check out Fargo, just 32. So when you're getting a big swing in those temperatures like that, you can think winds. It's going to be windy right there across the northern high plains. So we track our next system that comes in Monday morning. We see some of that moisture, Miles City to Bismarck, maybe the chance of some rain and some light snow. And then we get into the early part of the week. We see Tuesday, some high pressure influence coming in, but there's going to be a bigger system right there coming across the Intermountain West, and that will likely add in some active weather conditions late into this next upcoming work week. Now, forecast conditions as we get through Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Temperatures a little up and down into Minneapolis, definitely on the downward trend as we get into Bismarck. We're at 58 Sunday, almost 60, and then we're down to 40 as we get into Tuesday. Here's Fargo, where we see those 30s, very likely. But you know what? We shouldn't even be in the 30s this time of the year. We should be in the 20s for Fargo, North Dakota. So this is definitely some warmer air, and that's going to continue to lead to snow melt and maybe some more of those flash freeze chances. Low temperatures for Sunday morning. We're down to 32 in Lincoln, Nebraska. Same for Rolla and Nevada, or I should say Nevada. We're at 39 degrees, and then Wichita at 40. Temperature-wise, though, not too bad on the southern side of things, but you can see cities like Peoria still in the 30s. Let's see if it's going to be warm down in the south central U.S. Dave, you've got the latest as we check out the sunshine there in Houston, Texas.
Yeah, it's making me chuckle that we're thinking of 30s in February, and the Dakotas is cold now. But looking at Houston, we're going to be pretty darn warm. We've had some cold spells in Texas, no doubt, here over the past few weeks, but temperatures really going to start to be warming on up here now as well. Another area of low pressure starting to move in from the west as well. So check out some of these record highs. We saw Waco ended up getting to 85 degrees. That broke a record from way back in 2025. In fact, a number of these tied records way back in 2025. Could be a little bit of rain coming across the Sooner State Sunday morning, maybe a little bit in the DFW. Some upper level jet stream energy kind of rotating around that big upper level high. Now we get in towards Tuesday morning. There will be a front moving through, but at the same time, an area of low pressure starts to move out of the southwest. That's really going to increase the rain chances then through the day on Tuesday. Could even see some thunderstorms, maybe stronger thunderstorms, North Texas by Tuesday evening. We'll watch that. Wrapping up by Wednesday morning across the state of Arkansas. Arkansas, but could be a swath of some heavier rain, particularly under some of those downpours. Could end up with a couple of inches of rainfall. And our overnight lows, starting to see some pretty mild overnight lows, only getting down to the 50s in Dallas, up to Wichita Falls, up to OKC. A little colder out towards Little Rock, 34, but really comfortable stuff now as we look at your Sunday highs from the 60s, 70s, even some low 80s out in Abilene. Temperatures remain above average, way above average now. We're getting near 80 degrees in Dallas on Monday, and by the middle of next week, our temperatures continue to run above average. That sets that stage up then for the potential of that heavy rain and some thunderstorms, some may be strong, and that warm up continues through much of next week, almost in through the rest of the week, in fact, as we go through that 7-day forecast. Now, as we go out towards the western Gulf, you also notice that increasing moisture, getting that southerly wind. So we wake up to a lot of that low cloud cover, that moisture in the atmosphere burns off in the afternoon, and rain chances do begin to increase here from the west, especially again by Tuesday afternoon. You could see some of those maybe strong storms across the Texas Hill Country overnight into Wednesday morning. That's where some of the heaviest rain will be. Otherwise, very mild overnight, looking at 50s for many of us. Daytime highs getting close to 80 in Austin and Houston there. And we'll make our run at the 80s, it looks like, by the middle of next week. Again, that will help to set the stage for heavy rain and some stronger storms. Austin, Tuesday, and then Wednesday, maybe starting to see things calm down a little, but there will be another system that emerges, looks like, by the end of next week, too. So we'll get back into the West Texas area. The Trans-Pecos could see some rain here later tonight, overnight into Sunday morning. Sunday night through most of Monday looks to be quieter, but by Monday night, that's when that real energy starts to approach. And now we're looking at the potential here. Look at some strong storms down by the Rio Grande by Tuesday evening. Eventually, this clears out by Wednesday, so we will watch that. We got the Chaser Summit. You can watch it on Prime and YouTube streaming.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
We need some help.
I know. I'm going to CashNetUSA.com, and if approved, we can have the money in our account as soon as the same business day.
Go to CashNetUSA.com to apply for the money you need.
Salt Lake City to be a winter wonderland, this year has been a different story. And here to explain just how little snow Utah has seen this year is Glenn Merrill. He's a hydrologist with the National Weather Service office out of Salt Lake City. And Glenn, thank you so much for joining us here in Weather Nation. Just talk about how bad of a winter it's been so far for the city.
Well, it's been record-breaking this year in a lot of different variables. We've seen a record-breaking low snowpack as of January 31st, if we take the statewide average of all the measurements that the NRCS gathers. So as of this date today, we haven't been in a situation regarding the snowpack in the historical record of the NRCS SNOTEL data. In other regards, the beginning of the winter was record-breaking for temperatures, and November and December were both monthly record-breaking warmth. And so it's just been a roller coaster for us in different ways of breaking records this winter.
Yeah, and it seems like, a lot of the West can say that they've been experiencing well above average temperatures and really not much snow. But now, Glenn, it seems like, I know for a fact that it has been snowing in northern Utah, but it looks like more of that snow has been favoring more into the mountains. Is that correct to say that we've seen more snow in the mountains than necessarily for the city of Salt Lake City?
Right, and that's what we typically see in a normal winter. But what's different about this year, and again, it's going back to that we were talking about the warm temperatures, not just here in Utah, but across the West. If you look at our precipitation from the beginning of the water years, beginning back in October 1st, the statewide precipitation for the state of Utah, we've been near to slightly above normal from a precipitation standpoint. Again, our snowpack standpoint is at a record low, and that's due to higher than normal snow levels than we typically experience, with the warm conditions driving higher snow levels, even snow levels pushing up to, in some cases, 10,000 feet on Christmas Day this year. Not only were we days leading up to Christmas in the mid to upper 60s in Salt Lake City breaking records, on Christmas Day at 10,000 feet in our local mountains, in the Wasatch Mountains, the rain snow line pushed all the way up to those summits at 10,000 feet. So it's been highly anomalous that we've seen the precipitation. It might have been infrequent, but it was bountiful when it came. We just haven't seen that relate to our snowpack like we typically do.
Now, Glenn, and I also got another question for you. So for Salt Lake City and for northern Utah, when is you all's snowiest months of the season?
We're pretty much in the meat of that right now. Our wettest months climatology-wise, that's March, April, May. Snowiest months are typically the latter half of winter, so February, March, in some cases January. It really varies year to year. But January was a complete snow drought. We had one big event in the first week of January, and we haven't seen more than a couple flurries and very light accumulations in the mountains for like the last 4 weeks. So we've been experiencing a snow drought during a very snowy time of the year.
Yeah, so I'm going to assume that the snow that you all did get was probably some of those atmospheric rivers that we had over towards California. Now, I do know that the pattern is going to be shifting very soon from more of a La Nina pattern to more of an INSO-neutral pattern. Do you think, Glenn, that would maybe help change things up and maybe giving more of the Rockies more snow opportunities over the next few weeks and even over the next month or so?
We were expecting, even at the beginning of the year, that we'd start off slow. And then kind of load up the second half of winter. But we were anticipating that January would have been a little wetter than it has been. We are seeing signals now of the first pattern change along the western coast and into the interior mountain areas beginning next week. This is the first pattern change again that we've seen for almost a month now. So that's a positive. Whether or not we can climb out of the hole that we're in, that's another story. We've only got 2 more months of accumulation before we typically reach our snowpack peak. We're already 2/3 through that snow accumulation season, and we've only accumulated 1/3 of what we need to reach an average level that's typical for the state of Utah. So yes, time is running out, and it's very positive to at least see signals of pattern change and more active weather. But once it does change, we're really going to need to lock into that pattern, maintain consistent storminess, cooler temperatures, lower snow levels to build that snowpack between now and really the first or second week in April, where we typically hit our peak for the year.
Now, this is a good way to segue to my next question here, Glenn. We got about less than 90 seconds here. So as we go into, let's see, the later parts of spring and definitely into the summer, and if we continue the trends that we are right now with not really seeing that much snow, how do you think it's going to really affect a lot of us here, recreational wise, or just for, they use those different water uses? How do you think that's going to be impacted as we go into the summer months?
Well, the key for us in the big picture is water supply. We get 95% of our water supply from storing it in the snowpack, melting it in the springtime as efficiently as possible, and then storing it in our area reservoirs. Now, currently, our area reservoirs are a little above where they typically should be this time of year, holdover from previous years. But we're okay in the short term for water supply, but we need to build that snowpack, run it off to maintain it for years to come moving forward.
All right, Glenn, thank you so much for your time, and we're hoping that northern Utah can pick up some snow. We're hoping that all the West can pick up some much-needed snow over the next few weeks and next few months as well, too. We have more of your top weather stories, including your West Regional, coming up in 3 minutes.
Half protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better online protection with NordVPN. It will encrypt your online traffic, protect you from malware, phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get NordVPN now.
You've put up with your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe, and it's time to replace it. But why struggle with a lengthy shower remodel when Jacuzzi can do it in just one day? And there's no need to break a sweat or your budget.
For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
So you can finally convert your old bath to a safer, easy entry shower, complete with a custom seat, grab bars, and slip-resistant floor installed in 1 day.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
I've had a great experience from start to finish.
Don't take matters into your own hands. Do it the smart way. Give Jacuzzi Bath Remodel a call.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For the first time ever, we're offering free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-369-7036.
It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Get the complete InstaSeal system. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-1932. That's 1-800-308-1932, or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
I need products that work just as hard as I do. That's why I choose Pretty Litter, the health monitoring cat litter with advanced odor control. Each lightweight bag lasts up to a month. I suggest you make the switch and see why Pretty Litter is on my list of favorite things.
Good Saturday, everyone, and as always, we appreciate you joining us here on Weather Nation. However you stream our 24/7 weather content, maybe you're watching us just through the Weather Nation app, or maybe you use your Roku device. And hey, we're also now on Amazon Prime Video, so check us out there if that's where you get a lot of your streaming content. Let's go ahead and show you right there. We got Seattle, we got Portland, and it was cloudy, rainy, and we were seeing some of that imagery, and that pattern is going to continue to stay active. There could be some times of heavy rain that we're going to have to track here across the Northwest. Then we look at the forecast, temperature-wise, above normal for lows for Sunday morning, Seattle, Portland, down into Medford. Then you start to go east. Temperatures, even though they're down into the 30s, Missoula, Billings, Casper, it's still well above those normal lows. So a very warm morning expected here across the entire Northwest region. But we examine those details into the Pacific Northwest. Kennewick are going to hit 44, 42 in Bend, Oregon, 32 in Burns, so freezing there, but then up to 55 in Burns in the afternoon with some rain chances, 60 in Boise on Sunday. But Seattle with that cloud cover holding steady and the rain coming through, and thanks to that cold front, it'll be in the 40s with that high temperature forecast, about 49 degrees. Now we have another low that's on the way Sunday morning. This one's going to have some strength to it. It's going to bring some wind. It's going to bring some waves. It's going to bring some heavy rain, especially into southwest Oregon from, say, Medford up towards Coos Bay, maybe just to the south of Eugene. We could be seeing some intense rainfall numbers. Moisture's still there as we get into Monday morning. There's another front. Yes, another front that's knocking on our door coming in as we push towards that Tuesday time frame. And then we get that low that comes in from the south, and that will make its way up into areas of the northern Rockies. So that's why the northern Rockies definitely could see some heavy snow. But I mentioned that rainfall, southwest Oregon, our model really likes some heavy rain. That could mean some flash flooding potential when you're getting above 6 inches of rainfall. A lot of that could come in just a few hours down there into that part of Oregon. Now we see that forecast for the rest of the weekend and into early next week. I mean, temperatures aren't really dropping too much. We're going to continue to stay above normal in many spots. I mean, I got 50s in Seattle early next week. You see some 50s out into Boise as well as we get into the start of next week. But then those temperatures dropping down closer to where we usually are as we get into next weekend. Saturday, 44 out there into Boise, and 43 is the average high. There's Eugene, Oregon. I mentioned the heavy rain potential, 100% chance for those showers on Sunday in Eugene. We'll keep that rain for Monday. Keep the temperatures hovering the low 50s. Morning lows will be in the low to mid 30s overall. So very consistent forecast there for that part of Oregon. And then we see here the lows for the rest of the region. We're out here into the Intermountain West and through the northern high plains. Miles City above freezing for a low temperature forecast. In February to be above freezing for a lot of these spots is just not heard of. This is a time of the year where we get some of the coldest air, especially during those morning hours, those overnight lows. They just really drop this time of the year, but that's not the story here through the Northwest region. We see those highs for Sunday. 52 in Glasgow, Montana. How about Billings, Montana, getting up to 64 degrees? The date tomorrow, the 8th of February, and we are looking at a high of 64 there in Billings. Now, there will be some moisture around. You see some of those showers. There's the warm front helping with that surge of warm air. We see some snow down to southern Wyoming, maybe even to western Wyoming. That snow starts to ramp up out ahead of this next weather system that's coming through the west by Tuesday. And so when we look at the snowfall potential out here into areas of Wyoming, we go back to that graphic there. I just want to show that snowfall. Look at all that high snowfall totals that we're going to be seeing there into western Wyoming and across areas of western Montana and into central Idaho. Huge numbers, 12 inches or more going to be very likely. Let's get down on the southern side in the southwest region as we check out Silver City, New Mexico. And Dave, you've got the very latest on what we're tracking in the southwest region.
Yeah, might see a little bit of rain out there in southern New Mexico. We got a chance for some rain through the rest of your Saturday, and then another chance as we go into early next week. Meanwhile, California looking to start ramping up with things as well. We'll start out in Northern California, waking up to some rain. Crescent City, maybe the Redding area there as well, northern Sacramento Valley through Sunday afternoon. Now that system moves off towards the east. Could see a little bit more rain along that boundary by Monday afternoon across central northern Nevada, maybe all the way up towards Reno there. But things really start to pick up again as we get later into Tuesday. And now we're starting to see some more snow in the Sierra Nevada there. And this will persist here in the Wednesday morning and through much of the day Wednesday too. So good, decent amount of snow here. Good, decent. I'm trying to say we need it is basically what I'm trying to say here. We're getting a little bit of it up across the Sierra, also up in the Klamath Mountains too. Overnight lows that are pretty mild across the Central Valleys and the Bay areas. But there's the winter weather advisory now, and it does extend from about Mount Lassen all the way back down to areas just west of the Lone Pine area. Looking at Temperatures on Sunday getting up to the 60s here, some 50s further inland. And daytime highs as we go forward actually cooling off a little bit as this next system moves on in. And so we'll see temperatures cooling down to maybe a little bit below average by early next week. But for Sunday, a lot of us should see some pretty nice weather. Now, as we follow this east, we'll see a little bit of precipitation try and make its way into northern Utah by Monday afternoon. Not a lot going on. Maybe better chances here by Tuesday. You can start to see some of that snow, higher elevation snow, lower elevation rain filling in, and that'll continue through Wednesday. So at least through Tuesday night overnight, could see a little bit of high elevation snow, a good amount, maybe up to half a foot in the San Juans, back in areas like Breckenridge and Vail there. Overnight lows, pretty chilly up in the mountains, but we're not getting below freezing in Denver. Colorado Springs barely down the freezing, and temperatures continue to run very warm, mid-60s for Denver, Pueblo. Salt Lake City's up to 60 degrees here as well. These are temperatures close to 20 degrees above average, but you see that drop off in temperatures. Dropping off, I say, still above average in these spots. We'll take you to Salt Lake City, and you do see your highs drop to the 40s, but no snow. I mean, it's still just too warm. We barely get below freezing at night. For Arizona, New Mexico, things clear out into your Sunday. Should be a nice day. As we roll into Monday, start to see increasing chances for rain far southern Arizona, the Tucson area, southern New Mexico. And then by Tuesday, a few more scattered showers here will be possible. So a little bit of rain coming to the area, particularly it looks like southeastern Arizona there. Some pretty chilly temperatures up across the higher elevations, of course, but warm daytime highs, mid-80s for Phoenix, Flagstaff's up to 60 degrees. Again, these are temperatures that are quite a bit above average. Albuquerque's up to nearly 70 degrees, and Tucson, you're in the low 80s to upper 70s through the first half of next week. In Southern California remaining warm, maybe a chance of rain by Tuesday.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
I need products that work just as hard as I do. That's why I choose Pretty Litter, the health monitoring cat litter with advanced odor control. Each lightweight bag lasts up to a month. I suggest you make the switch and see why Pretty Litter is on my list of favorite things.
what a cold Saturday across the Northeast and a snowy and windy Saturday too. Now, most of the snow across the Northeast, that's going to continue to decrease. Still see some light snow across Long Island, far eastern Long Island in New York, and also for southeastern Massachusetts too. But for everywhere else though, the snow is really starting to wind down. The big story is going to be all this cold air for the overnight. Now into Du Bois, Pennsylvania, we did see a record low this Saturday morning. We came in at 3 below zero. We beat the record of -1 back in 2007. So that colder air continues to slide more down to the south and to the east. And with the strong winds out there, we will see feels like temperatures well below zero. And with this Arctic air mass in place, temperatures did not warm up that all. We only saw a high in 10 in Buffalo, about 19 in Burlington, about 30 degrees over towards Boston. We do continue with extreme cold warnings, and this is because of the strong winds and it feels like temperatures well below zero. Take this cold very seriously. If you have to be out and about on Sunday, make sure that you are dressed up very warm as we receive feels like temperatures between 5 to 10 below zero. And then we'll see things slowly begin to improve a little bit as we go into the first part of next week with some warm air trying to build in for next week. Okay, let's go out to the opposite side of the coast now to talk more about a wet forecast, Dave. And unfortunately, the rain may be raining on literally parades on Sunday for the big game across the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, and of course, those in Seattle have a little bit of interest. Well, not just Seattle. I know a lot of people in Oregon are Seahawks fans as well. Yeah, a lot of rain coming on in. And it's going to be really high elevation snow at first, but eventually that snow elevation does come crashing down by the end of the weekend here. A true pineapple express. You can see all that moisture right from Hawaii directed right into the west coast. So looking at the radar here from earlier, and you can see that rain moving through it. Look at this, just much of the state of Oregon here covered in steady rain as we wake up Sunday morning. Now, Portland, you might be right on the north edge of that, but Eugene down towards Roseburg, the Umpqua Basin, down through Medford, and all the way down to the Northern California coast. Significant rain with some high elevation snow. Now, as that cold front passes through, that snow elevation should drop a bit, and we'll get snow at those lower elevations where we really need it. We've just been running so low in terms of that snowpack because of the warm temperatures out west. Now, as we go into Monday afternoon, we do have a boundary that's going to stall out, so that kind of traces out more precipitation. Meanwhile, a few more scattered showers, even some thunderstorms up towards the Olympic Peninsula as the core of that upper level low moves through. And so total rainfall amounts will be significant southwestern Oregon, again, Bannon, Brookings, down through Crescent City, down to Eureka, and then into the foothills of the Oregon Cascades. So across the Willamette Pass, McKenzie Pass, there could see a significant amount of rainfall. And a little snow here at the higher elevations, at least Yellowstone country and up towards the Bitterroots, the Sawtooth Ranges, getting some healthy snow. We sure do need it. Let's take you down the Tahoe, though, because we want to see more snow here. It looks like we might get it. That's a gorgeous shot.
Oh, that is very beautiful, but there's also not much snow into the Sierra that way. But we have some snow in the forecast finally to talk about. So that large upper level high has been keeping things well above average and also very warm. It's now starting to break down. We have one low. We're going to talk a little more about this coming up in about a minute as that works its way over towards Mexico. We want to focus in on this next low, though, that's coming out of the Pacific as that works its way towards the east, bringing in a lot of moisture, a lot of energy into California for next week. That's going to bring us a very active forecast. And again, as Dave showed you, we need snow across a good chunk of the west. And we're going to start to make up on some of this deficit little by little in the next couple days. So as we go into your Sunday, light rain along the north of Interstate 80. So this rain we're seeing here will not be impacting the NFL championship game on Sunday. As we go into Monday, looking at rain and snow, basically set up shop across the I-80 corridor with some rain offshore, some snow across the Elko. But it's Tuesday, though. That's the best day for seeing rain and snow for San Francisco, Redding, over towards Brookings, Oregon. We'll get some of that moisture, maybe as far south as LA, maybe down towards Vegas. Also could see some rain and snow, maybe building out into Utah and western Colorado, where we also need the moisture because now we are looking at ongoing drought. And our forecast shows northern California, southwestern Oregon, we can see a few inches of rain. We have no flood alerts in place as of now, but look at the snow forecast as we go into Wednesday. Our forecast shows we could see maybe a foot plus between Mammoth Lakes and Reno. Also could see quite a bit of snow as you work your way towards the east and northern Utah. And we do have winter weather alerts in place through Wednesday. We'll talk a little more about this forecast coming up on Weather Nation. Let's go east now and talk more about that first low, Dave, where we could see some thunderstorms into West Texas on Monday.
And I think some of those could be strong as well as we head into next week, and could be setting us up for a potential multi-day stretch of stronger thunderstorms. We'll watch this closely, but here comes that upper level energy out of really out of northern Mexico here. And the main energy starts to arrive as we get into Tuesday, Wednesday. Now, during this whole amount of time, we're going to continue to see moisture streaming in from the Gulf, get those dew points up in the low 60s across South Texas. Even areas like El Paso seeing dew points increase. So that moisture is getting pretty far west. Still pretty pleasant, but, you know, it's increasing. You'll notice it out there. It's not going to feel incredibly uncomfortable. And there comes that rain. Monday evening, you see it start to make its way into the Trans-Pecos region, southern New Mexico. And then by Tuesday, look at this developing now off of some of the higher elevations of Mexico coming across the Rio Grande. Some of this looks pretty intense. And we could see rain all the way back out towards the southern plains across into Arkansas as well through the day on Tuesday before this system makes its way off towards the east. And so significant rainfall. Trans-Pecos region, southeastern New Mexico in particular, areas like the southern Texas Panhandle, and maybe across the Red River. You'll be watching some pretty significant rainfall here over the next few days. But of course, these temperatures are going to help fuel that thunderstorm risk, as we'll see temperatures pushing nearly 80 degrees in Dallas, which is more springtime-like weather here. And Houston's up to 80 as well, so a lot of warm, moist air getting funneled on in, and that will help to fuel that storm chance. We also do need the rain in a lot of these areas, maybe not so much in the Texas Hill Country, but back through South Texas, we sure do.
Yikes, leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system. Don't worry, be warranty.
This is my mom, and we are ready to discuss senior care.
Living alone is not easy, so I've come to terms with that.
The expert advisors and free resources provided by Place for Mom make it easy to find senior care options right here in our community.
I love my work caring for people. I often assist women who struggle with urinary incontinence, women who have fallen trying to reach the bathroom, or who have damaged skin from too much wetness. It can take a toll on them. At home, I worried for my mother. A lack of sleep due to bladder leakage affected her life. That's why I'm so glad the PureWick system is available for home use. It's an innovative option for women who experience moderate to severe bladder leakage. This external system uses a soft, flexible wick placed outside the body to draw urine away from the body and into a collection canister. It's non-invasive and designed to keep the skin dry and stay in place. We trust it to help her throughout the night, so we're all better rested and can enjoy the things we love together.
Order yours online at purewickathome.com or call 800-980-6123 today. New external catheters for women and men available for home use. Call 800-980-6123 today.
Hey, Betty.
Hey, Debbie!
New sunglasses?
I got them with my Misplay rewards.
Misplay rewards?
I play games and earn points that I can use to cash out gift cards to all my favorite stores.
You get gift cards for playing games on your phone?
Not only gift cards, but I also enter sweepstakes where I can win all sorts of prizes.
How much is it to join?
It's free.
Free?
Just download the app and start earning rewards.
Earn rewards for what you love, just by playing your favorite games.
We need some help.
I know. I'm going to CashNetUSA.com. And if approved, we can have the money in our account as soon as the same business day.
Go to CashNetUSA.com to apply for the money you need.
It's 10 past the hour. It's time for your East Regional forecast. We're checking out the scenes from earlier where we had quite a bit of snow into portions of the Northeast. Now, the snow has now wind down for a lot of us here across the Northeast. It's still going to remain very cold for the overnight, and then we're going to see a slow warming trend as we head into the first part of next week. Thank you for joining us here on Weather Nation. It's 10 past the hour, and it's time to talk everything about the Northeast and the Southeast. In the Northeast, this weekend will continue to be a very cold weekend with the Arctic air continuing to come in fresh, as Dave likes to say. We are looking at more shots of snow building in into portions of western New York into Michigan with more lake effect snow as we go into the first part of next week. Now, it was a very cold start for some of us across western Pennsylvania. Into Du Bois, Pennsylvania, we did see a low, 3 below zero. That beat the old record of 1 below back in the year of 2007. Check out some of the highs that we had on Saturday. 10 in Buffalo, 17 in Pittsburgh, 30s and 40s across Roanoke down towards Raleigh, only 28 in Boston. We do have alerts in place through Sunday across the I-90 corridor for more lake effect snow coming off of Lake Ontario across the I-90 corridor. The snow will continue to gradually come to an end for the overnight into southeastern Massachusetts. We're still seeing winds breezing out of the northwest. High pressure builds in for your Sunday. We'll see more sunshine. And then by Monday and Tuesday, we're tracking more clippers coming out of Canada and making their way towards the east. May see some light snow, maybe for New York City, Binghamton, Syracuse, towards Albany, working its way over towards Boston. And then more lake effect snow will be likely across western Pennsylvania, over into western New York. And our forecast shows north of Syracuse, we could be looking at snowfall amounts there, potentially over 6+ inches. For the overnight, another cold night for all of us here. 4 above zero for Boston, 7 below for Albany, 5 below for Burlington, Vermont. And then for your Sunday, we'll see temperatures in the single digits and teens, 10 for Albany, about 19 New York City. Still rather breezy, not as windy as what we had on our Saturday, but still there will be a wind chill penalty as we're looking at feels like temperatures on Sunday in between 10 to 20 degrees below zero. So it's going to be another cold Sunday. We gradually warm things up on Monday thanks to winds coming out of the south. For Philadelphia, we're back into the 40s on Wednesday. Another cool down for the second half of next week. Hartford, Connecticut, teens on Sunday. We're back up to near 40 by Wednesday afternoon. Across the Ohio Valley and the Mid-Atlantic, a nice Sunday, maybe some light snow early on Sunday morning. Otherwise, it's going to be a nice day. Cold, though, and then we're going to see winds returning out of the south. Maybe some light rain starting to develop here across northern Tennessee into Kentucky with a disturbance coming through as we head into the middle part of next week. Maybe some more light snow trying to fill into areas of West Virginia, Ohio, into western Pennsylvania as we head into next Wednesday. And our model shows light snow will be possible for the Ohio Valley as we head into the first part of next week. It will also be pretty cold here, too. We'll see overnight lows in the single digits above and below zero. Highs for your Sunday in the teens and 20s, feeling more like 4 below in Harrisonburg, Virginia, 7 below for DC, 14 below in State College, and then for your Monday, 40s and 50s, near 60 degrees out towards Bowling Green, Kentucky. Let's drop south now and talk more about more cold air and maybe some rain in the forecast day for next week.
Yeah, imagine that. In North Carolina, it's been a wintry wonderland across the Tar Heel State here. Lately, looking at a bit of a pattern change though on the way, so we will start to warm up, but it's not going to be for your Sunday morning. We have cold alerts across North Carolina and rain on the way here, potentially some heavy rain. We'll start in Florida, where there is a freeze warning in place for sensitive vegetation across the north central part of the state. Clear skies overnight will let that temperature drop on out, but we're not really seeing these cold air masses moving that far south. You can see that cold front kind of gets hung up, and so that'll keep our temperatures on the mild side, at least down in South Florida. There are those frost advisories and freeze warnings that do extend into southern Georgia as well. Temperatures get down into the 30s there, but Miami only getting down to 59 and back up to 70 for Miami, 71 for Tampa there. Jacksonville and the rest of the Panhandle see temperatures in the mid-60s. And we climb from there. So Jacksonville, mid-70s by Tuesday and early next week, and we'll continue to warm up into Wednesday, it looks like. Nice little forecast for Tampa with temperatures running in the mid to upper 70s for the most part through the forecast period. And there are those cold alerts across North Carolina, the eastern third of the states. If Fayetteville's in this here, Wilmington up towards Morehead City. In fact, an extreme cold warning out towards Elizabeth City and the Outer Banks. And then up to the Smokies and the Blue Ridge Mountains, we do have cold advisories for your Sunday morning there as well. Not completely out of the question Washington to see maybe a little bit more light snow across North Carolina as we wake up. But generally, we're going to start to dry on out. Here comes that cold front. And notice it doesn't swoop too far south. It kind of stalls. And where it stalls is where we're going to be looking at increasing chances for rain coming across the south here into your Wednesday afternoon. And you kind of see a swath of it there in the Wednesday afternoon time frame. In fact, as we get later into next week, could be looking at some stronger storms developing potentially here. So we'll watch that. Otherwise, again, chilly night. You saw those cold alerts there up into North Carolina. Some of us getting down into the teens. Of course, it's been breezy. But here comes that warm air. Now, again, the Carolinas colder for your Sunday, but look at those highs warming back up to the 50s and 60s back through Georgia and Alabama, and we're well into the 70s by the time we get towards the middle of next week. In fact, areas like Columbia, South Carolina into the 70s by Tuesday. Raleigh, you're into the mid-60s by Tuesday as well. So there is a warming trend. You can see it there, but that will also come with increasing chances for rain. So Mississippi, Alabama, again, a few showers possible Sunday. Notice the cloud cover, though, in the morning. That's that moisture coming off the Gulf. Here comes more rain streaming on in by late Tuesday night, overnight into Wednesday. Again, some of these potential heavy rain events will last through the rest of the week. Now, through at least Wednesday morning, you can see the heaviest of the rain right now. Our models are showing up towards northern Mississippi and the western Tennessee. Cold night, daytime highs warming up to 70 across a number of spots in Mississippi. And we warm up from there. We're running about 15 degrees above average by Wednesday in these locations. So nice to be on that side of the coin instead of where we have been as of late in some of these spots. But again, you can see that chance for rain and thunderstorms increasing here by Wednesday afternoon.
When you look at your grocery bill, is it so high it knocks you off your feet? It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. Unlike ordinary storage bags that trap air in, spoiling your food, InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Look, flat sealers create a big mess, but InstaSeal is upright, mess-free, and easy. The secret is Smart Seal technology. With just one touch, it auto-feeds the bag to seal, pauses to vacuum out the air, then continues to perfectly seal. Plus, InstaSeal has a motor powerful enough to crush cans, but smart enough to save crackers from turning to dust. Forget big, bulky sealers you have to put away. InstaSeal's compact design stays to help you seal and save every day. Got a great deal on chicken, meat, or fish? InstaSeal protects it from freezer burn. Now buy groceries in bulk. Make meals ahead of time. InstaSeal and save. It even works with all universal storage system bags. Buy on sale meats. InstaSeal and save. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. Call or go online now and get the complete InstaSeal system that keeps food fresh 6 times longer, with enough storage bags to fill your entire fridge for the special TV discount price of just $99.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-308-1932 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-308-1932 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
One of these has chlorine, microplastics, and forever chemicals in it. And one is Aquasana filtered. With our Aquasana water filter, every glass is cleaner and healthier. Wait, which one? Visit aquasana.com today. Well, check out this scene. We're going out to Gloucester, Massachusetts.
and it was coming down really good. I mean, that's some big snowflakes, moisture-laden atmosphere. The cold air, of course, have no problem with that. And yeah, pretty impressive little snowstorm for folks there of New England as they're getting ready for the big game on Sunday. And then down the highway, scary situation. This was on Friday, and somebody fell into the cold water there. That ice broke, and they had to do a rescue. Far Rockaway there in Queens, not too far from JFK Airport. It has been brutally cold out there across New York City recently here. That was the case through Saturday as well. And then we take you out west. And that is a gorgeous scene right there. You can see the mountains of the Sierra Nevada kind of poking up, and the ski resort Mammoth Lakes, which is a little bit of snow. They need more though. A lot of these spots here across the west desperately need snow. But it looks like we're starting to see a pattern change. That is good news. It's great news for folks in the Northeast where it's been snowy and cold, and it's great news for folks in the West where we've had record-breaking warmth, but unfortunately very little snowpack. And we're also going to be looking at the chance for a little bit of rain starting to make its way into West Texas over the next few days. As far as accumulating precipitation, maybe a little bit, particularly out towards the lake effect prone areas in the east, but here's where the heaviest precipitation will be, and that's a real good thing, especially out towards the Oregon coast, far northern California coast, and some good snow now coming to the Sawtooth ranges and the Bitterroot ranges there as well. We're waking up to it Sunday morning. A lot of heavy rain coming across the state of Oregon, which is really good. And then that cold front pushes across Northern California. That boundary actually will stall, and so we'll start to see the potential for snow and rain right there. But then as that next system moves in, as we head into early next week, that front lifts to the north, and we'll be looking at increasing chances for rain and snow back all the way from California to the Four Corners. But for your Sunday, the pattern remains in check here with that cold air across the Northeast. New York, I'm sorry to say, just another brutally cold day. But milder temperatures back towards the central part of the country. I mean, Denver's back up in the mid-60s. It's been unbelievably warm here. And then Monday, much more of the same. You can see that warmth building into the middle part of the country. You will notice some cooler air, though, starting to make its way into the northwest. That'll drop that snow elevation, and it'll also hopefully build up that snowpack as we go forward, as that pattern does look to change. But let's go ahead and see what Jesse's up to over here. Looking at some of the cameras out of Seattle. We got that Pineapple Express, good moisture, and we just really need to get that cold air into the northwest, drop those snow elevations to build up that snowpack.
Yeah, you know, the lack of snow out west has been a huge national story, and we're going to see some changes to that pattern. No more large ridges of high pressure keeping things pretty warm and dry. Finally, some needed precipitation in the form of both rain and snow will be coming to portions of the west. So as Dave mentioned, we have a lot of moisture coming from Hawaii being funneled between a high pressure system towards the east, low pressure off towards the west. And basically all this means we're going to see chances of both rain and snow. Now, as that next cold front comes into the northwest, as we get that colder air coming in behind the front, then we'll see things gradually changing over from rain to snow. Sunday morning, mostly just rain across Oregon. It's going to be for those high elevations in the Cascades where you will see chances of snow. Also looking at chances of rain and snow in the portions of Idaho into Montana. Now, there are no alerts in place for this region as of now, but if you have to travel on Sunday across Oregon and Idaho and Montana, especially in the mountains, just know that the roadways could be slick with some snow coming down and with the rain too. And then by Monday, we're looking at just scattered rain across Seattle. Then we're going to see some of that snow building over near Yellowstone and to the northwest part of the state. And then we're going to see moisture trying to build in along the I-80 corridor between Reno and Salt Lake City. So that moisture can also make its way over into northwestern Colorado too. So all of us here across the west, we are all starved for rain and for snow. On the rain side of things though, across the I-5 corridor between Portland and Redding, we could see a few inches of rain. And then on the snow side of things, especially across the Idaho-Montana border, our forecast shows we could see amounts over a foot, which would definitely be some good news. Let's slide south though, down to Truckee, California, and talk more about the impacts here across the southwest.
And this was the scene about 1 month ago, right after a nice storm system rolled on in. Unfortunately, since that time, it's been very limited in terms of precipitation, and it's been a while since we've had any kind of winter weather advisories, which is when they were hoisted up on Saturday. It almost was like, oh yeah, they are supposed to get snow this time of year. So what we're looking at is an upper level low brings potential for some precipitation to the desert Southwest, but the main upper level low will be moving into California here by the middle of next week. And well, we'll get a glancing blow of some of that precipitation with that Pacific Northwest system that Jesse was showing. Again, there's that boundary, and you can see it kind of tracing out rain and snow. Then comes the main energy of this next upper level system. You really start to see that heavier rain and heavy snow in the Sierra fill in. And that should continue through at least Wednesday. Could be some lingering into the latter part of the week as well. But as far as rainfall, at least through Wednesday morning, some significant amounts up into the far northern California coastline, really from anywhere like Eureka up towards Crescent City, up to Bandit and Brookings. And then also going to be looking here at some decent snow all the way from Reno back down to the Sequoia National Forest area. All right, let's take a look at Loveland Ski Area, because here too is a place that really desperately needs some of this snow.
Yeah, and here's some excitement coming from the ski resorts of some moisture finally coming back into the forecast. So all this western energy will continue to move more towards the east in areas like Colorado, into Wyoming, into Utah, as we will see 2 rounds of moisture over the next couple of days, and we see this big dip in the jet stream continuing to move more towards the east. So by Monday afternoon, we're tracking rain and snow across the I-80 corridor. That's the first round, and then it comes the second round of moisture coming out of California. That will bring us another shot of rain and snow. And through Tuesday, especially around Yellowstone, we could see snowfall amounts here. They are approaching a foot plus. Salt Lake City, no snow for you all, but towards the east of town, we could see a few inches there. Also could see a few inches of snow too, just to the north of Steamboat.
Ooh, fun.
Yikes. The leaky refrigerator coil card. Is that bad? Oh, Dad! Death? Of an AC fan motor. Oh no. But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered appliances and home systems. Are there bees behind me?
My bees escaped.
Phil, we talked about this. American Home Shield. Don't worry, bee warranty.
I love my work caring for people. I often assist women who struggle with urinary incontinence, women who have fallen trying to reach the bathroom, or who have damaged skin from too much wetness. It can take a toll on them. At home, I worried for my mother. A lack of sleep due to bladder leakage affected her life. That's why I'm so glad the Purex system is available for home use. It's an innovative option for women who experience moderate to severe bladder leakage. This external system uses a soft, flexible wick placed outside the body to draw urine away from the body and into a collection canister. It's non-invasive and designed to keep the skin dry and stay in place. We trust it to help her throughout the night, so we're all better rested and can enjoy the things we love together.
Order yours online at purewick@home.com or call 800-980-6123 today. New external catheters for women and men available for home use. Call 800-980-6123 today.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
What should we do?
I'm going to cashnetusa.com. I can apply in minutes, and if approved, we can have the money as soon as the same business day.
Go to cashnetusa.com to apply for the money you need.
To the Windy City we go from Saturday, where we're looking at quiet conditions. It was another cold Saturday here across Chicago, but we are looking at some warmer temperatures off towards your west, and we'll see temperatures gradually warming up for areas like Chicago and for a good chunk of the upper Midwest over the next couple of days, all because of high pressure slowly building more towards the east. But across the Great Lakes, especially into Michigan, we have more rounds of snow in your forecast. Look at this temperature here in North Platte, Nebraska. We beat the record 73 degrees back in the year of 1987. It was another warm day on the high plains. Check out the highs elsewhere across the region. You can definitely see that there's a boundary. You can trace out the trough of low pressure towards the east, bringing us all the colder air, and the large ridge back towards the west. 71 in Pueblo. We had a high near 70 in Dodge City. 25 in Minneapolis, only 15 over towards Green Bay. This is where we still have the cold air in place to support more chances of snow. More snow is in the forecast. As we go into your Monday, more lake effect snow is likely to as we head into Tuesday and Wednesday too. And our forecast shows between Marquette and Sault Ste. Marie, we could see amounts over 6 inches, a lot of amounts the further south you get down towards Indiana. For the overnight, we're looking at a low of 1 in Saginaw, 20 in Chicago, 20 out towards La Crosse. And for Chicago, as I mentioned, your temperatures are slowly going to warm up. We're into the 40s by Tuesday afternoon. That's that ridge of high pressure slowly building more towards the east. Detroit, Michigan, normal highs at 33 will be above average on Tuesday with a high near 40. For the upper Midwest, not much ongoing here, but the southwest winds are going to keep things pretty warm for this time of the year and keep the jet stream further up to the north. Now, some of this western energy will eventually make its way into Nebraska, into the Dakotas as we go into the first part of next week, and it may bring us a shot of some light rains and some light snow as we go into next week, but it won't be anything super heavy, and the bigger story is going to be more above average warmth for at least the first part of next week. As you look at the accumulation forecast, the snow is going to stay towards the east into Wisconsin, into Michigan. Maybe some light rain trying to build into areas of western Nebraska and a southwestern South Dakota. Otherwise, we'll see a cold night, but not as cold the further west you go. 32 in Valentine compared to 11 out towards Duluth and for Green Bay. Sunday, 30s across La Crosse, 50 in Sioux Falls, upper 60s across Scotts Bluff over towards Rapid City. Monday, a tad bit cooler. We'll see chances of rain for Miles City. 37 for Fargo. Looking at 70s down towards Kearney as a cold front approaches. Minneapolis, we're into the 40s for Monday, and not much precipitation in your forecast either. Lastly, across the I-70 corridor, we're looking at another cold front on the way as we go into the first part of next week. We'll see clouds increasing for Monday and Tuesday. We'll see rain increasing across Oklahoma, Missouri into Arkansas, maybe a thunderstorm or two. Otherwise, we'll be drying things out as we go into next week. Won't be a lot of rain, but we may see about a half an inch of rain for areas south of Interstate 70. For the overnight, lows in the 20s and 30s and 40s out there for your Sunday. Very pleasant for the big game Sunday. Temperatures in the 50s and 60s. Then for Monday, look at those temperatures there near Dodge City. We're seeing temperatures near 80 degrees. That's well above average for this time of the year. Let's go out to Little Rock now and talk more about warm temperatures and some thunderstorms in the forecast.
Yeah, we got warm temperatures coming on in here too. More moisture in the atmosphere and maybe some heavy rain across the Little Rock area. No more wintry weather expected here, at least not anytime soon, as those temperatures are going to be feeling more like spring. We got a little chance of rain here coming across Oklahoma, maybe down the turnpike into northwest Texas. Some of that pushes across Arkansas here by Sunday afternoon. These showers forming around that big upper level ridge, bringing some of that heat to the central part of the country. Now Monday, most of Monday, we're looking dry. It'll continue to warm on up. A front approaches, but it does stall, and then that chance for rain increases here through Tuesday. Could see some heavier rain down by the Red River, down through the DFW, and more back through the Arkansas